I like that. Good morning. Greetings. I'm Dr. Sujan Ba, President and CEO of the National Foundation for Cancer Research. It is my distinct honor to welcome all of you to the 2023 Global Summit for Cancer Research and Entrepreneurship. I'm thrilled to see so many old friends, and I am pleased to see some new faces. So I'm hoping that I get a chance to meet every single new friend here. Trust me, it's good we get to know each other. Everybody told me I'm a super connector, but it's good to be connected to the community, right? Um, in addition to those of you who are here today at the National Press Club, we also have a large audience attending online through our oncology metaverse from all parts of the world. Thank you for being here and for your continued support for NFCR. This year is a very special year for us, especially important for the history of NFCR. It's our 50th anniversary, and that's a long time. And many of the audience in this room today and online have been with NFCR for longer than I have been. And I have been with NFCR for a long time, a quarter century. So I'm starting to date myself, but you can see we have a community that we stay together and we work together, we make impact. And I'm thrilled to see some of the earliest, I shouldn't say oldest, earliest researchers from early years of NFCR here with us today. For the past 50 years, it's quite remarkable what we have been able to accomplish. Together, we have advanced cancer research and the understanding of cancer, and we have improved survival rates, and many lives were saved because of our collective work. Throughout the day, you will learn from the very best and most innovative minds in cancer research and oncology care. And these leaders will share their views and their insights about the recent discoveries and where we are going in the future. You will hear from oncology startups that represent the innovations and breakthroughs that are on the horizon. And today, you know, it's good to be here. It's a whole spectrum of cancer research, drug development, celebration, honor science, honor scientists. You will have a great time. From a joint venture in 1973 between a scientist, Albert St. George Nobel Prize winner, and a retired entrepreneur, Franklin Salisbury Sr., and another very brave mind, a chemist, retired chemist, Tamara Salisbury. They built NFCR. And NFCR is where we are today, and we have come a long way. Our community of researchers, entrepreneurs, donors, and supporters have really stayed committed, focused, and ensure we advance research progress in our quest for cures. In 1973, these several leaders, together with many people, they have really overcome lots of barriers to start NFCR and to meet unmet needs in terms of providing the exploratory research fundings to scientists. And we believe that scientists need to have unhindered spirit and exploration in order to really explore and make breakthroughs. From then and to now, NFCR has met the challenge set out by the three founders proudly, and will continue to fund what others wouldn't: high risk, high impact, blue sky exploratory research. And those research, um, we we believe, even though it would take a longer time, many times you don't see any tangible results right away, but eventually those the driving engine to bring the breakthrough to patients. NFCR has been recognized to be one of those a few research organizations that are willing to take risk and help the scientists to be able to ask the big questions and push the boundaries and willing to take the risk. And so we can actually achieve things for the high impact research area. So like I said, I have been involved with NFCR for a long time, and I am thrilled that we have been able to to assemble a community like what we have today. And by continuing our research and maintaining our focus, we will create a world where cancer is a disease that can be cured. And that is what St. George has said. And that is what I believe, and I believe all of you believe that. And everyone in this room, online, are helping to make cures possible. And I want to call special attention to the sponsors of the 2023 Global Summit. Your commitment to supporting NFCR and our partner organizations is critically important. Enable us to host events like this and to advance our mission. And we all know our gathering is quite unique in a way. It's not gigantic, and we aim to have an academy-like of gathering that everybody gets a chance to get to know each other, and so we can build friendship, partnership, and have new ideas. And many new ideas came out of this kind of gatherings. And you probably noticed that none of your name tag has your affiliation. That's by design. Everybody has to have a conversation, find out who you are, uh, um, not who you are, you have the name there, where you are from and what you do. So from there, the conversation can flow. And you will be surprised where you get to end up with. Many people have been coming back to these meetings for decades. Now, I would like to present you Dr. Webb Cavaney, a renowned global leader and a visionary for cancer research, and the NFCR's chairman of the Scientific Advisory Board, to share his views, his vision about NFCR's scientific research, and how our research vision collectively are making cures possible. Let's welcome Dr. Webb Cavaney.
Well, Sujan, you look very chic in your new Cucinelli jacket. Usually she has a long formal robe on, but she's looking good. So first of all, let me just start by saying to all of us who are part of the NFCR ecosystem, congratulations on 50 years of making a difference. It really is a special time, this meeting. I've actually had the honor of riding this tiger, actually this tiger mom, for almost half the time of this 50 years as both an advisor and as a friend and a traveling partner, as you're going to hear in a second. For those of you who don't know me, I'm an unrepentant geneticist. No apologies. Um, And because I am a geneticist, I often think of in terms of evolution. So evolutionary processes and processes which are selecting for new positive attributes. And you'll hear that that's what this foundation has been doing too. But I should point out that the evolutionary process does lead to the acquisition of new positive traits, but it also leads to dead ends. And we would like to, of course, avoid as many of those as we could. But I think if you think about organizations as an organism that's going through evolution, what's a dead end? A dead end really is self-satisfied obsolescence. And we have seen many of these sorts of organizations where they say this is what we've done, it's what we always have done, it's what we're always going to do, and it's out of touch. So we don't want NFCR to be that. We want it to be an evolutionary process, and we want it not to be self-satisfied, and we want it not to go into obsolescence unless we cure cancer. If we cure cancer, then we can all celebrate obsolescence. But until then, I would just say that NFCR has not taken that fork in the road. Thank God. Rather, it's evolved. And the evolution of NFCR is pretty easy to trace. It started, as Sujan said, with a small number, in fact, in the beginning, just one, Alberts and Georgie, of individuals, investigators who were supported by the NFCR. That evolved into more than one person being funded by NFCR, but still a small number. When I first came in, I think there were 8 or 10 people worldwide who were supported by NFCR. They were all superstars, very well known. Some of them, by the way, were getting a little bit old, so they didn't continue to get money after I came on. Uh, some of them were not very happy. Many are not my friends anymore. But that did. So we changed it from an organization that was funded hand-selected family member kind of investigators to an open competition. We have several of the people who have been beneficiaries of that open competition. Here I see Nellie Polyak, for example, at this table. So that having more investigators doing more things, of course, makes it more yeasty. You hear the bubbling happen. But it doesn't really leverage. And so what we thought we would do is start a program which required more than one investigator and in more than one institution and maybe an MD and a PhD. And that program has been going now for 3-4 years and has been enormously successful. The number of applications that we get are orders of magnitude more than we could ever think about funding. And the people are just terrific, and they work together. It really worked well in fostering a team science kind of idea. The other thing that's happened since I came on, not that this was my fault, was that the organization has become more international. So we've done many things, and I'll tell you about two of those in 1 second. And the third thing that we've done is to really try to foster getting discoveries out of the academic laboratory into real clinical testing so they can get into the hands of patients. Because after all, we're really here for patients. And so, having a discovery lurking in a lab for a long time isn't really doing anybody any good, maybe save the investigator getting grants. So we've really started doing that, and we've done that in a variety of ways, which is AIMI that Sujan mentioned, which is essentially a subsidiary of NFCR, which is acting as a venture capital catalyst. So many little companies uh, have gotten seed funding from AIMI, and maybe even a little more than that. And some of these companies are moving towards getting things through the clinics. So we've gone from single investigator, few investigators, to a lot of investigators, to investigators working together, to investigators who are working discovery through through the labs and in clinics, in companies where they can be that push forward. So I was thinking about how some of these things came about, and this will sort of an adjunct to what Sujan said. I mean, she talked about having scientists who are working in the lab and never look at TV and never outside of the lab. In fact, that's not really how all this happened, right? So, for example, I'll give you one example. So, one year, a few years ago, Sujan and I, and a couple of other people, were climbing Wanshan Mountain. I don't know how many of you have been there, but the mountain is pretty steep. And we wanted to get to the top so that we could see sunrise. Because the sunrise on Wanshan Mountain is spectacular, we were told. So we're hiking up this mountain, and we're not in the greatest of shape, I must admit, but we're hiking up this mountain. And the thing that we did, which was kind of interesting, was we thought that probably at the top of the mountain, there wasn't any place to get a drink. So what did we do? We emptied our knapsacks and we filled them with bottles of wine. And the bottles of wine were from Great Wall. So any of you who have ever had Great Wall of wine know you don't really want much because there's a lot of formaldehyde there. But in any case, we had cases, a case or so of Great Wall wine, which we were carrying up to the top of Wanshan Mountain so that we could sit and watch the sunrise. And we walked. It was really steep and it was really hot, nasty. We get to the top, and lo and behold, there's a grocery store. And the grocery store is full of Great Wall wine. So there we are with all of our backpacks, and we say, "Well, what the heck? Let's go and go for the sunrise and see what it looks like through the lens of several bottles of wine." Spectacular, as much as I can recall. It was really spectacular. The one thing that did happen, though, is that while we were waiting there, it's really cold on the top of the mountain, and the only hotel on the top of the mountain is a government hotel. And so we stayed in the government hotel, and one of the things the government hotel provided were PLA coats. So we had these big army coats that was basically supposed to insulate us from the cold. They didn't work very well, I must say. Pretty thin. It made me kind of wonder about the PLA. But anyway, we had these coats on, and we're sitting there, and we're drinking this nasty wine, and so we had a few hours because we wanted to get a seat. And of course, there's a lot of people who want to see the sunrise at the top, and there's a special place where you go. And so we went there, and we got there early. It was still dark, and it was really cold. And we're watching this, and everybody's kind of chattering, and Sujan decides she's going to cheer us up. So she starts talking about what are we going to do? What's our next initiative? What are we going to do? How are we going to do? What? And that turned into the Albert St. George Award. Not bad. So we came back down, and what we could remember was that we had seen the sunrise, and we were going to have the St. George Award. And the St. George Award now is in its 18th year. So that'll tell you a lot about it. One more thing before I stop, and that is another program that NFCR has done with worldwide recognition actually was a tissue bank in China. So China, of course, has very rich resources, and cancer care in China is typically centralized in big regional hospitals. So fairly easy to access patients, not so much for Americans, of course, but to access patients and tissues from patients if it was organized, but it wasn't really organized. So what we found was that there were several tissue banks in China, which were freezers full of tissue. Nobody knew what they were. Um, there were no backups, so that when the freezers went down, which was, of course, was frequent in those days in China, they thawed and then they froze. And so what that meant was there was a bunch of stuff that was completely useless. Recognizing that that was a problem, we decided that we were gonna try to help China build a tissue bank that was of international class. And we did that in Tianjin, which was the first cancer hospital in China, and whose president was a very good friend of ours, Shishan Hao. And so we we went there over and over and over and over to try to convince them to build a tissue bank, to put on liquid nitrogen, to put on alarms, to make a database and all of that stuff, which they did. And that tissue bank is now in the international class of tissue banks. And we brought the tissue bank people from NCI over there, and we got a lot of support from pharma, which participated in the because they couldn't get tissue in China either. But that really arose from another one of these uh, adventures. And the adventure was that we went to Guilin. Guilin, as you know, is the place where the mountains are, and you go down the river and the pointy mountains. It's very, very beautiful, very serene. And we were on a riverboat, on the top of a riverboat. And Franklin, of course, was negotiating with the people in the little boats for scarves and little pandas and stuff, and saying it's too expensive, it's too expensive. Uh, and Sujan and I and Jishan were on the top of the boat, and that long boat ride there and back was really where the idea of the tissue bank and the um, and all of the processes which we needed to put in place to make that happen actually came about. It never would have come about if we were in his office or my office or her office, because the phone would be ringing or somebody would be knocking on the door, whatever. But there was nobody knocking on the door, and there were no phones ringing on this riverboat in the middle of nowhere. It was a beautiful place, I must say. If you ever get a chance to go to Guilin or to Hongshan, you so I'm going to stop with that. I just want to say that the first 50 years of this organization were spectacular. The evolution is amazing, and the fun and the memories are even better. So thank you very much, and congratulations, congratulations. Okay, now it's my distinct pleasure, I was told about 5 minutes ago, to introduce Jim Allison. So let me just say a couple of words about Jim before he comes up. So Jim is known by everybody, I think, because he actually developed drugs which are saving people's lives. That is the immune checkpoint inhibitors. Jim started his career. I hope I'm going to get this right. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But as I recall, started his career at MD Anderson, but not really at MD Anderson. At MD Anderson uh, satellite station, where there was really nothing to do. I mean, made Guilin look like a hotspot. So Jim was out there where he could work, just work. There was no other call on time, and he worked on this on these ideas of his about why our immune system doesn't eat us. Why should our immune system not attack us? That's really the question. And if it's not going to attack us, it can't attack tumors either, obviously. So if you can understand that, maybe you can unleash it. That was the idea. And he went from MD Anderson in Smithville, this little place, to Berkeley. Now I can imagine the political uh, differences between these two places. Went to Berkeley, became chairman of a department, stayed there for a long time, gained an international reputation, and then moved to Memorial Sloan Kettering in New York to be closer to clinical care and access to patients. He stayed at at Memorial Sloan Kettering for a long time, where he really developed this idea of being able to interfere with the interaction between, or the non-interaction between normal cells and immune cells. And then a few years ago, moved back to MD Anderson, where he is now, and he is professor and chair of immunology, and he's also He's also now the senior scientist of MD Anderson in general. I don't know what he calls it, advisor or something like that, which means what Jim says goes. Um, but before he comes up, one thing. So Jim is a great scientist. Obviously, you're going to hear that. He won the Nobel Prize for these discoveries that he's going to tell you about. But that's not my favorite part about Jim. My favorite part about Jim is that he's a professional level harmonica player. It's true. And he plays with Willie Nelson. So, in fact, he was with Willie Nelson a couple of weeks ago, and I'll let him tell you about that if he wants to. But anyway, so let's welcome Jim Allison to the stage. It's really great to have you, Jim.
Oh, she was barely. Thank you, Webb. I could add a few stories involving wine too, but I think I'll skip it this time of day. And the accounts of my early days are pretty close. I moved back from Berkeley. I moved to, I should say, to Smithville, not just to work at a place where there was so little oversight. Nobody forgot we were out there and could do whatever we wanted, but also because it was close to Austin. And I could go back and hang out at the music stand and everything and have a good time while I was working. So it was work, play, work, play, work, play all the time. And very, very hard at both, I think. Anyway, what I'd like to do today is really talk about a little bit of a historical view of where checkpoint blockade came from, but mostly to talk about the mechanisms of it. There's a tendency to think, well, we got two checkpoints, PD1 and CTLA-4 based, and one has fewer side effects than the other, so it's easy. But biologically, these are really distinct molecules. They have very different impacts. They work at different points in the immune response. They have very different impacts, and I think it's important to understand that. There's my disclosure. You can go ahead to the next slide. Anyway, so I want to talk about that a little bit, and along the way, I'll try to intersperse it. One of the things I'd really like to talk about, and I'm sorry that Pam Sharma couldn't be here today because a lot of what we're doing now, partially based on the information we get through, is to develop what I think I've talked to some of you about a new way of early development of drugs to de-risk them and make sure that the trials that are done on a rational basis based on data and mechanisms rather than just who owns what and that sort of thing. So the next slide, really, let's see. I think the next slide. Do I move them here? I don't see any buttons. Okay, anyway, so I want to always thank Max Promo, who is a graduate student in the lab. Both showed that CTLA-4 was a negative regulator than a positive one, which everybody thought at the time, but also was in the early ideas of how to do cancer. Alan Corman, who was a colleague and friend and helped us develop the ipilimumab antibody. And the data I'm going to show you today was largely developed by three postdocs: Spencer Way, Stephen Malkin, Sharma, and anyway, there's the funding. So if I get the next slide, I'll just start with the way it works. And this is none of this was known when I started at Smithville and figured all this out step by step. But basically, T cells, have an antigen receptor, but we worked that out in the early 80s, but quickly realized that the work of many, many labs, particularly at the NIH, showing that there was another signal, a co-stimulatory signal was required. T cells had to get them both at the same time. Late 80s, we showed that the receptor for those signals on T cell was a molecule called CD28. Anyway, the cartoon shows what happens after the T cell gets both those signals. You turn on all this stuff, you start dividing because you've got somewhere 10 to the 10th different T cells, so small number of each one. You got to expand that cell, and so when you have those two signals, the T cells start dividing, generating the army that's needed. And we also, along that time, when we cloned CD28, we found that there was another molecule already been cloned called CTLA-4. Anyway, it was shown by others to bind to the same ligands, B7 molecules, which are found on dendritic cells, the same ones. Anyway, it turns out that after the T cell expands, one of the things, early events, is to turn on that gene, the CTLA-4 gene. It makes proteins that accumulates with time and begins to compete, we think, with CD28 for the ligands, it has about 4 logs of magnitude higher avidity for the ligands than CD28 does. And we think it just shuts it off. And its main role is to stop that proliferative phase, because if you knock it out, as Tac Mac did and Arlene Sharp in my lab, Cynthia Chambers in my lab, mice die when they're about 3 weeks old. They fill up with T cells because they can't stop dividing. So that's what its main job is. But as I'll show you, it's a little bit more complex than that, because it's a gradual thing. It gets turned on the instant the T cell gets activated, and so it can serve as a rest at, because the amounts change and it's competing with CD28 after a while. The next slide just shows what happens with what the situation is with cancer, because it was known from the early work at NIH that solid tumor cells were not very good at providing co-stimulatory signals. And so after the ligands were identified, we put B7, the ligand for CD28, into a number of mouse tumor cells. At the time, the debate was, so mouse tumor cells are so much like regular cells, there's no way you could get an immune response that's going to work. It's impossible. They're too close to, which is pretty silly, actually. I mean, the immune system can tell a single amino acid change, obviously. And that's known. So why you have to have a rat cell or something before the immune system sees it is absurd. But in any event, what we found, though, is all we need to do is put B7 in tumors, and they got rejected. So they have antigens. That's not the issue. The issue is they're invisible to the immune system. And so the only way they can start an immune system by a cross-priming event when the tumor cells die, cause some inflammation. These cells, the innate immune system, come in, pick up the tumor bits, and then present them to naive T cells via CD28 ligands in the context of those, and they get everything started. But again, CD28's hardwired, CTLA-4's hardwired is going to stop it. And so the tumors had a head start, we argued, or the thoughts were, and so it gets to grow for a while unhindered, because it's invisible to the immune system until this process occurs. So I had the idea that you just block CTLA-4, you could keep the response going as long as you want. And so next slide shows one of the early animal experiments we did, transplantable tumor growing. If you block CD28, the tumor actually grows faster, as you can see here. I can't see it. Anyway, but if you injected CTLA-4 antibodies, the tumor grows for a while, then goes away, and the mice are permanently immune for the rest of their lives to re-challenge with that same tumor. And so this, of course, was exciting. We did many animal models, different strains, different tumors, and basically tumors came in two forms: those which could be rejected by monotherapy with CTLA-4, and those which we'd have to add chemotherapy or a vaccine or something else to cure them. But we could cure virtually any transplantable tumor line that we looked at. And so anyway, it took a while to convince anybody that this would work. But after about 4 years of trying, finally Alan helped meet somebody, Niels Lundberg at Medarex, who had mice that had the immune antibody genes replaced with humans, so we could make a human antibody. And so we made ipilimumab. The next slide just shows finally it got into. It was done in small trials by Medarex in many kinds of cancers, and there were responses in almost everything that it was tried in, focused on melanoma. And this is the clinical trial started. It was published in 2010. It took about 5 years to do that trial, because what we understood from the biology was progression-free survival. And I showed you in the mouse experiment, the tumors always grow before they go away, partially because it takes the immune system a while to do something. So progression-free survival is not an appropriate endpoint for this sort of therapy. The trial started that way. Anyway, before they finished it, they changed, the endpoint after my nudging them several times to overall survival. So the trial took almost 5 years, but those are the results. The dotted line is the ipilimumab only arm. The bottom line is a placebo. Of course, at that time in 2011, there was no standard of care for melanoma, so it was a placebo control. What you can see is the median survival has moved over about 4 months, so that would have been enough for approval. But the cool thing was that the survival curve flattened out at about 2.5, 3 years and stayed there for the duration of the trial. It was approved by the FDA in 2011. Getting a lot of approvals of this. But by about 2016, so there've been so much, actually, yeah, about then, there had been so many trials earlier. There was 5,000 patients worth of data and cumulative, for which there was 10 years follow-up, and 22% of patients overall that received anti-CTLA-4 were alive 10 years after the end of treatment. So it's a curative treatment um, for some patients, not all. And of course, the question is, why not all? Well, I could give you some mechanistic explanations. One is, maybe there wasn't any priming going on while the antibody was there. Some other things, but of course, those are interesting but kind of boring. The other possibility was maybe there are the checkpoints because CTLA-4 was the first cell-intrinsic molecule that could downregulate immune responses found. Maybe there were others. I think the next slide shows the screen for PD-1 molecule discovered by Tasuku Hanjo in the early 90s, called Program Death 1 because he thought it played a role in negative selection of the thymus, but he teamed up with Arlene Sharp and Gordon Freeman at Dana-Farber, and they show that it's another checkpoint. It's different from CTLA-4. It's loosely related genetically, homologous, but it's different in a couple of regards. One is its ligand is expressed on tumor cells themselves, and the other thing is it's not expressed on naive red cells. It comes up after activation, but more slowly than CTLA-4, for example. And it apparently works mostly on fully differentiated effector cells. And the way it works is that tumors developed a defense mechanism. The T cell with specificity for a tumor comes, sees it, starts making gamma interferon. The tumor responds by the gamma interferon upregulating PD-L1, the ligand, which then turns the T cell off. So it's a defense mechanism that's acquired by the tumor cells. That pathway plays a role in protecting the fetus against maternal destruction by T cells against paternally encoded antigen. So that's probably its original role, but tumors have co-opted that mechanism to protect themselves against tumors. But again, it's an adaptive mechanism. So Suzanne Topalian led a next slide. This shows a summary of the large phase 1 trial. And again, reactivity with our clinical effects against a large number of tumors, notably not castrate-resistant prostate cancer, which did respond to CTLA-4. And I don't have time to talk about it today, but Pam Sharma figured out why that was, and I'll mention that a little bit later on. Anyway, so that was quickly approved by 2014, I think. And then the next slide just shows that when you put them together, again, CTLA-4 works during early priming, PD-1 works on effector T cells, the mechanisms, they're different molecules, so different pathways, so put them together. We did that in my lab. Michael Curran did that as a postdoc in animal models, showed they're at least additive. And this is a trial that was started by Jed Wolchok and colleagues. This shows the 5 years now. This trial is out 8.5 years now, I think, with essentially the same result. But about 55% or so of those patients are still alive at 8 years or so after treatment. So again, they can be considered cured. So here with this combination therapy, we've gone from melanoma, which there no drug had ever before prolonged survival at all, to having better than half of the patients that we can cure now. And so a pretty exciting thing, but of course the question is, why not everybody? Why isn't it 100%? And also, this is a late stage melanoma, lethal disease, but it's only about 15% or so of total melanoma. And so, it's in terms of number of the patients, it's not that huge a thing. So, this looks great, and it is, but we got a lot of work to do. Next slide just shows, next slide, please. A slide that I got from a publication. This just shows time versus the approvals. And this looks pretty impressive with all these different approvals, but it's worth pointing out that the majority of these are with various PD-1 antibodies, which I think are probably all functionally equivalent, or CTLA-4, or combinations. And all of these here are, well, almost all of them are in late stage cancer. So this is, based on, it looks impressive, but I point out, I could name to you about 8 molecules for which there's sufficient preclinical data to suggest that they could have data like this. And yet not a single one of them has been approved yet, except LAG3, which was approved last year in combination with PD-1. Uh, but so now everything else is CTLA-4 or PD-1, vast majority PD-1. Why aren't those other ones being moved in? And I can talk about that later. I'm not going to spend time now, but it's a shame. And also, most of these are in late stage disease. So the next slide just shows that one of the things that became evident is that there's a core different kinds of cancers, everybody knows, especially unapologetic geneticists, that there's a relationship here between tumor, overall tumor mutational load in the tumors and responsive. The ones that have the most mutations respond to monotherapy, even with CTLA-4 or PD-1. Those with fewer mutations respond less well, and that's because there are more shots on goal, obviously. Any mutation that creates a mutant peptide that can bind to HLA will be a target. And so one of the things that sometimes I start the talks with is the classically, the only the only mutations that mattered were the drivers. I remember having discussions with Harold Varmus, who was a Sloan Kettering, and he was really disappointed when Bert Vogelstein's first paper came out on colorectal carcinoma, when there were so few drivers and so much junk. And he showed me that paper before it was published. Bert had sent it to him, so I called Bert about that junk and said, "Could you send me the sequences?" And so a fellow in my lab ran them through MHC binding programs. We found out about 40 possible targets per cell are generated by that junk. So the passenger mutations are not just passengers; they're actually serving as potential targets, and explains why these tumors that are like melanoma that become genomically unstable have so much change in multiple drivers in the population that are so vexing to approaches to do so-called precision medicine or sitting ducks for the immune system, because that also generates more targets for that. Anyway, but on this slide, you can see that other tumors do less well, except when you get down here, you can see the red boxes here. Kidney also responds quite well, even though it really is down in that range where it ought not to really, but it does. And this is a curiosity that there's a lot to. Prostate actually is even colder, both with respect to mutations, and if you look at it for infiltration, it's colder than pancreatic cancer, and yet it responds to anti-CTLA-4 and not to PD-1 monotherapies. I don't have time to talk about that a little bit. I'll mention it in a minute. But then, of course, glioblastoma is on there, pancreatic cancer, and they don't respond yet. So the next slide just shows, I believe this is, again, showing the relationship between responses and mutational load on the right, but also on the left shows the frequency of tumors in the population. So if you do the math, it works out that we're only getting about 20% of overall cancers in people now. And again, this is mostly late stage and stuff. So we need to do a better job. And part of it was happening naturally. It's moving away from metastatic disease to earlier and earlier stuff. But also there's a lot of targets that we haven't exploited yet. And I think that's our big challenge now, is to do something about that other 80% of people. Next slide just shows the one way to do this is by neoadjuvant approaches, where you combine the CTLA-4. So Pam Schwarmer again did the first neoadjuvant trial with checkpoints in 2006, 5 years before it was even approved by the FDA in bladder cancer. And I'll later talk about one of the things that we learned from analyzing the tissue that she got out of these patients at time of surgery after being treated. But also she had 3 out of 9, I think, patients in that trial when they went to surgery. They got CTLA-4 before they went to surgery. At the time of surgery, there was no tumor detectable. So they were pathologic complete responders in bladder. And later on, its efficacy in bladder cancer was confirmed with larger trials. So very useful. I just put this up as an example. There are other stuff and long sandwich from the Hopkins group. But this is just to stick with melanoma for a minute. This is one by Sapna Patel at Anderson. It was published in ESMO, as we're just showing melanoma neoadjuvant, where people are on pembrolizumab either as an adjuvant or a neoadjuvant thing, with surgery. In the middle of the next slide, skip everything, just cut to the chase. In the neoadjuvant setting, there's 77% 3-year survival. So that's flat curve, and the chances are that's going to be continue to be flat. I mean, we don't know for sure. We'll see. But if that's if you would prefer doing it after surgery, if you just do it after, it's not nearly that effective. So it's very important to give this. But anyway, the use of these neoadjuvant trials is allowing us to go earlier cancers and also give us tissue to analyze. One of the things that we've learned that I've talked to some people about is some of the targets that people have looked at and tried to get activity out of single agents are not even expressed at baseline in tumors. They're not expressed until you give the patients anti-CTLA-4 or you give them PD-1, then those pop up. So doing a single agent trial is a complete waste of time and leads to drugs being rejected that ought not to be. And you can find out that sort of stuff by this sort of trial and analyzing the data. Anyway, there has been an approval in lung cancer of this sort of trial, but this will probably be approved pretty soon. I saw an update the other day on 300 patients, and it still looks like this. So next slide, just to get to the meat of the talk now. There's a comparison. We got these two checkpoints, but they're very different. I mean, one of the things I showed you is that CTLA-4 is hardwired, targets the CD28 pathway. PD-1 is induced, at least in cancer, the ligand is induced on tumors to defend themselves. So it's not hardwired. If you don't have CTLA-4, you're dead. Basically, there is no null mutation of CTLA-4 because T cells can't stop. Anyway, it's a little bit of controversy, but it seems that PD-1 also targets the TCR pathway. Because of the fact that it works during priming and that rheostatic effect, CTLA-4 blockade actually lowers the threshold signal strength that T cells will be activated. We showed that back in the 90s with model systems and mice. So in cancer, it's been shown now that it actually increases clonal diversity by recruiting new cells, lower morbidity cells into an immune response, both in animal models and in patients now, whereas PD-1 doesn't seem to do that. It awakened clones that have responded before, but have gotten turned off by that pathway that I showed you. You can immediately reawaken those, but there's really no evidence that it recruits wholesale neoantigen response. Skip down. CTLA-4, as I'll show you, primarily affects CD4 cells. CD8, at least from our data, PD-1 as a monotherapy affects only CD8 cells, although it's very different when you put them together, as I'll show you. Pam Shorman showed that at least in bladder at least in kidney, prostate and bladder cancer, PD-1 does not drive T cells in. Both of them, at least in the people where it's really cold, PD-1 does not drive T cells in, but anti-CTLA-4 does. And actually, we can get responses in prostate cancer, driving the T cells in with anti-CTLA-4, and they express PD-1 and PD-L1 all over the place. Then you add that antibody, and we've had some CRs there, but the toxicity is a problem with the combination of working on that. Anyway, the main thing is that adverse events, probably because of the mechanism of action of CTLA-4, are more frequent. They're less frequent. They're not that different, perhaps, overall. And the type, they're much less frequent with PD-1, which is one of the reasons it's used so often. But one of the differences is that disease recurrence after response is pretty rare with CTLA-4. But with PD-1, it's pretty common, 25 to 35% from old data, after three years or so in melanoma and in lung cancer. And of course, as a consequence of that last thing, because the toxicity, like CTLA-4 can be given, CTLA-4 is usually given once or twice or a few times, stopped, whereas PD-1 is given all the time until the patient progresses or 2 years or so. Anyway, the next slide just shows something that we did, just quickly, I used to have to explain how cytophagy is, but I don't anymore. But anyway, we looked at mouse models and in a few patients to identify the cells, using these metal tags, where we could look at 43 parameters at a time. And the next slide just shows the schema. We did this. This is a MC38 is a chemically induced colon carcinoma. It's got a lot of mutations, and so very immunogenic. We did the same thing with cell line that's from the melanoma. It's very we can't treat with monotherapy. We have to use a vaccine or something with it. We've got the same results in both cases. The annotated data is shown here. The next slide, rather. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go through this. The up-down arrows, we took account the weight of the tumor from individual mice, so we would associate changes with whether the tumor shrank or not. I'm going to disregard Tregs because this antibody we used in this experiment depletes them. Others don't. In humans, ipilimumab does not deplete Tregs. The rest of it's the same. So the next slide just shows you what we found. CTLA-4, the cells that it hits are a type of CD4. It's a Th1 cell that makes gamma interferon and TNF alpha, so it looks like a Th1, but it has ICOS on it, which is kind of unusual. I'll come back to it in a minute, but Pam Sharma found those in her neoadjuvant trial in 2006. It was quite controversial at the time because of reasons I'll show you later. But it was a new kind of T cell. And also these effector cells, sorry, CTLA-4, effector cells that have T-beta. So they're recently terminally differentiated. They have a PD-1 on them, but they are just what you call the effector CD8. And that's it. That's what CTLA-4 hits. But PD-1, if you look very carefully, what it does is hits those same effector cells, but also another population of cells that have LAG3, PD-1, and TIM3. You have three different inhibitory molecules on the surface. Also, a lot of other changes that result in what John Wherry and others call exhausted. So these are cells that have been reacting for a while. They can still do things, but they can't really divide very well. And then all that function because they have those three inhibitory molecules on them. But they expand when you give PD-1 antibodies. But our work showed that they still have that phenotype. So after the antibody goes away, they're going to stop again, which is probably why you have to keep giving PD-1 because it only works until the antibody goes away. And then because it doesn't change the cells, they've got an epigenetic change that lacks them in that population, or so it's thought, and you can't change it. So that's the situation there. So you say, well, what happens when you put them together? We know that it works much better. The next slide just shows the data. The next slide just shows the question, what happens when you put them together? Next slide shows the schema again. It's just the fourth group. Next slide shows you the results. Now this again, these are the control antibody, anti-CTLA-4, anti-PD-1. These are those exhausted cells, the PD-1, LAG3, TIM3 high that PD-1 primarily works on, anti-PD-1 primarily works on. If you add CTLA-4, the green one shows that amplification. If you add CTLA-4, next slide, you see the number of those actually goes down. It doesn't go up anymore. It actually goes down, which is kind of, because we know that that's good for the tumor. The number of those cells positively or negatively correlates with tumor size. So the number of those cells is associated with effectiveness when you treat or when you don't treat. Anyway, this just shows the correlation coefficient here, either in controls or PD-1 treated mice. But when you add CTLA-4, not only does the number go down, but so the next slide, they become irrelevant. So the numbers don't correlate anymore. So the picture completely changes when you add CTLA-4. So the next slide just shows those effector cells. The effector cells go up even more when you add CTLA-4. Oh, sorry, these are the CD4 cells. I didn't point out the but the effector cells also go up in the combination. But also the CD4 cells, which aren't affected by PD-1, now they go up. which makes sense because these cells also turn on PD-1 after they're um, 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 made, when they get activated. Anyway, the next slide just summarizes this. It says that we went from this situation uh, of just two cells mattering. Those exhausted cells don't matter anymore. Everything is an increase in CD4s, which is critical. You don't get the response without them. And the CD8 effectors are down. And so the question on the next slide is, what happened? What happened to those exhausted cells? There's two possibilities. One, the next slide is that we reversed them and reverted them to the original phenotype, which depending on who you talk about, John Wherry feels that epigenetic change is irreversible. Others that have studied that path, Andreas Schrödinger, for example, feel that it's not so reversible. The next possibility is that maybe we did reverse it, or what I think is more interesting is preventing it, because when you've got CTLA-4 around, all the T cells have ready access to PD-1. I'm sorry, to B7, CD28 interactions, and can get co-stimulated. If the molecules are available, so that continued availability of co-stimulation may prevent the exhaustion, which is an interesting thing clinically, because maybe you don't need to keep giving, the combination, forever. Anyway, let's just move on then. Next slide. So those CD4s, very quickly, these CD4s with ICOS, when Pam found them, it was very controversial because people before had only seen ICOS either on follicular T helper cells in the germinal cells or on suppressor cells, and yet you found them with CTLA-4. The next slide shows that with anti-CTLA-4 treated animals. The next slide just summarizes some of the data. The clinical data, these went way up. The number of them, if you don't get those, you don't get a clinical response. And Pam went on, there's other things about it, but Pam went on to show that if you, they play a role in the response. If you try to do CTLA-4 treatment in mice that lack ICOS arch ligand, it doesn't work very well. So these cells are an inherent component of it. So it's not just the epiphenomena, they are involved in the mechanism. So the next slide just shows that you need them. That shows the last step of efficacy and the absence of those interactions. The next slide, basically, wrap up here in a minute. We can target ICOS. We made a vaccine with ICOS ligand. Gave it. The next slide shows the experimental setup. If we use the antibody CTLA-4 with a vaccine that's just vanilla irradiated tumor cells, the red dashed line is what you get. But if you put ICOS ligand in those cells, it goes up to the blue line. So you go from about 20% efficacy to over 90. We just give you a signal. So there's a lot of interest now in, again, taking this finding and trying to find clinically ways of engaging ICOS. If you try it in ICOS knockout mice, it doesn't work. So you need the signaling, these pathways that are provided by that molecule. The next slide shows, if you look at it, just just the last data slide, I guess, just looking at the tumor microenvironment, which we'll hear about in less talk from our awardee this year. But this shows what happens to the T cell population. If you look, let me see if I can get this. Anyway, if you look at this green thing down the lower right, sort of in the middle, those are where the effector-like T cells are there. That population is greatly increased when you move to the right. The exhausted cells, which are the yellow ones, just a little bit under that, they basically completely go away. So you end up with these CD8s now, the ones that you really want to kill tumor cells. And if you look at the myeloid cells, it's even more interesting. Next slide just shows the myeloid cells. This is single cell RNA sequencing, by the way. These are the different myeloid clusters that you've got. And what you can see is this blue population, the red population first, those are largely, the top part of it anyway, are largely suppressive cells have a molecule called LILRB4, which makes them very suppressive. Those are gone when you give this CTLA-4 plus the ICOS agonist. And we shift to the blue population to the lower right, which are myeloid cells with INOS, and so are inflammatory cells that can really help with the response. So this effect, we're only treating things on T cells, but the whole microenvironment shifts to accommodate those changes. And so I think that's of note. It's probably because of the gamma interferon that it's induced by those. So now let's just, if I could run through, just I don't talk too much, but anyway, let's just skip to the next slide. It's just a slide showing where this just shows looking at knockouts very quickly, analyzing knockouts and looking where CD4 cells with ICOS are, and they're in that population way down at the bottom. So we haven't been just said that we can't find those cells in PBMC. We cannot find those cells in PBMC in humans or in mice, in lymph nodes, or anywhere in a mouse blood of mice that are wild type. We can only find them if it's deleted or if you treat with anti-CTLA-4. So it looks like the CTLA-4 is creating that population of cells that's going out, and we think it's doing it again by shifting the population of CD4 during the priming where they get functionally committed and giving us this super Th1 that really doesn't exist normally to go out. So in this kind of treatment, you get those. You get PD1. There's nothing in a PD1 treated PD1 knockout mice that's not there in the wild type. So again, that's a downstream thing that doesn't happen very early during development. This is the consequence of the fact that CTLA-4 very early. So if you mess with it, you could get new populations. Okay, let's just skip. Skip the next one. The next one. This just shows that point. Next one. Skip that. Skip that. I was ambitious here. Let's just keep going. At this point, I can make very quickly. This just shows memory. You give a radiated tumor cell down here with CTLA-4 PD1, and you look at the response. The purple line is if you gave PD1 back here, no treatment when you re-challenge 3 months later, so 2.5 months. The orange line shows what happens when you challenge the mice that were CTLA-4 back here. No treatment at all in this re-challenge. Sorry, yes, the iron line, but if that's the combination actually. If you just do CTLA-4, it's the green line. So PD1 does not contribute to memory. Cells except for a very little bit by itself, you get no memory. To test this better, next slide, we did peptides, small peptides. So tumors have nothing to do with this. We vaccinated early with the antibodies, then re-challenged later on. You can see the priming goes down. There's a strong memory response, stronger with CTLA-4. But one of the things we noticed, next slide, is that it's known now through John Huary and other people that balance of memory, everything's demonstrated by the ratio of 2 transcription factors. One's called TOX. It's primarily found in effector cells. The other one's called TCF7. It's in memory-like cells. And you can see here that the cells that were induced with the presence of CTLA-4 have a lot more of the TCF1 or TCF7 than the PD1. And the PD1s have more TOX. So this gave us a clue as to what might be going on. In the next slide, again, last data slide. Data slides are, we got knockout mice, got pre-mice from and got knockout mice that had clocked TC7 or TOX, and then repeated these experiments. And so if we knock out TOX, it doesn't make any difference to the memory response generated by CTLA-4. Of course, there wasn't any memory with PD1, so there's no difference there. But TOX doesn't matter to memory. The next slide just shows that in the CTLA-4 treated mice, if you lose TOX, you lose the memory. And so that's the molecular mechanism. CTLA-4 works very early and shifts the whole pattern of these transcription factors to favor the generation of memory cells that can regenerate. And slowly PD1 doesn't. And so that's why there's no memory when you treat PD1, which has implications, of course, as to the durability down the road. Although this has nothing to do with cancer, this is just a biological effect. Now I'll just finish off by I think that's it. Next slide. Let's just skip that. There are other targets. And then let's go to the last ones. Next slide. So this, I like to close with this. This is what we've been doing for a long time in cancer research, treating a bunch of patients and see if we move the median survival. Looks like that. With IPI, we know, since IPI, the next slide, uh, we can move it over 4 months, case we don't know, but also a fraction of patients are cured. It goes on for decades, perhaps. And so I think that what we got to concentrate now is not so much on the median, but on that tail. And then you concentrate on raising the survival tail. Next slide, just as high as we can get it, as many kinds of cancer cells as we can get it. The good news is we know it can be done. That, we just need to work harder, and through organizations like this one, funding research and getting people together to talk about it, we've got a chance, because it's just a matter now. The ice is broken. We know we can do this. Sometimes we need to figure out what the barriers are and get it from that 20% total cancer patients where we're curing a lot more. And again, I'm very optimistic we can do that. And the last slide, I think, is advertisement for this institute. We're talking of which that's the goal. So I'll stop. Sorry when I went so. I don't know if there's time for questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Jim. You can tell it's pretty complicated, but what he was talking about, moving that red line up, every little bit that it moves up is thousands of patients. So Jim, thanks very much on behalf of all the patients. We're going to shift now to panel discussions, and the first one is on new therapeutic approaches. And the chair of that is going to be Suzanne Topolian, who you heard Jim mention for doing the pivotal trials here. So Suzanne, I'll let you introduce the other people.
Why don't we have all the panelists come up, and I can take my first slide while they're coming up, please. All right. So while people are coming up, this is the session on new approaches to cancer treatment. But after discussion amongst us, we decided to also expand this to cancer prevention. So that's what you'll be hearing about this morning. We'll have 5 talks. Each one of us will present our viewpoint on what we think is the best approach, the newest approaches to cancer treatment and prevention. We will hold questions until the end, where we'll have a panel discussion and audience Q&A. So I will start first. My disclosures are here. The clicker doesn't seem to be working very well. Could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So, thank you. I'm a cancer immunologist. Similar to Jim Allison, we both study the evolution of immune responses, what's involved in generating an immune response against cancer, and we know that evolution can sometimes become stalled. So this slide shows you the type of pictures that we were puzzling about when I was a trainee in Steve Rosenberg's lab in the 1980s. We would look at microimages of tumors that were growing in patients, but that were heavily infiltrated with CD8 positive killer T cells. And if we took those cells out in the laboratory and under the right conditions with cytokine incubation, et cetera, we could see that those T cells actually could recognize that patient's cancer and could even destroy it on plastic. But somehow in the patient, the T cells just weren't working. They were stalled. And then, of course, in the 1990s and 2000s, you just heard from Jim about all the advances that were made in understanding why endogenous anti-tumor immunity can be stalled, but also how to reactivate it in a way that cancer cells can be killed. Next slide, please. And so, with the development of immune checkpoint blockade, we have found, as you just heard from the previous speaker, that antibodies blocking anti-CTLA-4 and/or anti-PD-1 can cause the regression of very advanced cancers that haven't responded to other forms of treatment. Um, and this can happen across a wide range of tumor types. At my count, we're now up to 22 different kinds of cancers that have FDA-approved immune checkpoint inhibitors that can prolong life and even appear to cure some patients. So today, I would like to tell you about work that we're doing that's sponsored by NFCR with a rare skin cancer called Merkel cell carcinoma, where anti-PD-1 therapy has really been transformative in the outlook for these patients who previously had no effective therapies once their disease had metastasized. So Merkel cell, sorry, please go back. Advance one more. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, this really doesn't seem to be working. So if you could please go back to the previous slide, thanks. So Merkel cell carcinoma affects about 3,000 new patients a year in the United States, and it's long been thought that there was an immune component to this cancer because the incidence is much higher in elderly patients and also in patients who are immune suppressed, such as patients who have had a solid organ transplant and are been on immune suppressive drugs. Interestingly, most Merkel cell carcinomas are caused by a polyomavirus. And as I mentioned, before the advent of anti-PD-1, the outlook was very dismal for patients with advanced disease with average survival of less than 1 year. Next slide, please. So, I mentioned there are these 2 different subtypes of Merkel cell carcinoma, and genetically, they are at the extremes of tumor mutational burden for what we know about human cancers. So the virus-positive Merkel cells have an extremely low tumor mutational burden on the order of just a dozen mutations in the entire tumor genome. So really the virus is driving those cancers and not probably the very few mutations that are present. On the other hand, the virus negative Merkel cell carcinomas are caused by a carcinogen, ultraviolet light, and they have an exceedingly high tumor mutational burden. So we also knew from research at Hopkins that many Merkel cell carcinomas express PD-L1, the ligand for PD-1. And Paul Niem's group in Seattle had also shown that T cells that recognize Merkel cell carcinomas in patients express PD-1 and TIM3 and the other checkpoints that you just heard about. And so we formed a collaboration and drew in other medical centers to test the idea that PD-1 blockade can be effective in Merkel cell carcinoma. Next slide, please. Next, please. This slide shows you the results of a clinical trial that actually led to FDA approval for anti-PD-1 in 2018 for this disease. So the response rate was very high, over 50% of patients in the trial responded. And on the left there, what you see is a waterfall plot. And so each bar is an individual patient, and the bars dropping below the -30% line are what we call a response in oncology. So they're color coded in red or blue for the virus positive or virus negative tumors. So you get the idea that we saw about the same rate of response, whether the cancer was virus positive or virus negative. And on the right is a spider plot showing how quickly those responses occurred. Of all the human cancers that have been treated with checkpoint blockade, Merkel cell is among the quickest in terms of the kinetics of response. And it also shows you that the responses are very durable. They go on for many months, and now with extended follow-up, we know for years. This information shows us that these Merkel cell polyomavirus antigens can actually serve as tumor rejection antigens. Next slide, please. And what that means, thank you. What that means on the right is that we now have an easy way to monitor anti-tumor immunity in these patients by monitoring responses against the Merkel cell polyomavirus, which produces T antigens, a relatively small number of amino acids. You can make all the peptides, you can make tetramers to find these T cells in the blood or in the tumor. And this is much easier than doing what I'm showing on the left there, which is figuring out for each patient what the cancer-associated mutations are, and then trying to track each of those mutations in individual patients is very time-consuming and labor-intensive. Next slide, please. So our NFCR project is a collaboration between Johns Hopkins and Paul Niam's group at University of Washington in Seattle. Our goals are to increase our understanding anti-tumor immunity and anti-PD-1 response in Merkel cell carcinoma by looking at the transcriptional programs on a single cell level of tumor-specific T cells. And we want to compare the virus-specific T cells to tumor mutation-specific T cells. We also want to compare the virus-specific T cells to T cells that are specific for other kinds of viruses like influenza, EBV, or CMV. Okay, so to fast forward this, we took information that had been generated in the Smith and Pardall labs at Hopkins from lung cancers that had been resected after neoadjuvant anti-PD-1 therapy. And they had published a group of genes that was associated with mutation specific T cells in lung cancer. So the first question we asked was, could we use that same gene signature to find a Merkel cell polyomavirus specific T cells? And so what you're seeing, there's only one group of green dots that's rising above the rest, and those are the T cells found in the tumor that are specific for Merkel cell polyomavirus. So the T cells in the blood specific for the same virus did not have that transcriptional profile. And now in our project, we have already studied 3 patients with Merkel cell carcinoma, looking at T cells infiltrating their cancers, and compared them to the transcriptional profiles that were found by Smith and Pardall and published in 2021 in Nature. And very interestingly, the Merkel cell virus-specific T cells resemble the mutation-specific T cells from lung cancer. And so they are characterized by a larger group of genes, but I'm showing the top 3 that we think are driving this transcriptional profile, which is low IL-7 receptor, a high CXCL13, and high CD39. This is very preliminary information, but it suggests that by identifying these genes, we may be able to hone in on targets that are going to be useful when combined with immune checkpoint blockade, and potentially avoid some of the relapses that do occur in about 25% of these Merkel cell patients over time. Um, and so here I have acknowledgements of the research group. And next, I would like to introduce the panel. Could I please have the next slide? So today we're going to hear from four panelists: Nellie Polyak from the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, Avery Posey from University of Pennsylvania, Azra Raza from Columbia, and Thea Tilsty from UCSF. And without further ado, I'll ask Nellie to come up.
Okay, morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our work funded by NFCR, and I can get the first slide. Don't know if this is working. Oh, we have to open. Yes. So the story I tell you about the brain metastasis and how the special environment in the brain particularly makes breast cancers resistant to treatment. These are my disclosures. Okay. So my lab studies breast cancer, looking at breast tumor evolution. And as you know, breast cancer is not a single disease. There are three major clinical subtypes of breast cancer that characterized by the expression of the hormone receptors, ER/PR, estrogen receptor. This is so hormone receptors, that's characterized the hormone receptor positive disease. HER2 positive, HER2 is oncogene expressed on the surface of the cells. It's about 15-20% of the tumors, breast tumors have this. And there is a triple negative disease that is characterized by basically triple negative because it's lacked the estrogen, progesterone receptors and HER2. And these subtypes are very relevant in terms of they have different risk factors for development. They also have different approaches for treatment, and then the outcome and the metastatic progression also different according to the subtype. So today I will tell you about a story on HER2 positive breast cancer. So this is one of the breast cancer types that has expression of this oncogene called HER2 on the surface of the protein on the cells, cancer cells. And there are various ways to treat these tumors. One of them is that there are antibodies against the HER2 protein itself, such as trastuzumab and pertuzumab. There are more recently antibody drug conjugates developed like TDXD and TDM1. That's very exciting and have significant improvement in treatment. These are basically antibody against HER2 coupled to a drug. And then there are also small molecule inhibitors that either inhibit the kinase, tucatinib, neratinib are examples for that. And then chemotherapy is used as well in combination with the other agents. My lab has been studying the resistance to HER2 targeted therapies quite extensively, looking at the heterogeneity. That's one of the mechanisms of resistance. But today, what I will tell you about brain metastasis. And brain metastasis is one of the most devastating progression of the disease. In breast cancer, brain metastasis is the second most common brain metastasis of all cancer patients. Lung cancer is another one that's very commonly develops metastatic disease. And unfortunately, as you see on this survival plot, patients who develop brain metastasis has a shorter survival, even among all the metastatic patients. And because we are improving the treatment of HER2 positive disease in the periphery, patients actually living longer, but then most of them develop brain metastases. So in HER2 positive and triple negative disease, almost 30% of the patients, or even 50% more recent years, will eventually relapse with brain metastasis. And even ER-positive disease, it's 15%. And we're talking about total breast cancer is 240,000 women a year. So 30% of that, that's quite large number. And this is only about brain metastatic disease. So when we started this project, what we thought about is what's special about the brain. And as you know, the brain is a very unique organ, has many different metabolic state and cellular composition. And we have multiple projects in the lab investigating this. In this particular project, we wanted to see how the microenvironment in a brain, particularly the stromal cells, could potentially influence resistance to treatment. And then what we are hoping that with better understanding these interactions, we can actually improve treatment of the patient. Next slide. This shows a model that we developed. One more click. Yeah. I just show you the schematics. So basically developed a system where we can detect the cancer cells that are interacting with a stroma or not. Basically, the red color indicates the cancer cells. The green one is the brain metastatic stroma. And then when the cancer cells interact with the green metastatic stroma cells, they turn on a gene that's blue, and then they basically turn purple because red and blue together is purple. So that's the system we used. And don't know if it's okay. So first I show you that when we co-culture the brain metastatic stromal cells with the cancer cells, so this kind of shows the schematic. The red is the monoculture. When you have the green co-culture, that's the co-culture. On the plot, what it shows that we tested multiple different HER2 positive breast cancer cells. And then on the top is also many different brain metastatic stroma cells. And then we also tested different types of HER2 targeted therapy, like neratinib, lapatinib are small molecule inhibitors, but also TBXD, which is one of the antibody drug conjugates. And then we used 5-FU as one of the chemotherapeutic agents. And the blue color shows that basically those cells are surviving and they're not responding to treatment. So as you saw, like many of the stromal interactions basically makes cancer cells resistant to these HER2 targeted therapy, regardless of what it is, whether it's an antibody or small molecule inhibitor. Then we wanted to investigate what is happening in the cancer cells when they interact with the stroma. And we did multiple different profiling. This one is looking at gene expression profiles. So we basically sorted the cancer cells that interacted or did not interact with the stroma. And we did expression profiling. On the panel, this is a volcano plot. Depicts the genes that are upregulated or downregulated in the cancer cells when they interact with the stroma. And one of the top ones there that I like to highlight is MUC2, very highly upregulated. MUC2 is a glycoprotein expressed on the surface of the cancer cells. And then on the left panel here, you see again that if we're looking at these glycoprotein signatures, because it's not only MUC2, a single gene, but also the glycoprotein signatures seems to be upregulated when the cancer cells interact with the stroma and they respond to treatment. And this is, of course, in our experimental model, but in patients also, the metastatic lesions have higher expression of these glycoprotein signatures. What are these glycoproteins? This is basically sugar coating on the cells. So our cells, most cells in the body, and particularly cancer cells, have this glycocalyx, which are basically proteins that have some sugar on top of them. And this is very important for for many processes in the body. It's also important for protecting the cells from pathogens like viruses or bacteria, and also regulating the recognition of the cells by the immune system. But at the same time, unfortunately, it's also contributing to resistance to treatment because the sugar coating can prevent the entry of the drugs, and particularly in the HER2 targeted therapy, is blocking the binding of the antibody to the surface. And then we wanted to actually show on this plot that when we co-culturing the stroma with the brain metastatic stroma with the cancer cells, we see upregulation of MUC2 and other glycoproteins. And I don't know how well this projects, but again, the red is the cancer cell, green is the stroma. And if you see those halo kind of around the cancer cells forming when they interact, that is the sugar coating. So the sugar coating seems to be upregulated by the interaction with the stroma. And then in collaboration with the Bartozzi lab, we actually did global glycoprofiling on the cells and on the resistant cells, because we're particularly interested in the ones that are not responding to treatment. And as you see, the yellow color shows like upregulation of particular glycoproteins in the resistant cells. And what looks interesting on this plot, that the cells resistant to the small molecule inhibitors have a very different profile from the ones that are resistant to antibody drug conjugates like TDXD or TDM1. We just got this data fairly recently. We're very excited about following this up. A lot of interesting findings. And we actually investigated what is the whether we can overcome the resistance by treating the cells with an enzyme called mucinase, which can remove the sugar coating. And this plot here shows that when we interact with the stroma and they don't respond, but when we treating them with this mucinase enzyme, then we can decrease the survival and basically respond, and the cancer cells respond better to treatment. On the right-hand side, this is a Western blot looking at the signaling downstream of HER2. And I just like to highlight a point here, like when we have a co-culture with the stroma, this phospho-EGFR and phospho-HER2 is not decreased as effectively by the drug. But when we're treating with a mucinase, then we are able to block signaling in the tumors. On this one, next. Yeah, next slide. We actually also showed that if we overexpress this MUC1 protein, then the cancers become resistant to treatment. So as you see here, these are the parental cells, overexpression, they really change morphology. They are not responding to treatment. The green one is the overexpression. They have a constitutive upregulation of the signaling pathway. And on the next slide, I could, yeah. So we also injected them into mice, and then they formed brain metastases, these MUC1 overexpressing cells much more efficiently, and they are not responding to treatment. So these are the control cells. They have brain metastases, and then they respond to neratinib treatment, as you see here. This blue color is the metastatic lesion. It goes down. But when we overexpressing, basically they have a sugar coating, then they're not responding to treatment as well. That just shows the quantification. So just to summarize what I show you very quickly, what we see that the stromal interaction in the brain makes the cancer cells resistant to treatment. Some of its resistance is coming from the upregulation of the glycoproteins and glycocalyx. The why this is important, we want to investigate how we could block this interaction, and these upregulated glycoproteins at the same time, they could actually represent new targets, like new antibodies, and CAR T cells also could develop against these and improving treatment of the patients. And the last slide is just the acknowledgement. Oops. Acknowledgement of the people who did all the work. Marianne, Laura are two postdocs in the lab. Caroline DePignon was an undergrad in the lab. And then Val Weaver is our collaborator, and Caroline Bertozzi at Stanford, who have been collaborating on the glycoprotein profiling as well. So thank you for your attention, and we greatly appreciate the support that I have here.
Try both. Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me here. My name is Avery Posey. I'm a PhD geneticist that was converted to cancer immunologist, and I focus on the incorporation of what we think or know to be required of the immune system to treat cancer into a gene therapy for T cells to generate synthetic immunity. And this is a therapeutic called CAR T cells. And in this project, I have a clinical collaborator who's an MD, Dr. Courtney Hutchin, who's in the back of the room at the Oklahoma University. And so it gives me access as a PhD to an investigator who has access to clinical samples. for similar disease interests. Um, Next slide. These are my disclosures. Next slide. Next slide. So in the development of CAR T cell treatment, if you follow me in this diagram at the top of the figure and work clockwise, T cells, a white type of white blood cell, are removed from the peripheral blood of patients, and then they're genetically engineered in the lab to incorporate the genetic material that encodes for these new molecules. They're grown in a laboratory and then reinfused to a patient for treatment. Next slide, or next. And this is data from the first patient treated at the University of Pennsylvania, now more than 12 years ago. Um, what you'll see in the figure to the right is a large population of CD19 positive B cells in this patient. This patient had chronic lymphocytic leukemia. Next. And 1 month after treatment, in the bottom figure, you'll see that there's no more of those cells remaining. So that shows the potency of this type of therapeutic. That patient actually remained in remission for 10 years with a population of circulating CAR T cells in the peripheral blood. And we think that is a clinical correlate that's going to be really important for treatment of many cancers, especially solid tumors. Next slide. And the way in which we build these molecules is by incorporating pieces of immunological receptors, immune receptors, together to form a new receptor that retargets the T cell towards a particular target antigen. Next. And in this figure, you'll see that we incorporate that into a lentiviral vector, transduce T cells, that now brings on a new receptor. Next. That then allows the T cell to target, to treat or to kill target expressing cells. Next. One of the limitations of this type of therapeutic are the molecules that we're targeting. Most of the antibodies that we have in clinical use to target cancer target tumor-associated proteins. These are proteins that may be overexpressed on cancer, but they're found at low levels on normal tissue. Next. And this has led to toxicities that we've observed. Next. Next. Including against multiple antigens, HER2, using the antibody we just heard about, trastuzumab as the binding domains for the CAR T cell, carbonic anhydrase 9, mesothelin, which has been used in the treatment of pancreatic cancer in the past, and PSMA more recently for prostate cancer. Next. So the molecule that we're interested in is CEACAM6 for this project. CEACAM6 is known to have biological functions that contribute to enhanced tumor growth, including inhibiting the immune system through interactions with CEACAM1 on T cells, but also contributing to enhanced survival of tumor cells. Next. And is known to be overexpressed in many cancers, many solid tumors, including lung, pancreas, stomach, colon. And you can see immunohistochemistry below of tumors from multiple patients with multiple pancreatic cancers, stained with an antibody called MAB109 that binds to CEACAM6, and low level of expression in normal pancreas, but also low level expression in other healthy tissues. And next. And we know that this antibody actually has a requirement for the glycosylation of CEACAM6. So if you remove the N glycans on total protein lysate with an enzyme called PNG-ACE-F, MAB109 can no longer bind to CEACAM6, whereas other CEACAM6 specific antibodies that don't require glycosylation can. Next slide. And this type of targeting of glycoproteins is something my lab is really adept at. So we were interested in targeting changes in post-translational modifications on tumor-associated proteins. And our first candidate was actually MUC1. And we used an antibody that, next, that is distinct from glycan-specific antibodies or peptide-specific antibodies. These antibodies, like the one in the middle here called 5E5, targets glycopeptides and are a complex antigen. So the antibody has a requirement both for the glycan and the protein. And if you look at the videos to the right, you'll see immunofluorescence, co-immunofluorescence showing in green staining of this type of complex antigen on healthy tissue as well as tumors. And in tumors, you find this brightly expressed on the surface of the cell, and whereas in healthy tissue, you find it in the Golgi where oglycosylation is processed, but never at the surface of the cell. Next. And so for targeting of CEACAM6, or this N-glycan of CEACAM6 on pancreatic cancer cells, we evaluated a panel of CARs that all differ based on their costimulatory domain, because that contributes to the effector functions as well as persistence of these CAR T cells. And initially we show just evaluation of these cells, these CARs all expressed on the surface. That's important. That's not given for every CAR molecule that we generate. And we compare this to anti-mesothelin CAR T cells, which, as I mentioned, have been tested previously in patients with mesothelioma and pancreatic cancer and ovarian cancer. Next. And initially, when we take fresh CAR T cells and acutely stimulate them with tumor cells, they all work. They all kill. All of our MAB 109, CCAM6 specific CARs kill, and perhaps better against some tumor cell lines than the anti-mesothelin CAR, which you'll see to the right. Next. But where we start to find differences in these CAR molecules is in the cocktail of cytokines that they produce after stimulation with tumor cells, where there's a difference in the quantity as well as then the type of cytokines they produce. Next. Oh, sorry. Thank you. And I showed you that killing data with acute stimulation, but what happens when cells are within a tumor and they're chronically stimulated by an antigen and they have to continue to work and work and work? Just like us, they get tired, they get exhausted, as much as what Jim Allison was talking about earlier. And so we test this in vitro with acute stimulation, and then we expose cells to a tumor for 1 week, constantly replenishing the cells, and then ask them to kill, or 3 weeks. And what you can observe is that one of these CARs, those co-stimulated by CD28, consistently loses activity after a chronic stimulation. We think that this is related to T cell exhaustion, and there's lots of molecular work that back these assays. Next. We've evaluated these CARs in multiple tumor models, preclinical tumor models, using pancreatic cancer cell lines. The first one here is BXPC3. Actually, both that I'll show you will be BXPC3. But here we're evaluating a difference in the design of the molecule, in which we make a change in the orientation of the antibody, MAB 109, that we're using to target cells. And in this case, we found that both designs work to control tumor growth, preventing it from what you see in the control group. These are mice treated with T cells that aren't targeting the tumor. And you see that our CARs are effective at targeting and killing the tumor. Actually, that's very important, but that's not the only correlate that we look for. Next slide. And in this most recent model, we see that when we evaluate the differences between the signaling of these CAR molecules, that one of them stands out as both being better in terms of anti-tumor efficacy, as well as having lasting persistence of these cells. So of the CAR T cell products that are regulatory approved in the world, there are 9 to date, 6 in the US and 3 in other countries. 7 of them use the co-stimulatory domain 41BB that is known to have low potency but high persistence. And 2 are co-stimulated by CD28, which has high potency and low persistence. And our data, as well as in other models that we perform, support these clinical findings. But we find that CD2 co-stimulated CAR T cells, which are not commercially approved, but have been clinically tested in our TNMUC1 CAR T cells that I showed you earlier, show increased efficacy beyond what we observed for 41BB, but they also show increased persistence beyond what we can see for CD28. So we think that this is a CAR design that may be efficacious for this target antigen as well as others in the treatment of pancreatic cancer. And next slide. So I've told you today about this panel of CCAM6 CARs we've evaluated for their different functions in terms of co-stimulatory domains. We find that CD2 seems to be an optimal co-stimulatory domain for the design of these CARs for pancreatic cancer. And in work with my clinical collaborator, we've tested these CAR T cells against patient-derived organoids, and are now moving to test these in patient-derived xenograft models with the hope of eventually moving these into the clinic. Thank you.
It's really not working, so I think they'll keep this.
They're not working?
Not really, not consistently.
Just have them, say next slide, sorry.
I have one, yeah.
Hold on. There's the green laser. Just use the green laser right here and ask for next slide. That's the laser. This is the green laser.
No, let them change. This is too much for me.
There we go. It works. Green.
About that. I just don't do well with co-pilots. So I'd like to control this myself. Let me bring us back to the reason that we are all collected in this room today. I'll present to you the case of Andrew. In 2016, he developed tingling in his arm. He's taken to the emergency room where he becomes quadriplegic within hours. Neurosurgeons could only remove 90% of the 9 centimeter large glioblastoma multiforme, the deadliest brain cancer known to man. So from this moment on, every one of his treating oncologists knew that his prognosis is hopeless. But what follows? Surgery, chemo, radiation, immune therapy, more surgery, more chemo, more radiation. He suffered unbearable toxicities. The tumors continued to grow, and he died within 16 months of diagnosis. This poor boy was 22 years old, and he was the best friend of my daughter, Sherzad. How many nights did I get a call from Sherzad saying, Mommy, you're supposed to help cancer patients. You're not helping Andrew. This boy has been in and out of my house since he's a kid. How helpless did I feel in front of his mother, her only son, dying now? How badly we are failing our patients. It's not just Andrew. Look at the age-adjusted mortality. I can't make this up. Yes, there is a 1% decline, but that is mainly from anti-smoking and anti-obesity campaigns. I came to this country as a 24-year-old fresh medical graduate, started to treat acute myeloid leukemia in 1977 with 2 drugs we popularly call 7 and 3. 7 days of Aracy, 3 days of donomycin. Today, in 2023, I'm using the same exact 2 drugs, 7 and 3. It is a complete embarrassment. What are the results? In 1977, 5-year survival for AML was 26%. Today, in 2023, it is 28.5%. Glioblastoma, we are not doing well. We are not doing well with most of them. And this is why a cry of lamentation from me is maybe we are doing something wrong. Stop chasing after the last cancer cell and maybe try to find the first cancer cell. Look for the initiation. Well, the problem is, how do we find the first cell? Because by the time cancer is diagnosed, there are hundreds and hundreds of millions of cells already. Well, one possibility is that let's see if we can produce stress in the lab and what happens to the cells. So we use multiple ways of producing the stress, and we observed a very strange thing, appearance of giant cells, wild type cells growing happily. Once we stress them, giant cells appear. And we caught them on camera showing polyploid and sometimes up to 32 nDNA. What are these cells? We followed one of these cells. Nothing happens for 3 days. At 73 hours, it suddenly starts giving birth to babies, like somatic cell pregnancy. And so we have caught this over and over on time lapse. These giant cells appear, they start giving birth to 2 nDNA cell, one giant cell giving birth to so many. After a few weeks, all you see are the small cells. That is the cancer you diagnose. But we have missed the entire initiation story of the first cell by looking at only fully established cancers. Can we isolate these cells by size? So in 2015, I set up a filtration device in my lab at Columbia University and literally using a coffee filter technology, because these giant cells have been identified in primary tumors, but they're very rare in the primary tumor. Now that we are doing liquid biopsies, we can catch them from the blood because we enrich for them. And so when I looked at patients, just 10 cc's of blood passing through a filter, we started to find these giant cells. Compare it to the size of a leukemia blast under it. That's a blast because it has a nucleolus. You see, the giant cell is pregnant with like 20, 30 cells in it. And now we have published this data on hundreds and hundreds of patients with MDS and AML. I'm not talking about tissue culture cell line. I'm not talking about mice. These are cells that have been isolated from human leukemias, patients. Every time you see these bizarre giant cells with multiple small cells. In solid tumors, compare the size of the giant cell to the white blood cell. In fact, in 5,000 tumors, every single one was positive. Um, just looking at 7.5 ml of blood. More interesting was, once you give your standard of care treatment for cancer and post therapy, you take blood from cancer patients and look for giant cells. If you don't find any, survival is a straight line. Even if you find a single one, there is a relapse. And so we know these giant cells are important. My hypothesis is that under stress, two cells which are stressed fuse together, because fusion is a very normal response to stress. You double the genome instantly. You don't need to go through mutations or anything. And then the nucleus keeps dividing, the cell doesn't divide. With time, depolyploidization occurs, and that's where you have the actual cancer. We come in with treatment, we only get rid of the cancer. The giant cell survives. And that is what within time is going to cause recurrence. So can we imagine a two-step approach in which we first give standard of care to kill the cancer as best as we can right now, and then come in with treatment and elimination of the giant cell? Well, what about future patients? Can we prevent by taking out the giant cell early? With that in mind, I created the oncology think tank 5 years ago. Participants were from the major institutions in this country and some of our industry partners. And we published a paper, an opinion paper in Scientific American. Conclusion of the entire oncology think tank was, we have to find cancer before stage one, because even stage one requires slash, poison, and burn. These are horrible, horrible treatments that we should not be giving to anybody. And so the only way is to find it even earlier. And how do we find that? Well, we proposed that identify a group of individuals who are at high risk of developing cancer. Do you know that 1 in 5 new cancers appear in a cancer survivor? My own husband, Harvey Preisler, who got his first cancer at 34 years of age, survives it. At 57, in the prime of his life, he's taken by a leukemia that was completely unrelated to his first cancer, and he dies. 1 in 5 is a large number. 20% cancers are diagnosed in a cancer survivor. Just do the math. If there's 1.9 million cases this year, 400,000 plus will appear in a cancer survivor. We can collect. These cancer survivors are coming to the centers all the time for follow-up. We can take non-invasive samples from them, study, try to see if we can catch the first cell early. And what about studying the rest of the samples for multi-omics technology, all the things that you're hearing about today? Well, with these ideas, I went to the acting director of the NCI, Dr. Doug Louis, who is here, and he was extremely supportive. He gave us a lot of his time, and because of his encouragement, I was able to do a pilot study at Columbia University of the first 500 cancer survivors, and we are finding amazing results with it. And so my idea was, well, we can now extend it to the rest of the institutions who are poised to start collecting samples within 2 years. We'll have enough samples, and 50,000 cancer survivors, a few thousand will have developed a second cancer. We have their samples from before and after. I really urge all of you, you are the leaders in oncology today. I stand in front of you as a failed oncologist who's very embarrassed to see 30 to 40 cancer patients every week and not having any better news to give. Please, let's try to rethink what we are doing and try to study patients and human samples. I will not show you this last thing because I've run out of time, but thank you.
We just heard from the previous speaker that we have to do better, and we can do better. So our approach to trying to address the questions that she just posed is a refined approach of studying the emergence and the control of solid malignancies very early in their process. If we can understand why and how these cancers emerge, it'll help us clinically. So we study human disease during its natural progression from healthy cells all the way to malignancy. There's no interruption with chemotherapy, radiation, etc. And we focus on early intervention so that we can avoid the morbidity, the mortality that Dr. Rauza just described to us. Most of the field takes an epithelial-centric view of cancer progression. There are mutations in cancer, in a cell, they accumulate, it forms cancer. We have a slightly different view of this. We believe that the cancer is not only the epithelial cells, but also the stroma. And of course, many people believe this as well. And we believe that it's the endothelial cells, the fibroblasts, the immune cells, all interact together with the epithelial cells to cause this emergent entity to come out, as well as the ECM proteins, extracellular matrix proteins, that are destroyed and created as it goes from normal to malignant and the left to the right. Now, one of the reasons that we came to this realization was from work that we had done a few years ago. And what we did, the question we asked was, if we take some cells from the stroma of a cancer and allow them to talk to normal cells, what would happen? Would they have any effect on cancer? And so what you're seeing here is work done with human prostate tissue taken from patients. And if we put the normal epithelial cells, mix them with a little bit of the normal fibroblasts in Matrigel, and slip them under the renal capsule of a mouse where it feeds it vascularly, what we get is the recapitulation of a normal tissue. But if we take these red cells to the right, which we called carcinoma-associated fibroblasts, and allow them to talk to the normal prostatic cells, epithelial cells, what we got was a pre-cancer. It looked exactly like PIN, prostatic intraepithelial neoplasia. And if we did this with breast, it looked exactly like ductal carcinoma in situ, a pre-cancer DCIS. Interestingly, if we took those healthy epithelial cells from the prostate and simply immortalized them, so they're not tumorigenic yet, they're simply immortalized, and now we allowed those red calf cells to talk to them, what we obtained was something that was 500 times bigger than the first thing that I told you about. If you cut it open and look at it, you can see that it's cancer. And so the yellow arrow indicates the signaling that came from these calf cells, carcinoma-associated fibroblasts, that increase proliferation, angiogenesis, mutagenesis, and reduces apoptosis and adhesion, as you can see in the histology. This was published quite a few years ago. In more recent papers, what we've done is we've looked at other aspects of the stroma, other cells, and here's just a piece of information with looking at pericytes from the stroma of cancer. And you can see, I hope, that the signals that are sent by the pericytes increase the proliferation of epithelial cells, tumor cells, by over tenfold. They deposit much, much more collagen and fibronectin. And interestingly, they deposit much less laminin. And the reason that this is so interesting is because on the top you can see that amount of laminin, if you layer the epithelial cells on that matrix, you have proper polarization and differentiation of these epithelial cells. But with the reduced amount of laminin, neither of those occur. You've disrupted polarization and differentiation. So all what I've told you right now is that stromal signaling is dominant in determining the malignant phenotypes of the epithelial cells. But what I also want to tell you is that these changes in the stroma occur early. This is not a change in the stroma that is induced by the tumor. It actually precedes the formation of the tumor. And so this early proactive event, it's a coordinated stromal response. I showed you fibroblasts and endothelial cells, but I could show you many more interactions. This coordinated stromal program is activated early before the tumor arises, and it can be activated by wounding, radiation, high mammographic density, chronic inflammation, all things that are known to create people at high risk for cancer. Now, the work that I just showed you has been done in vitro, it's been done in vivo, and if any of this makes any sense, we should be able to make predictions from these data and take it to the human condition. And so one of the things that we asked is, are these cells that show a pro-tumorigenic program, are they present in human beings in precancer or before, and can they predict who's going to go forward to cancer? So what I'm showing you here is a retrospective cohort that was provided by Karla Kierlikowski, and all of these bars indicate ductal carcinoma in situ biopsies. We have 35 years of follow-up for this, and what I'm going to show you is the dots at the top are the ones that progressed to invasive cancer. Many people know that with DCIS, only 1 out of 10 patients which are diagnosed with this precancer actually go on to invasive cancer. What we found is the ones that go on to invasive cancer are the ones that have this pro-tumorigenic program, as you can see with the red bars. The ones that have the anti-tumorigenic program, the green and the red, excuse me, the green and the blue, have a very low probability of going forward. And so now people that are diagnosed with DCIS have some place to go, some assay to look to see if they are high probability of progressing or low probability. And this gave us encouragement about the approaches that we were taking. So many people have been studying stromal contributions to facilitate the progression of malignancy and to control malignancy. We've heard beautiful talks this morning, mostly from the immune side of the story, and this is very intensely studied. But what I wanted to do is to remind you that the stromal components can also inhibit cancer, and in some cases, they can even revert cancers, and this is underappreciated. And one of our earliest winners of the Stenko-Gori Prize was Beatrice Mintz. And I wanted to remind you of this paper 50 years ago, where she took a tumor cell and she put it in a blastocyst of a mouse. And what that mouse, the pup that emerged, contained genetic material from the tumor cell, but went forward and did not have cancer, was perfectly fertile, and went on to have other babies of its own. So we wanted to try and understand more about this side of the story. But of the many somatic cells in our body, only a few ever find themselves on a path to malignancy. So how can we go to the earliest cells that Dr. Raza just implored us to do? Well, one important clue is that nature has provided us is that injured tissues are often at high risk. And that's what we indicated before. And I wanted to draw your special attention to chronic inflammation, because when you have chronic inflammation in a tissue, it results in adaptive response, which is a metaplastic lesion. And you can see at the bottom, this I'm telling you about gastrointestinal reflux. The acid goes up into the esophagus, and you can see that the squamous layer of the esophagus, after it's injured, cells take on a new identity, which is gastrointestinal, and it's called metaplasia. The metaplastic lesion is directly linked to the incidence of cancer, and so it alerts us to when and where cancer actually starts, because it's the gastrointestinal metaplasia that gives rise to the dysplasia and the cancer. So now we know where to look. And so by combining all of these multi-omics analysis, single-cell RNA sequencing, ECM proteomics, spatial transcriptomics, as well as allowing the cells to talk to each other, as I indicated perfectly previously, under the auspices of the CRUK Grand Challenge, we mined the information to get info on risk stratification, prevention targets, and therapy targets. I'm going to show you finish with a sample. Here we're taking bronchial epithelial cells. We're growing them in co-culture. The epithelials on the top, the stromal cells on the bottom. This is air-liquid interface in hopes of generating the ciliated cells and the secretory cells that are so prevalent in the bronchial airway. And you can see in this air-liquid interface, there's a beautiful, fully differentiated functional tissue. You can even see the cilia from the side or from the top. That's what you're looking at there. They beat all in the correct direction and at the right rate that you see in the human being. We then wanted to ask, having established that, can we force this tissue to go down the progress to malignancy? So I showed you normal co-culture. This is what happens when you co-culture those same epithelial cells with a carcinoma-associated fibroblast. You see metaplastic transformation. You see squamous metaplasia. And we found that if we identified the pathways that were responsible for this and can inhibit them, we can actually prevent the metaplasia. Or if it's already established and we compromise those pathways, we can reverse it. And there's even epigenetic memory of what it had been. If we add more stress, we can get it to go on to dysplasia. And so we've been able to do this not only with bronchial airway, as I'm showing you in the middle, but also with the progress of esophageal cells to gastric metaplasia and beyond, and stomach cells all the way to malignancy. I want to finish with by saying that the studies that I just showed you calves from a squamous lung cancer that induced the malignant change. But if I take the calves from the esophageal cancer or the gastric cancer or a breast cancer, it induces the same metaplastic change. So that means we're looking at something that's very fundamental. Likewise, if we take the carcinoma, if we take the fibroblasts associated with the metaplasia or the dysplasia, the pre-cancers now, before the cancer has arrived, they will also induce this metaplastic change, telling us we're looking at a shared mechanism that occurs early. This now provides us with the information that we're not looking at just one or two or three or four cancers, but we're studying one fundamental process, and it allows us to act early and to target emergent interactions. So stromal reprogramming provides new directions to prevent and revert multiple cancers. This was done by a wonderful group of talented people. And as I said, it was done under the auspices of the Grand Challenge. Thank you very much.
For great talks. And in the interest of time, I think we'll condense the panel discussion a little bit. And if some of you have questions that we don't have time to answer here, maybe we can carry that over into the coffee break. But let me just start with one question, and this one's going to be for Thea and Nellie together. Okay, so you both mentioned, that tumors are complex ecosystems of interacting cell types. Cancer researchers, the people in this audience, have tended to focus on one cell type at a time, and everybody has their favorite cell type. Mine is the immune cell. But we now appreciate that there are other factors at play. So I'd like to hear from each of you. What do you consider to be the dominant cell or cells in the tumor microenvironment that are controlling carcinogenesis and cancer evolution? And what modern technologies have been most helpful to you in studying cell-cell interactions in the tumor? And finally, how do you think we can effectively interrupt pro-carcinogenic cell-cell interactions to move to the next step in therapy? So maybe I'll start with Nellie.
And so, as you know, we have been one of the first group that actually really emphasized the different cell types in a stroma, and we did a very comprehensive profiling almost 20 years ago when technology was not there. I don't know if I could say there is a single cell type that is critical, because what we see that these cells are interacting with each other and modify each other and recruit each other. So we like to view it as a whole, and I actually like to go beyond the cancer, because what we and others have seen that cancer is really a systemic disease. So there is a communication not only between cancer cells and an immediate microenvironment, but also the body. You know, the cancer patients have changes that we see that triggered by the tumor, and as you know, also the immune system is basically changing when you're developing cancer. So we like to look at the patient as a whole, not really just separating cell types. Of course, the immune cells are very critical, but there are many other cells in the fibroblast, and where we study in breast cancer, the myoepithelium is also very important, and the endothelial cells and the pericytes, as Tia was focusing. Technology advanced so much in the last 20 years, and especially in the last 10 years. Now we have so many methods for single cell profiling of, you showed some slides. We can basically isolate every single cell and determine the gene expression, the epigenetic, the mutation profiles, the proteomics now also. We're also doing some metabolomics. So we can do really high resolution of assessing every cell. This is on a dissociated tumors, but also on whole intact tissues. There are many, many technologies that lets you do spatial transcriptomics, basically looking at the expression, the proteins, and then the computational tools like artificial intelligence basically just look at, integrate all this data together and then give you predictions of, like, even an H&E slide, which is routinely used. Using AI, you can make predictions of who can progress, but you know, it's not enough to predict who can progress. We need to understand why and how, and that's where dissecting these technologies comes in. And I think it's just amazing how much we can learn. And I'm, you know, also a big advocate of really studying the patient, because I always feel like the experiment has been done. We need to figure out what happened, and of course we do experimental modeling as well. But the technological advances at the single cell level and the topology has really enabled us to dissect tumors at the level that we haven't seen before. So I can't give you an answer of what's the single cell type. I think it's all together.
Thank you. So Thea, you've emphasized CAFs in your talk.
I'll be very brief.
Yeah.
I agree with what Nelly said completely. I think of the development of from normal to malignancy as a musical composition. And so you can't say that one is dominant over the other, like a jazz ensemble. Sometimes you have a drum solo, sometimes you have a trumpet solo, and the melody is thrown back and forth between, and the cells interact off of each other. The point I want to make is that as you go from normal to early precancers and late beyond, the biology actually changes. So who might be dominant early is not who's going to be dominant later. It goes back and forth. The last thing to answer your question about technology is I think a big breakthrough has been spatial omics. What can be done now spatially with genetics, RNA, proteins, etc., metabolomics, is that you see the cells intact, just like Dr. Raza was saying. You see how they talk to each other, how far the conversation goes, and how they react to each other. So I think spatial omics is a huge step forward.
Thank you. Avery, you talked about adoptive cell therapy, and of course, this has had huge success in hematologic malignancies, but not so much in solid tumors. And so now you're applying your research to solid cancers. Why do you think it hasn't been successful to date in most solid cancers?
So I think there's several barriers to overcome. Antigen's one. There have been two different CAR T cell products that have shown efficacy in glioblastoma and neuroblastoma. Those are GD2 targeted CAR T cells, a glycolipid, as well as in gastric cancers, which is Claudin 18.2 CAR T cells, which is an alternatively spliced isoform of a protein. And so I think that identifying the best target is one hurdle. Engineering your cells to last for a considerable amount of time to mount what will be a very suppressive resistant microenvironment, as well as overcoming some of those additional hurdles in the microenvironment, resisting TGF-beta, the tumor stroma, as well as employing potential combinations to degrade some of that as well. So there's lots of challenges in this area.
And Azra, you addressed cancer evolution from the first cell, and you study hematologic malignancies, which is a very nice model for those types of studies of cancer evolution. But can you tell us how successfully has that kind of thinking been applied to solid tumor evolution? What do you see are the parallels?
I honestly don't think that we know even the tip of the iceberg about what is happening in terms of, we know definitely that there's something called a convergent evolution. Because all cancers, whether they're liquid or solid, in the end have two things in common. Number one, they can ignore growth inhibitory signals. And number two, they do not mature. And this is common to liquid and solid tumors, which means that the starting point somewhere has to be the same. Whether that pro-inflammatory environment causing the stress and forcing some cells to develop a malignant phenotype as a response to stress is coming from pathogens or from autoimmune disease or from exposure to toxins, any of those possibilities clearly is giving birth to some environment, as here, as some of you have been pointing out, which is forcing cells to misbehave. And cancer is nothing but a stress response which is exaggerated and gone awry. And so I feel that the evolution depends a lot upon the organ in which the cancer is, the host responses, the immune system, 1,000 other things. But in the end, the first cell, why aren't we even looking at that? Why are we constantly looking, trying to chase down the last cell? I don't understand it, because really the key is what our grandparents always said. Prevention should be the best cure.
Great, that's a good thought to end on. I do want to give the audience a chance to, yeah, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to
Theo.
say
Yeah.
the first prize winner of the Stinkerberg Prize was Haldevoric. Cancer is a wound that will not heal.
Yeah.
He said it.
That's right. Okay, burning questions from the audience? Please.
Remember that our phase 1 trials are limited to refractory resistant patients. And our drugs, all of our drugs, are really probes for biology. But we're not allowed to use them in that way because we're limited at how to get into phase 1. We're limited where we can raise money after phase 1 if we don't see a specific, response in our first set of patients. And so how do we change the system to make something happen?
Can I answer it? So I think you're so spot on, and we do some phase 1 studies, and I think when we're asking a single drug to cure cancer that resisted like 10 different lines of therapy, from evolutionary point of view, it's just set to fail. And so many drugs I think we're throwing out of the clinic that could work earlier step. I mean, even Jim Allison and Susan have shown that immunotherapy works so much more effectively if you do neoadjuvant trials. So what you can do in cancers like breast cancer, and Laura Esserman is one of the big advocates of running early phase trials. There's for the window of opportunity between diagnosing a patient and doing a surgery. And during that time, you can test certain agents. Of course, you still have some safety study before, but that could give you an opportunity to test something in earlier stage, because metastatic stage, I am not saying it's hopeless, and of course we want to make progress, but it's just so challenging. And I'm a big advocate of trying to move things earlier and testing them earlier, because cancer, the way they evolve, you basically, you almost at the, something that's so resistant to everything, and you're not going to work with a single drug, especially. Don't tell me how complicated it is to run combination trials, which took us 2 years to set up. So, but anyway, it's a very important point. I think it needs to change the culture.
Yeah.
That proteogenic program that I told you about, we have a window of opportunity study going in DCIS. And so women that are diagnosed with DCIS are randomized to this FDA-approved drug. We're just getting ready to break the blind to see if it helps. So I agree completely.
Maybe time for one more question, if anybody has. If not, I think it's time for coffee break and 15 minutes or 10-minute coffee break.
10
Okay,
minutes.
very good. Thank you all.
What? Oh, thank you. Thank you. What?
Don't mention I'm not here or anybody.
All right, folks. Good morning, everyone. Let's start. I want to thank my wonderful panelists here for joining this. We've all been passionate on precision medicine, and we're going to take 5 different aspects of that. Massimo will start by talking about liquid biopsies, which he and I do absolutely routinely. Raju is going to discuss, sorry, Raju is going to discuss discrepancies in the application of precision medicine across the country and perhaps around the world. Then after that, Min will follow, looking more at the GI aspect. Alyang will follow, who will look more at the brain aspect. And then Drew will come last. I don't know what you're going to talk about, Luke. I think it's more immunology. You can just sit there. Don't worry. We'll bring you some coffee and anyway, session is going to be quite unlike the last. Last was so brilliantly organized, went all the way through. This one, I want far more audience participation in this, back and forth. Massimo is going to go first, talking about liquid biopsies. He will show 3 slides, and then I'm going to open it up just a little bit to questions. Then we'll do the next and Raju and the next and the next and the next. We'll have a closing discussion at the end. I thank you all, Massimo.
Thank you, Ben. This is obviously a great audience, great topic. We are all passionate about liquid biopsy, but we are mostly passionate about helping our patients and improve their life and their survival. So I'm going to tell the story of the blood-based diagnostic, how we started, at least my journey, and where are we going toward which directions. The way we started listening to our patients, always. Patients with metastatic disease, newly diagnosed, comes to your clinic and ask, how long have to live, because I was told 18 months, and this was 25 years ago. 18 months was probably within the range of what we expected. And I said, I don't know. Why I don't know? Because every book, every chapter that you talk about metastatic breast cancer is in 18 to 24 months. We must have a better way to understand the disease and the evolution of the disease outside the imaging. And so we started to work on circulating tumor cells. And at that time, there was only one technology. This technology allowed to enumerate the cells and enrichment based on epithelial characteristics. And we showed that, in fact, more than 5 CTCs were able to stratify patients with more aggressive disease versus not. What this means, more aggressive disease, we figured out later on that obviously these patients have not only higher tumor burden, but have a fast progression to metastatic disease in other organs. So these CTCs inform on the metastasis. Then we start to look at the actual images, and we identify clusters, extravesicles. So there is a universe of cells, of cancer cells, or cancer cell elements that we had not studied completely, but eventually over the years we published on that. But what we also realized is that technology was not good enough to do all the other studies that we wanted to do. We wanted to stain the cells. We want to isolate the single cells, as was mentioned this morning. We want to grow cells, and that's what one of the NFRC project that we are working on is isolated microfluidic and try to grow organoids to test drugs in the metastatic setting. And during this, we work also with filters. We identify first the camels that were the cells we just mentioned, and we publish that paper. And we show later on that the camels can also be seen even in patients that still don't have cancer. So maybe the immune response is faster compared to the cells in the bloodstream. In any way, we needed to be more practical because we need information about the genomic of the disease, the molecular evolution of the disease. So cell-free DNA became available, and we start to work on that and identify mutations, mutation of resistance, driver, even germline in the cell-free DNA. And of course, that was very important because it's now driving essentially drug development. I'm going to talk about drug development in a moment. So as I say, there is a lot that we can find in the blood. The two most important and established technology and modalities evaluating, identifying, and enumerating CTCs, looking at biomarker and CTC, and cell-free DNA, mostly NGS, looking at panels, obviously hotspot mutations. You can also looking at cell-free DNA as a measure of response, as a tumor burden, and this is very important, again, for drug development. One idea of drug development would be that using a cell-free DNA baseline, you can probably look at the driver mutation and change your drug according to the mutation that you have. What is interesting is also the individual mutation of different variants, and now with the availability of different agents, SERD, for example, each one of them can have an effect on different variants. So we can really personalize the treatment. It can also predict the site of recurrence. So this is a graph just to show exactly where this cell-free DNA and CTC fit, essentially from the beginning all the way to the end. But in order for us to make the big move, that is the one we will talk in a minute, is the big move will be the screening. We need to first establish the sensitivity of the test. There's a lot of work that goes into the development of the technology. So we establish the technology allowing to identify the resistant mutations, for example. And this was in metastatic setting. Now it's incorporated in many clinical trials. Just that we do this without stratifying patients, and sometimes we don't use the sequence. We have a molecular recurrence that can happen before the radiological recurrence. If you imagine this as a lag time, possibly this is an opportunity to improve the survival in the metastatic setting now that we have so many agents implementing before the imaging actually show the progression. The big area of the molecular residual disease after primary treatment. Again, our patients ask after primary surgery, what are we going to do now? Nothing. There is no recommendation. Well, we have now data showing that, in fact, we can identify, particularly in the triple negative disease and subtype, progression in the blood at least 6 months before it happens. So if this is the case, and we have more sensitive technology, that the tumor informed, can we actually move and identify the disease later? We were talking about the survivors, the late recurrence. So this is obviously something that can be done. And speaking of the late recurrence, of course, there is not a number of studies that are looking at the use of some technology like the GRAIL, the Galleri, in patients that have 3 years or more the disease already to identify new primary. And of course, you pick up also other tumors, in that case, directed toward the standard direction of selection of screening for other tumors. So the cell-free DNA has evolved, and now we can look at tumor burden monitoring in the neoadjuvant setting. Of course, there are plenty of studies that validate this. There is MRD detection. This is the next where can you actually treat the MRD, and then with the MRD treatment delay the early progression, or maybe delay the less recurrence. You need different technology for the two different questions, so that we don't have to design study with 5,000 patients and give to everybody a CDK4/6 inhibitor, but we can reduce the cost by identifying the patient that I needed that. And then we look at the molecular recurrence for progression. So this is the ambitious next step, right? Once we have sensitive technology, we have validated the different setting, can we actually increase the screening? This is breast cancer month. Everybody's talking about mammogram. Still is important, it's the gold standard, but it's absolutely not enough. Sensitivity is very low. Young women, high risk of disease for genetic basis. Of course, access to mammogram. We need to do better. And I think we're trying to develop this technology in the early detection space. We just heard that we can also intervene with prevention in case of alteration that you can find in the blood that are not associated with alteration in the imaging. This is a counter-interception concept that we have different ages for that. So I just think about the many opportunity for women screening. How many women in an underserved region we can actually have a screening without having to go with a bus, with imaging. There are not enough breast radiologists, so we have a real issue. The high-risk conditions. In New York, we have a large population of Jewish that get breast cancer before they can be screened. So we have to do better for that population. Lobular cancer, is not very sensitively detected by mammogram, and dense breast is always a major issue. So I think there is hope that liquid biopsy for breast cancer, possibly for other tumor types, can really be implementing from the first cell, probably not, but for the first event, the event will bring. And I am a proponent of using liquid biopsy more effectively for drug development. Thank you.
So Massimo, superb. Can I just ask, what do you do in terms of liquid biopsy? Do you do just cfDNA? Do you do CTCs? Do you do mRNA? Do you do any of the epigenetics?
So you definitely use cell-free DNA, most standard, particularly in hormone receptor positive patients. As you know, we have several targeted therapy approved in these patients. Alpelisib for PI3K mutations. Soon we'll have an AKT inhibitor. ESR mutants are very important. It can also drive the localization of disease. CTC, as you know, is becoming an issue for insurance payment, but now is covered by insurance. I think CTC can stratify patients, as I mentioned, in terms of aggressive, less aggressive. You can do HER2 on the CTCs, and of course we have an HER2 for low HER2 expression. So I think this can be very helpful in some setting when it's difficult to repeat a biopsy. Obviously, there is tumor heterogeneity. So cell-free DNA patients with metastatic breast cancer deserve to have that. And of course, the allele frequency, the measure of response can be very frequently evaluated before imaging.
So the next question, do you sequence everybody at diagnosis?
I don't sequence everybody at diagnosis.
Did you not hear the last panel? Did not hear Nelly and everybody else talking?
Yeah, I think
You've got to hit early.
I think we should certainly every tumor should be sequenced, and every individual should have a genetic testing so that we can actually really identify even other diseases, not only cancer in general. But it takes resources to implement that. You reduce the cost on one side and you increase on the other side. So the healthcare that is thinking about prevention, at least that part of the risk, the genetic risk, could be identified early. And of course, always the question, if you do NGS on the primary tumor, what you would do with the information, that we should answer that question.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much indeed, Massimo. Great. Raju, do you want to just sit there, or do you want to come up? You can sit if you want.
Everybody jokes about me about, whether I'm standing up or, people can't see me. But anyway, many of you probably don't know that Anna Barker was supposed to be on this panel. And unfortunately, Anna is not able to come. And Anna and I were going to talk about the role that the National Cancer Institute played in precision medicine. But who am I to talk about NCI? Here is the director of the NCI, and Doug is here, Dana is here, and but nevertheless, I'll say a little bit about a little bit that I know. So in 2006, the National Cancer Institute decided on a pilot program to try to decipher the genetics and genomics of tumors, and Anna, together with the director of the NCI at that time, launched this program, and I had the privilege of being a part of that program. And the idea was to be able to get large numbers of tumors from patients who have not been treated before, and isolate nucleic acids from these tumors. Also get normal samples from all of these patients, and then use a variety of different genetic and genomic technologies to try to find out, what the constitutions of those tumors were. And during the period of time that the Cancer Genome Atlas was active, nearly 10,000 tumors have been examined, and with a variety of different technologies. And we learned a few lessons from examining those tumors. And I just tell you very briefly some of the highlights of them. So one of the things that was done for each of those tumors, all of the 20,000 genes in each of those tumors have been examined. And so one remarkable finding from that is that any given tumor type, there were only about 20 to 25 different genes that were ever found to be significantly mutated. So of the 20,000 genes in a given cancer, only a small, very small fraction of genes are important. The second important feature that in a given tumor, there are only about a half a dozen or so different types of genetic and genomic changes. And that means that, for the maintenance of that tumor, only those few genes are really responsible for it. The other thing that's actually very interesting that was found out is it turned out that, all of these tumors that have been examined, a substantial portion of the tumors actually had germline mutations in oncogenes, tumor suppressor genes. And when those tumors were actually examined, it turned out that the same genes were, had two hits. And so actually, if you knew that all of those patients had those types of mutations and therefore were susceptible to be able to develop cancer, we would have been able to do something, and prevention that our previous panels talked about. So, but one of the important things as a result of finding all of these mutations in tumors is that the way that we think about cancers really changed. As we all know that, most of the cancers are defined by the tissue of origin, but when these mutations were found, that it is now possible to be able to, define the tumors on the basis of the genetic compositions of the tumors. So what good is that? What is really interesting is that what is good is that that pharmaceutical companies have been developing drugs that target specific types of genetic changes that are present in these tumors. And therefore, if you can identify those patients that have particular types of genetic changes, then you would be able to identify the appropriate drug for which the patients will most likely be able to respond. And that's what precision medicine is in cancer. So that turns out to be a very important feature. And so if you look at all of the different, let us say, solid tumors, all of these 10,000, and you set up the total number of genes that are found to be mutated in all of those cancers, it actually turns out to be only about a 500. And many, medical institutions as well as private commercial institutions have actually developed panels to test these 400 genes in any tumor type. And some institutions like our institution and many other institutions around the country now use those types of panels. So that any new patient that comes into the clinic, that they would be tested, with these panels of 500 genes or so, and be able to define, what the possible treatments that could be. And I think some of my colleagues here from Dana-Farber would be able to tell, and Monica probably knows about this too, is that now all of the physicians are so used to be able to getting this kind of information, for them to help make decisions, that if the reports are a day late, they're calling the path department and say, "Where is my report?" And so it's really changing the practice of medicine and how you'd be able to treat the patients. So the question that Brian asked is that this is really fantastic. Is it being applied everywhere? Unfortunately, not everybody uses these types of tests that would really benefit the patients. And Doug talked about this a couple of years ago, about how you'd be able to use this information. And you talked about the idea, is say that you need to be able to show the effectiveness of these types of approaches. And if you could show that this testing and the subsequent treatments and the outcomes from those patients can be demonstrated, then that would be accepted universally. And that's what we're striving to, and that's where personalized or precision medicine today is. And there is a tremendous amount to try to push this idea of trying to being able to get all of these implemented, across the country for all of the cancer patients around the world.
You said. So can I just say, I asked a couple of people at my table just after the Jim's talk and the first opening panel. I mean, they were astounded at the progress over the last 25 years, and especially with the sequencing of the human genome and everything that Foundation Medicine and Tempus have been doing now for, I think it's 12, 13 years, 15. Why is this not more commonly adopted?
Well, as I pointed out, first of all, in the United States, as you know very well, the majority of the cancer patients are not treated at academic medical centers, but are treated in community oncology centers. And I had the opportunity to actually, in the last 10 years, visit a large numbers of those community oncology centers and so on and so forth. And of course, they want to be able to do the very best, for the patients. But the primary concerns are not necessarily about using these technologies. And as you know, Brian, I think changing the attitudes of people is very difficult. And that's one of the things that we talked about. Be able to show the effectiveness of using these kinds of technologies. And I think that's more and more of that is emerging now. We saw some of the examples, like today. So what happens when you do these types of testing and treatments, and whether those patients benefit? And there are really some remarkable results in many different cancers, and where there is a significant improvement. We need to be able to distribute that kind of information to everybody.
So do you have any idea what percentage of your patients in Harvard are being sequenced? Various academic.
At Dana-Farber, every new patient that comes in, their DNA tumor samples are subject.
Yeah. That's what should be done. Just for your information, 85% of cancer patients are treated in the community. So it's only 15% who are benefiting from these fantastic academic centers. Any questions, any comments from the audience on this? We've just reached a point. Raju, do you know anything about sequencing internationally? Sequencing internationally.
Oh, actually, there are some people here. Hayani is here, and he might be able to, say something. And yes, I think there are countries, China that we know, and Europe has made a decision that they want to have regulations about how to test and interpret the information throughout the European Union, and so that's all taking off now. So there is a tremendous amount of movement.
Yeah, France is doing very well.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move on. Min, will you take the platform, please?
Next slide, please. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Sujan, for inviting me to be here. It's my first time, along with Massimo. Both of us are newcomers, and from the color of the tie and shirt I'm wearing, I'm what the cancer type I'm working on. So this month is breast cancer. Next month is pancreatic cancer. So purple for pancreatic cancer. My name is Min Lee from University of Oklahoma Health Science Center. I'm the associate director for Stevens Cancer Center, and we received the NCI designation 5 years ago. And early this year, we were successfully renewed. Thanks for our director and the strong support from NCI. And we proudly serve the state of Oklahoma, which is a significantly understudied state, largely rural state. And my research focuses on pancreatic cancer, literally the worst cancer of all cancer types. Brain tumor, I know Al is going to talk about it, it's the second worst. And also work for a American Pancreas, American Association for Pancreatology and APA, and which is the largest professional organization for pancreatic cancer, pancreatitis, and other pancreatic disease. And this year, the APA annual meeting going to focus on metabolic reprogramming and cancer cachexia, which is another significantly underfunded, understudied disease. So next slide, please. So we all know that pancreatic cancer is the worst cancer of all cancer types. The overall survival, 5-year survival, is barely 12%. And I started my research career 20 years ago, it was 5%, and we didn't go that far. You look at that 5% to 12%, we did pretty good, but largely because we, able to identify pancreatic cancer in early stage. If you look at the stage 4, we're largely unchanged. There's not much has been done to improve the overall survival. The average survival time for end-stage pancreatic cancer is 3 to 6 months. This is a very, very malignant disease. And the only effective treatment, a curative treatment for pancreatic cancer is a surgical procedure called Whipple procedure. But unfortunately, more than 85% are not eligible for surgery. They were diagnosed at early stage. We call the horse is already out of the barn, and not much we can do with it. And we talk about immune therapy, we talk about virus therapy, especially oncolytic virus therapy, and small molecule inhibitors for years, especially targeting the KRAS and then target. And you heard about talks earlier by Avery Posey from UPenn, that my dear colleague Courtney Hutchins here as well. They did some outstanding work on developing the CAR T using CCAM6 and other people targeting mesothelin. And we also have some new targets in pancreatic cancer, zinc transporter, and so on. But still, there's a long way to go to develop a potent immunotherapy. I talked to Jim yesterday. Unfortunately, pancreatic cancer is a cold tumor. It's surrounded by fibrosis and a lot of tumor immune suppressive cells around that. So it's not a hot tumor, and we have tried a long way to boost the immune response against pancreatic cancer. But we still desperately need a novel therapeutic strategy and early target for pancreatic cancer. Next slide, please. So two bad things about pancreatic cancer. One is the lack of early detection and the highly resistant to traditional chemotherapy. The other one is also significantly understudied research area, what we call cancer cachexia. Most of the pancreatic cancer patients, they go through this wasting syndrome, called muscle wasting, and before that is the adipose loss, and which both of them lead to the rapid progress of pancreatic cancer and contribute to the the overall survival. So about a decade ago, we started to look at this research area and how does pancreatic cancer develop cancer cachexia along with others, a couple of other cancers which is known for cachexia. One is lung cancer, the other one is colorectal cancer, maybe a little bit of head and neck cancer as well, but not much for brain tumor. So again, cancer cachexia is also a multiple organ disease. It's not a single disease. It involves the multiple interaction, crosstalk between tumor cells and immune cells, to name a few, macrophages and neutrophils, etc. It also involves the crosstalk and interaction between the tumor and the central nervous system. And of course, involves the target organs such as muscle and skeletal muscle, cardiac muscle, and adipocyte as well. So this is really a multi-organ syndrome that the signal comes from a tumor that sends out the cachectic factors and cachectic signals to the organ system that driving the progress of cancer cachexia, including muscle wasting and adipose, which is happening earlier. I don't think we have too much time to cover the molecular signaling that apparently there's a very complex signal transduction network involved in cancer cachexia. Just give you a few examples: TGF-beta pathway, R6-3 kappa B pathway, and the TWIC pathway, and also microRNA. Carlos here in the audience, the many microRNA was involved in cancer cachexia. So about 10 years ago, we started to look at how does the overexpress the a marker to give you, for example, zinc transporter, which is driving pancreatic cancer progress and metastasis, also drives the process of cancer cachexia, which involves a crosstalk between tumor cells and recruited the macrophage and causes a significant increase of TWIC, which is known to be an inducer for cancer cachexia and muscle wasting. So I really hope through this conference, we have the chance to raise awareness for pancreatic cancer and for cancer cachexia. And our director of NCI is here in the audience. I hope working with AMCR and we'll raise some awareness and raise more funding for this understudied research. Thank you so much.
Perfect. So George Sledge famously said about 12 years ago, we all know what the origin of pancreatic cancer is, RAS. So we just don't have the drugs for it. What has been the progress in the RAS domain?
Well, Frank McCormick has been leading a RAS initiative, and we have been nonstop trying to develop inhibitors for KRAS. We made some progress, and apparently G12D is a big target. Lately, in the last few years, we have developed inhibitors for G12C and others, which benefits probably 1%, 2% pancreatic cancer patients, and we still have a long way to go. But KRAS is the biggest elephant in the room. But don't forget there's the other targets and other research areas that we really want to look at. That. Just give you examples: cancer cachexia and immune therapy. How do we improve the response to the immune? I think that's a good goal. We talk about combination therapy, and so yeah, KRAS is important, but that's not the only one that we're working on.
So you'll have new KRAS drugs, and you'll probably combine that with immunotherapy when you make the tumors hot.
Exactly.
Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, you've taught me something.
All right.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My dear friend, go next. Yeah.
My name is Alfred Young. I'm from MD Anderson, but I've been working on brain tumor for many, many years. Now, take off on what Raju said. We want to talk about personalized medicine in brain tumor. We owe a lot of credit to Anna. I'm staying up here as a substitute for Anna Barker because she's sick. I want to wish her well, rapid recovery, because I think Anna played a very major role in bringing personalized medicine to brain tumor, to glioblastoma, because Anna was the director of the TGCA program, and she selected glioblastoma as one of the 3 first tumors to be sequenced. And I was honored enough to be on the committee to work with Anna on the brain tumor project, on the glioblastoma project. The TGCA sequencing of 500, now more than 500 now, of glioblastoma, both newly diagnosed as well as recurrent, really place a map, the molecular map, for us to understand the biology of glioblastoma. We also know a lot about it, but on the other hand, I must say, translating the knowledge of all the gene mutation that we discover into the clinic has been very difficult because of the heterogeneity of the tumor and evolution of the tumor cell from normal cell to tumor cell to low-grade tumor to high-grade tumor, and also post-treatment really has placed a lot of challenge and barrier to bring the knowledge of all these molecular alteration that we know into the clinic to find the right medicine, right? So, however, though, the contribution of what we learned from TGCA actually bring the diagnosis and the classification of glioblastoma from the morphology basis to molecular basis. And then we need to thank Webb and David Lewis, the 2 work on bringing all these molecular knowledge into the clinic diagnosis, and modify the way that we classify the tumor and also grouping them for not only prognostic indication, as well as also for some therapeutic advantage. So the last two versions of the WHO, now pathology book, they're edited by Webb and David Lewis, really plays a role of the change. Nowadays, as of 2021, the diagnosis of glioblastoma is no longer morphological based, it's molecular based. The classification and the groupings are based on how many genes are mutated, including especially IDH1, P53, and 1p19q co-deletion, and a couple of genes. But on the other hand, in terms of moving into therapy, the benefit that we get most from these molecular alteration is actually in pediatric tumor, a lower grade tumor, because now we learn IDH1 mutation separate the lower grade tumor to glioblastoma. Glioblastoma is only IDH wild type tumor. And all the tumor that had IDH mutation go to the lower grade tumor, whether it's astrocytoma or oligodendroglioma. The other gene, the other alteration that's very critical for pediatric tumor and lower grade tumor is X3 K20M, K27M mutation. That mutation allows us to understand the epigenetic change, epigenetic regulation of the midline and pontine glioma, which occur mostly in pediatric age group, and also allow us to really look into some medication, the medicine that will modify the epigenetic process, and that had therapeutic indication. The other gene that identified and influenced the pediatric tumor group, and also bring it into the therapeutic range, is the BRAF V600 mutation in low-grade glioma, optic glioma, and pilocytic astrocytoma in the pediatric age group. And because identified that mutation allows a very high response rate of using MEK inhibitor. And so actually, FDA approved the use of trametinib and the dabrafenib for pediatric brain tumor patient with the BRAF V600 mutation. And that's the big. The other major, we just encountered a major benefit from molecular medicine is the IDH1 mutation and IDH1 inhibitor. And the latest studies show that using the IDH1 inhibitor allow us to prolong and delay the recurrence or the progression of low-grade glioma to high-grade glioma. And actually allow us to postpone or push back the use of radiation in the pediatric age group, in which really greatly improve the quality of life of those patients. The other benefit, I think, I must end with another major contribution of Anna and Webb in terms of applying precision medicine to glioblastoma. In 2013, Webb, Anna, and I sit together and say, well, we need to do something about glioblastoma. What we have been doing does not work, and with the finding of the TGCA, we now need to really find way to test drug quickly because of the heterogeneity of the tumor. We don't have a dominant gene, but we have many things that we need to do to test them, and we need to test them quickly in the patient. And so after 2 years of deliberation with a bunch of clinician scientists, with the help of NFCR and AFCR, and we decided that we need to create a platform to do a adapted design platform trial, allow us to test multiple drugs at the same time. And that on the GBM Agile platform trial. And we also thank to the NCI and FDA, it actually allow us to create that platform trial to seamlessly go from phase 2 to phase 3. If we have positive finding, we can get a drug registered with fewer patients. And so with that platform that, and web and work on now, we're able to really cut down the number of patients that needed to test the drug from phase 2 to phase 3. And then they get drugs approved and allow us to test multiple drugs at the same time. Right now, the protocol is open and we are testing 4 drugs at the same time right now. So I'm going to end up here. Yeah.
So Al, can I just ask you, beautiful, can I just ask you about time frame? So when I was junior faculty at Sloan Kettering, we were given 2 diseases, one nice lymphoma and one terrible, which was breast. Now, breast cancer is 85% cured. So what is the time frame, do you think, in glioma? Is it going to be major advances in 10 years? Less?
I think glioblastoma is a tough nut to crack. I always say, when I started at MD Anderson in 1981, I model my learning to non-small cell lung cancer. I try to use every drug that they use in non-small cell lung cancer, because at that time, heterogeneity issue is the same with non-small cell and glioblastoma. Drug that we use are kind of the same, platinum, and so I always try to learn from non-small cell lung cancer. But look at how far non-small cell lung cancer has come up in terms of from precision medicines, and we sit down here. Now, the problem we have is heterogeneity of the tumor, intra-tumor heterogeneity, inter-tumor heterogeneity, and cellular heterogeneity, as well as the protection of the brain by the blood-brain barrier, not allowing drugs to go in. And that really hampers, in terms of how far we go. And the lack of driver gene, we have to deal with multiple genes and also multiple pathway that kind of overlap with each other and provide an escape pathway. That also really, I don't know how long it would take us to really crack this nut. I'm not going to say that we can cure this disease in 10 years. I think we are doing better in terms of improving the median survival. We are also doing better in raising, just like Jim said, raising the long-term survival rate. But we're not close. I don't think we're not close. We need a lot of, and the other thing that I also make an appeal in the timeline is we need more talent to come into the brain tumor field, especially glioblastoma. And we have a lot of talent, top scientists working in lung cancer, breast cancer, even pancreatic cancer. We don't have enough top-flight scientists and clinician scientists working glioblastoma, and we need that.
Thank you. Can I just ask the audience? I mean, you have one of the top, if not the best, neuro-oncologists in the world in front of you. Do you have any questions? I know. All right, we'll let you go, my friend. Drew, come on up. Yep.
Okay, can folks hear me okay? Okay. So when Haley called me a couple days ago to ask me to pinch it, having just been through our Institute CAB meeting, I said, I'm happy to do it as long as I don't have to put together another slide deck. She said, done deal. So in my world of cancer immunotherapy, biomarkers and precision medicine are somewhat different than conventionally for oncogene targeted therapies, in that for an oncogene targeted therapy, a biomarker is relatively black and white, in the sense that if, as you heard from Dr. Young and with melanoma, if you do not have a BRAF mutation. So if you're in that 55% of melanomas that doesn't have a BRAF mutation, you will not respond to a BRAF inhibitor. If you don't have, if you're an earlier stage glioma, if you do not have an IDH1 mutation, do not bother trying an IDH1 inhibitor. In the world of immunotherapy, with one wonderful exception, which is the mismatch repair deficiencies, which really translate to a high mutational load, which translates to high antigenicity for that tumor, lots of antigens that the patient's T cells can recognize. But with that as in a sense, an exception, it's really the expression of molecules that regulate immune responses and their levels of expression that represent the biomarkers. Still the dominant biomarker for identification of patients that will have a higher probability of responding to anti-PD-1 or anti-PD-L1, as shown by Dr. Topalian, together with Janice Taub, our lead immune pathologist, is expression levels of PD-L1. Those biomarkers tend to be dirtier than specific mutations, but nonetheless, when one thinks about the landscape of molecules that we're learning about and that are targets for a vast array of antibodies and other engineered immunotherapies, including engineered T cells, this really offers an opportunity. I think we've tapped clinically about 0.0001%. And so I want to just throw out a couple of challenges. So if you look at the fact that we now at the single cell level can analyze the expression level of every gene in the genome, we are now moving toward the ability to spatially profile every gene in the genome. One can now envision, Alana Fertig, who's here, her lab is actually down the hall from ours, that you can take this unbelievable massive information and be able to predict extremely effectively who is going to respond not only to one drug or the other drug, but to really combinations of drugs. Again, in the immunotherapy world, there are literally thousands of combination trials, and immunotherapy is no longer just an antibody against a checkpoint or a vaccine. I remember Jim saying every therapy is an immunotherapy, and that's true. Standard of care for most non-small cell lung cancer patients, if their PD-L1 levels are below 50%, if it's above, it's only an anti-PD-1. If it's below, it's anti-PD-1 plus chemotherapy. So challenge, but yet you now look at how this is done, and all of the immunohistochemistry that we do in standard of care, it's still single marker immunohistochemistry. There is not yet a single standard of care that looks at the co-expression of two different molecules. Our pathology colleague Janice Taub got together a number of years ago with an astronomer at Hopkins, who is one of the world's leaders in development of, Alex Saleh is his name, in development of algorithms to analyze astronomical images They got together and he applied that to multi immunofluorescence, and with only 5 or 6 markers, now they call it astropath, they were able to define for the first time high risk versus intermediate versus low probability responders in melanoma to anti-PD-1. So that's challenge one. How do we take this ever-expanding technology, both technical as well as computational, and translate that into something real world? Because every cancer patient gets a biopsy and it gets plunked into formalin and it gets put into paraffin. So there is so much information that you have there. Also, every cancer patient gets their blood drawn. So you can do ctDNA. That combination should be able to give us amazing precision. But if you actually look what is standard of care now, it still has not changed that much from literally 40 or 50 years ago when Elaine Jaffe was introducing literally the first application of monoclonal antibodies clinically. So that's number one. The second challenge is uptake. So outside of colon cancer, it is still a minority of patients in the United States that get tested for mismatch repair deficiency mutations. Why is this not done as routinely as hematocrit? Because if you have a mismatch repair defective tumor, then anti-PD-1 should be part of your regimen. You shouldn't even, it should be a no-brainer. I get calls from folks with endometrial cancer. A third of endometrial cancers are mismatch repair defective. It is still way, way less than half of patients with endometrial cancers that actually get tested for MMRD. So that's number one. The second has to do with screening. So I had the opportunity to be involved with Suzanne in really the earliest studies testing neoadjuvant application of anti-PD-1 in lung cancer. This was led by Patrick Ford. That translated very quickly to an FDA approval of neoadjuvant anti-PD-1 and plus chemotherapy in stage 2 and 3 lung cancer. That was actually the second FDA approval. The first, thanks to the I-SPY format, was in breast cancer for high-risk breast cancer neoadjuvant combination anti-PD-1 and chemotherapy. Looking at the lung cancer, now low-dose CT scans are approved for individuals that are at high risk of lung cancer. Namely, the best biomarker of all is, do you have a smoking history? If you look at the improvement in 2-year relapse-free survival with neoadjuvant PD-1 chemotherapy in stage 2 and 3, that's saving potentially 20% of the lives of these lung cancer patients.
Drew, can I beg you to bring it soon to a close?
Yes, so I'm going to say,
flashing all around me.
Right, so one number, the rate of screening for lung cancer in high-risk individuals in the state of Maryland is 5%. So we are losing 95% of individuals just because only 5% get screened, that of which probably 20% could be cured who otherwise wouldn't be. So that's the second challenge. Is this information which we know, which is available as standard of care, how are we going to get this out to the public?
Drew, thank you. Thank you so much. I want to thank my superb panel. They're all brilliant. I wish to thank the audience. I think you've had, 5 beautiful dissertations today. I hope you've learned something. And also, I do want to thank NCI. Monica, I spent 7 wonderful years there myself, trained, so many initiatives which you've led forward and which your past directors have led forward. So thank you. Continue pouring the money out, please. God bless.
Would all intelligent people please sit down? I'm sorry, you're having too much fun, everybody. We are going to start with the third panel. We are going to try to keep this informal, and we're not going to have slides. The speakers are going to talk from their chairs. I'm Doug Lowy, Deputy Director of NCI. We really have an illustrious group of panelists, Peter Vogt, Rakesh Jain, and I'm sorry, and Carlo Croce, Webb Cavity, and Steve Rosenberg. Before we go further, this is an illustrious panel, but I just want to congratulate Steve Rosenberg because he's not just NCI colleague, but on Tuesday, President Biden is going to give him the National Medal of Science and Technology. So I'm going to throw out 3 questions, and the panelists will go in order to try to respond to one of those 3 questions. But we really want for the participants here, to ask questions, make comments, et cetera. We'd like this to be interactive. So question number 1 is, what do you know now that you think is important that you didn't know recently? Question number 2 is, what do you see as a major opportunity for the near future that we aren't necessarily thinking about? And question number 3 is, what do you see as major challenges going forward? So I don't think that we're going to get comprehensive answers, but it's really important for people to have great ideas. And that's really what we've been hearing about all day today. But it's not just a question of having great ideas, but then putting them to experimental verification. So Dr. Vogt, why don't you start things off?
Well, I'll start with question 1. What do you know today that you didn't know a few months ago that you think is important? And the simple answer is the involvement of non-coding RNA in the regulation of the cell. Non-coding RNA represents 98% of the human transcriptome. We have ignored this for much too long a time. There have always been voices saying, no, you can't ignore this. You have to start working on this seriously, technically, and computationally. And now data appear in the literature that are experimental data that show how important non-coding RNA is. So for instance, in the nucleus, there are RNA condensates that are critically important in controlling transcription. These condensates contain a lot of non-coding RNA, and the non-coding RNA plays a regulatory role. So if we look back, one of the notorious oncogenes, like MYC, is operating only in conjunction with non-coding RNA. I think we are looking at a major sea change in our understanding of the cell, in our understanding of life, because we have to take into account all the activities of non-coding RNAs. And there's a swelling tide of knowledge that will force us in that direction. It's going to be a revolution, probably a slow revolution, because we are all invested in that simple idea of life with DNA on top, then RNA mainly as a carrier of information, and protein. Don't get me wrong, I think proteins will remain standard drug targets for the foreseeable future. But there will be an upswell of RNA work that will redirect our thinking and the focus of cancer research.
Dr. Vogt, thanks so much. Dr. Jain.
So when I started my career, I spoke with Josh Fiedler, the late Dr. Fiedler, and asked his career advice. So he said, well, think about your career as a car. You can either work on the engine or the hubcaps. And at that time, when I entered the field, the area of tumor microenvironment was the hubcaps. You could just polish it, but the car is not going to move. But what we heard today from many speakers is that the tumor microenvironment is really not the hubcap, but part of the engine. And so what I learned today from many of the people who are associated earlier, strictly working with the cancer genome, now expanded their work into how the microenvironment affects not only the tumor growth, but metastasis and response to therapy. So my thinking is that as the new technologies emerge of not only spatial transcriptomics, but also more sophisticated imaging, we're going to see a better understanding of the microenvironment in real time and how this can be incorporated in cancer treatment. And AI is going to make a major impact in it. It's already making an impact in the detection of cancer. Things that the radiologists could not see earlier can be seen now using AI tools. And there are many laboratories around the world and scientists who are working on it. So what I did not know at the beginning of my career, that area will become so central to cancer research. And I think this is just the beginning, in my opinion. And we're going to begin to exploit the microenvironment more than we have already, which has, as you heard from our very first speaker today, Jim Allison, has already transformed cancer treatment. The word of cancer and cure were never, ever in the same sentence until the immune checkpoint blockers came in. And the survival curves he showed were tremendous. And one area, for example, that has made a difference is that repairing the blood vessels of tumor using anti-angiogenic agents can improve treatment outcome. And already FDA has approved 7 combinations of anti-angiogenic agents with immune checkpoint blockers. And currently there are about a couple of hundred clinical trials going on this around the world. So we're going to see more of that. So I think that's where I see what I've learned in the recent years, and that's where I see the future.
Thanks, Dr. Jain. Dr. Croce.
I share the opinion of my friend Peter Vogt. What we do not understand enough is the function of non-coding RNA, particularly microRNA. We already know that transcription factor regulate microRNA and microRNA regulate transcription factor. We already know that alteration in the expression of specific microRNA cause cancer. For example, loss of MIR15 and 16 in CLL and AML, or overexpression of MIR155 in acute lymphoblastic leukemia. And we know from experimental model that dysregulation of a single microRNA can cause cancer. So we can validate this. There is the problem also of tumor resistance of cancer to drugs. You know, if you treat a cancer with one drug, it's quite likely that some resistance will develop. But if you kill a cancer cell with 2 or 3 drugs that target the same genetic alteration of the cancer cell, it's quite likely that all the cancer cell will die without the development of resistance. So I think that the field that is not that explored, is explored, but not enough, is the field of non-coding RNA and their role in cancer pathogenesis. And the reason is that to work on this field is not as simple as working in the other areas of cancer research. And therefore,
a lot of people are not interested or are not intelligent enough to study this. So I think that that is an area of research that is very important. And you will see in the next few months or few years how important it is.
A prediction. Dr. Cavani.
Well, I'm not intelligent enough to work on microRNA. So, I think if we're going to blue sky this, I think what we really need to know, it was hinted by Peter, but I think goes even farther, and that is the structure, the three-dimensional structure of nuclei, the three-dimensional structure of subparts of the nuclei, this three-dimensional structure of how all of these processes work, so that we can understand how these things like microRNA or non-coding RNAs, how they actually exert their regulatory effects. Peter said that there were things called condensates in the nucleus now. This is a topic which is just starting now. And these are sort of non-membrane bound aggregates in the cell nucleus. And I think that's just the beginning. I think that there's more and more of these things. And of course, we're looking in 2 dimensions if we're sequencing, in 3 dimensions maybe if we're modeling. But we need to be looking even more than that, because we need to be looking in the time element too, because these things are changing as time happens. And the question is whether these kinds of 3-dimensional physical structure in the nucleus or in the cytoplasm for that matter, or even between cells for that matter, actually impact on sensitivity or resistance to various therapies. So for example, you could imagine that a therapy that targets a non-coding RNA or involves a non-coding RNA in its mode of action might be quite differently effective in cells which have a crystalline kind of nucleus compared to a more liquid kind of nucleus. And we have no idea about this. Certainly we have no idea in vivo. We're getting some ideas in vitro. And the thing that's maybe most immediately important about that is how the initial diagnoses are made. So we all heard about H&E slides, but really the information in an H&E slide, besides the pathologist's pattern recognition, is what the cells actually do and what they look like in 3 dimensions. We think of cells as round balls that surround other tumor cells, which are round balls, except they have spikes maybe, or they're different colors. But actually those cells, for example, T cells that surround tumors, are not round in many cases at all. They're all spindly and wrapped around cells. So it may be that the shape, which is what I've sort of been talking about, is actually a very important component that we're missing because we're doing the reductionist look down at 2 dimensions as a sequence or as a panel. So that's where I think we're going to go. I don't know exactly how you would even address that, but I'm not smart enough to know that. So I'll turn it over to Steve, who probably is.
Dr. Rosenberg.
Well, we'll turn back to immunotherapy. And what has plagued progress in immunotherapy over many decades was a lack of understanding of the nature of the target that lymphocytes could attack. And what we've learned over the last 10 years or so is finally identification. We finally understand what a cancer antigen is. What does the immune system recognize on a cancer that's different from normal cells? And interestingly, it turns out to be the critical difference between tumors and normal cells, and that is tumors were originated because they developed mutations, and the accumulation of those mutations led to metabolic changes that caused the cancer. Well, when we were using cell therapy to treat cancer patients, we could identify cells we started in melanoma patients that had a response rate when administered to patients, a little over 50% by RECIST criteria. We could divide those patients into responders and non-responders And because we had the cells that we had administered to those patients as a living drug, we could compare the populations that caused regression compared to the population that couldn't. And when we talk about regression in melanoma, as is the case for many of the checkpoints, if you can get a complete regression, and certainly in melanoma when we first did this over 30 years ago, you can get cures of patients out now 25 and 30 years. Well, by comparing patients that responded and didn't respond and studied the test tube full of cells that caused response compared to those that didn't, we learned finally what was being attacked that could cause the complete durable regression of melanoma. And the target turned out to be the proteins produced by the very mutations that were involved in causing the cancer. And so when we looked at, for example, 86 consecutive melanoma patients, we could find over 150 targets that our T cells recognized in patients that appeared to be cured by the cell transfer. And they all turned out to be mutations in the genome. Now, when we began to extend those studies to other diseases like breast cancer, colon cancer, the same things occurred. When we could identify cells that recognized unique mutations in those cancers and the cancers that those patients bore, we could find the antigens being recognized. And once again, they were the mutations that were involved in the cancer oncogenesis. So we finally understand what cancer antigen is. It's a product of a cancer mutation. And in some sense, it's ironic that the very genes that mutated and caused the cancer can, I believe, turn out to be the Achilles heel of cancer approaches that involve immunotherapy. Now, the good news is if cancer mutations are effective targets for immunotherapy, and virtually all cancers have mutations, if we can learn how to target these neoantigens, these proteins, these mutated proteins caused by these mutations, we could potentially develop treatments potentially across all cancers, because all cancers have mutations. That's the good news. The bad news is the exquisite individuality and specificity of the T cells that recognize these neoantigens arising from mutations. In melanoma patients, for example, in 86 consecutive patients, every patient recognized something different. There were no two patients that recognized the exact same mutation as the target of their T cells. And when we then extended that to what's now 205 patients with the common epithelial cancers, it turned out that 70 to 80% of all cancer types, that is starting from ducts and the major epithelial cancers, they too gave rise to T cells that recognize mutations. And that was true for 80% of virtually all cancer histologies. Again, the problem is, with very limited exceptions, in those 205 patients, we could identify over 360 individual antigens. And with the exception of one antigen, which was a KRAS G12D mutation, particular mutation in an oncogene KRAS, every patient recognized something different. So we have to recognize that treatments with immunotherapy may have to be extraordinarily personalized so that we can develop methods for treating that particular patient. And unfortunately, those treatments would not be suitable for other patients. One of the elements of the genius of the checkpoint modulators, as we heard from Jim Allison earlier, is that it can unleash immune reactions that exist. And in melanoma, we have so many mutations that unleashing the T cells that recognize them are sufficient to cause regression. That's not the case for the overwhelming majority of the solid epithelial cancers that still cause 90% of all deaths from cancer. So it's this personalized nature of treatment that we're going to have to increasingly recognize if we're going to make progress in developing in developing immunotherapy. Now, there are some shared mutations. In fact, astonishing how few there are, as this genomic revolution has given us so much information, how few mutations are actually shared. And if you do particular targeted sequencing, you can identify now T cells that recognize KRAS and P53 mutations that collectively KRAS mutations present in about 30% of all cancers, P53 in about half. And so one of the current challenges is to try to identify the T cells that can recognize mutations in those shared molecules, but that's turning out to be a very difficult task. But I think we at least now see our way towards potential solutions to extending immunotherapy to many additional patients.
Thank you. I think that what Dr. Rosenberg is talking about, to me, is the issue of scalability. And I would like to kind of turn that around and say that the technology that we have today, as we have heard, really is extraordinary, where we can try to understand, as some of you have said, whether it's what's happening at the plasma membrane, in the cytoplasm, the nuclear envelope in the nucleus, the DNA, RNA, and then at the single cell level, the importance of the microenvironment. How do we take this myriad of information and try to essentially make it practical for dealing with patients so that we either reduce their risk of cancer or we improve their outcome if they develop cancer? This is obviously a big question. We're not going to get all the answers, but I was wondering if any of you might like to tackle, how do we go from the incredible amount of information that we have to trying to do something practical for people?
So I think, as you know, the AI is beginning to address some of that, and it's only improving exponentially. So right now, we cannot do this, but the tools are being developed. And I'm sure you've been seeing some publications in New England Journal of Medicine and other places where some of this has already been applied. But I really think that's the tip of the iceberg. I think we're going to see that an exponential growth in that area next decade.
Other comments?
Well, scalability is a function of what we understand. When we first developed CAR T cells for the treatment of patients with diffuse large B-cell lymphomas, with B-cell malignancies in general, and pharmaceutical companies would come through and say, if you're creating a new drug for every patient by using their own cells, if we had the disease, they said, we'd come to see you, but we don't see how in a pharmaceutical company we can commercialize such a complex approach. And that happened until one of my former fellows, Ari Beldigran, came by and decided to form a company called Kite Pharma to enable large numbers of people to receive this kind of treatment. And the genius of modern industry developed a technique thereby that one could transfer cells to a central facility, have them converted into the right drug for you individually by inserting the right receptor, and then send it back. And that turned out to turn what seemed to be an unscalable problem into one that was indeed scalable. And now there are hundreds of thousands of patients in this country, in Europe and Asia, even more, that are receiving this therapy that was thought to be non-scalable earlier. And so I think if we can develop T cells against the unique reagents in each individual cancer and figure out ways to find them quickly, and we can find them within about 3 or 4 weeks now, then I think we'll develop scalable approaches that wouldn't seem possible today. Incidentally, when Ari Beldigran started Kite Pharma in 2012, when we transferred our technology to Kite Pharma 5 years later, that company was sold to Gilead Biosciences for $11.9 billion. To me, a proud example of how information that's developed at academic institutions, as well as the governmental institutions like the NIH, can get translated to large numbers of people.
Thanks. If there are comments or questions from you all at the tables, it's very hard. I feel like I'm in an interrogation room, because of these intense lights. But please stand up and say.
Yell.
I would like to ask Dr. Volk and Dr. Croce, who talked about non-coding RNAs. What about the issue of being able to deliver the inhibitors or whatever to that? One of the principles that we think we understand about cancer treatment is that you need to try to target the vast majority of cancer cells. And how do you deal with that technical issue when it comes to some kind of nucleic acid approach?
This is a very important technical issue because today we cannot target 100% of the cancer cells in a tumor with a payload of, let's say, microRNA that will do the job. So that can't be done. Another problem is that some of these non-coding RNA, for example, microRNA, have multiple targets. And we know only some of them, okay? And we know that when those some are altered, what would happen, but we don't know the same for all of them. So the possibility of side effects are enormous. And in fact, I know that a few clinical trials that have been done with MIR34 were very bad because it caused illness and death, in fact. So the answer is you cannot do that. But you can do another thing. MicroRNA have multiple targets. And therefore, when one microRNA is dysregulated, you have the dysregulation of multiple targets. And so from the dysregulation of those multiple targets, you can pick up a good target. I give you an example. ROR1 is an embryonal antigen which is not expressed in any somatic cell, but is expressed in a lot of cancer. Okay? So ROR1 is expressed when MIR15 and 16 are lost, like for example in CLL. So in CLL, you have MIR15 and 16 loss that lead to the overexpression of an oncogene called BCL2. And if you use venetoclax, which is a fantastic drug that kill 99.99% of the leukemic cells, okay? But those cells that overexpress BCL2 also overexpress ROR1. So you could treat those leukemia with venetoclax and antibodies against ROR1 or small molecule against ROR1. So the probability that a cancer cell will make it will be very little. And the possibility that resistance will happen will be very little. And using this approach, you could get 3, 4, 5 specific targets that could be used for therapy.
Dr. Volk, did you want to make any comments?
Well, there is a huge technical challenge working with RNA. There are no RNA drugs. But ultimately, what we are talking about and thinking about is the RNA has a regulatory function that is transmitted by an interaction between RNA and protein, RNA and chromatin, RNA and transcription factors. So ultimately, I think that the RNA binding domains on proteins will be an indirect way to get at the RNA itself.
Thank you. Yes.
So as a computational biologist, I've heard a lot of talk about AI coming out that people are sort of hopeful for. And I guess the question I have for the panel is if we're going to use large language models or other tools that are non-interpretable, what are the barriers to translation? And do we need to be sort of focusing on models where we know the underlying mechanism and can do preclinical work, or if we have a model where we're just going to get a prediction, but we don't know what's under the hood, is that going to be effective?
Anyone want to take a stab, respond?
So
Dr. Jain.
we are developing models both ways, from ground up based on mechanisms. And we have developed model for immune therapy and many others based on the understanding the tumor biology. And what we are trying to do is bring things from top down, from large language models, and see if we can merge the two. We have not done that yet. We are currently finishing up a story on microbiome in collaboration with Jen Wargo at MD Anderson, where our team has developed the mechanistic model based on our current understanding, which is very limited, of microbiome's role in cancer response to immune therapy. And their group has developed information using large language models to the data set they have, and we're trying to merge the two. And hopefully we'll be able to do that in several months or 6 months or so.
Thank you. Others? Jonathan.
So for 50 years, for 50 years, we've spent a lot of time defining the genetic abnormalities of cancers and have identified a lot of oncogenes, and we've developed excellent chemical matter against them in many cases. And yet the arc for those drugs, and I think this will be the same for RAS, unfortunately, is that they work until they don't work, which is rather rapid. And so I think we've heard bits and pieces of why that might be, but I'd be curious what the panel thinks. What is the missing element here? Is it going to be a combination of attacking the tumor driver, if you will, or drivers, plus microenvironment in some fashion, or plus RNA? I just, the drug resistance is such a huge thing after all the investment we've made. Where do we need to go?
Great question.
The question, what I was addressing was the question of resistance. If you have billions of cancer cells in the body of a patient, you will always have some mutant or variant that are resistant to it. So you have to find a way to hit the cancer cell 2 or 3 or 4 times, okay? Now, what gives you that opportunity? The microRNA dysregulation gives you that opportunity. Because if you find that one microRNA is dysregulated and is responsible for the malignancy, you can find them 4, 5, 6 targets, okay? And then you can test those targets, and you can find out whether, in fact, if you use 2 or 3 of them, you have no resistance anymore. I gave you the example of venetoclax and ROR1, and ROR1 antibody or small molecule. In that case, you have 2 proteins that are dysregulated because of genetic alteration in a single microRNA, okay? Now, that is translated in the aberrant expression of 2 proteins. Now, you make drug against those 2 proteins, is quite unlikely that the cancer cell will resist. And by using this approach, you can make target 3 or 4 or 5 targets. Okay? Then the cancer cell will have no chance. You will not have any resistance.
But Dr. Crochet, what about the issue if you're using multiple drugs simultaneously of potential toxicity?
Maybe not. You know, for example, with venetoclax, there are very little side effects, if any. Okay. Now you know that ROR1 is only an embryonal antigen. It's not expressed in any somatic cell, so it will not have any effect on any tissue of the body. So why not to use 2 drugs that attack 2 different targets? And one we know already is very safe, venetoclax, and the other probably is very safe because it's not expressed in any normal tissue.
Other, yes.
Thank you. One quick thing I really love when Dr. Rosenberg mentioning that the difference between normal and tumor are the mutations. Because I think maybe there's a misperception that immuno-oncology is non-position. Actually incredibly accurate, right, to recognizing 10 to the 18 different epitopes and unleash those T cells. I find that sometimes the world has now again, turned the back at the immuno-oncology, going after ADCs and, oncogenic drivers, and forgetting that actually your word beautifully mentioned is a living drug, right? After 10 years of CAR T, the cells are still living there. The medicine is still in patient's blood. So love to see your view of this, the future of oncology, this kind of divergence of half the field are chasing after targeted so-called position, and then the IOs returning to a sort of forgetting land.
Thank you. Does anybody want to comment on that? To Steve. There was a question behind.
Oh, I have a question too, on top of that. But you want, Dr. Rosenberg wants to.
Did you want to?
Sure. So I was trained as a surgeon. If you have a cancer and it's there, you take it out. It's very simple. The problem, of course, is that once it's spread, surgery, which is still the most effective way to cure metastatic cancer, if you just have oligometastatic disease, we don't have good drugs that can eliminate the last cancer cell because of heterogeneity and other factors. But one of the advantages of the immune system, and especially of using T cells in a patient, now that we understand that 80% of all cancer patients have T cells that can recognize their cancer, boils down to we know what the bullet is, the T cell from that same patient that can recognize the antigen. We know what the target is. We can now begin to approach treatments with immunotherapy without having to understand a lot of the basic metabolic changes and mechanisms, genomic changes that have been discussed. And that, to me, is one of the reasons why I think immunotherapy is going to continue to develop as a major new treatment, because we can, by targeting the antigen we know with the cell that we know has the right T cell receptor, reduces the problem to what are the microenvironmental factors that prevent that T cell from working. And that reduces the problem to a more manageable question. And I think progress is going to be made, and it's going to be made rapidly over the next 5 to 10 years.
I have a follow-on question. Really appreciate Dr. Lowy's question about how do you bring this large amount of information and fast advances reduced to something actionable for patients. We learned 85% of patients are treated in the community setting. And how do we motivate the oncologists and doctors, physicians in the community to keep up with this large amount of information and to overcome other financial or lack thereof incentives, as well as in a policy environment to really bring it to bedside?
Big questions.
What you're questioning is, why is there such enormous diversity in the availability of care among different populations? I remember hearing someone talk and said that the best predictor of your outcome from virtually any disease is not your genetic code, it's your zip code.
Yep.
And so one of the major problems, and our new director of the NIH, Dr. Bertagnoli, is an expert in this and is going to make this a priority, is how can we take what we do know and distribute it more equitably? That's in the other side of cancer care, and that is not only developing treatments, but being sure that a current system that exists for delivering medical care can supply them to patients. And it's shocking in a country as wealthy as the United States, how we do not have a medical care system that equitably distributes effective care among its citizens.
So I'm going to ask the last question, but we have 2.5 minutes, so I'm not sure we will get a complete answer. We've heard a lot about the importance of mutations, and in some ways, Dr. Topalian's description of Merkel cell carcinoma with viral antigens, the classic foreign antigen, and the ability of immunotherapy to do that, to take care of that, or at least ameliorate the situation. But we've learned an enormous amount about signaling. And many proteins where there is signaling are more or less constitutively active, but not mutated. And so my question is, should we start thinking about constitutively active proteins in addition to mutant proteins, perhaps not so much for immunotherapy, but as possible other targets if we think that they are important pathogenetically?
We still have that problem of targeting cancer-specific mutations in some of the most important signaling proteins. A good example is PI3 kinase. We know that there are gain-of-function mutations. There's only a limited number of mutations, 3 mutations. And although there have been claims that there exist mutant-specific inhibitors, so far they haven't been backed up at all. So there is a huge challenge out there for some of these mutations. And PI3 kinase is an example where you have just a single nucleotide substitution. The proteins are very similar to wild type. There are structural changes which we don't completely understand with respect to what's the mechanism for gain of function. But I think there's progress there to be made and progress coming where we can target the mutated protein and leave the wild type, which is important to the cell, leave the wild type intact. We have much fewer side effects.
Thank you. Anyway, I want to thank everyone on the panel. I thank for your comments and questions. And I think we need to stop there because we need to be ready for the next session. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, I am Dr. Sujamba, CEO and co-founder of Aim High Accelerator Fund. This year's process has been one of the most challenging ones. We have received a great pool of outstanding applicants from 15 countries. The 2023 semifinalists represent some of the brightest minds that are working hard to advance the most innovative technologies toward finding cures to cancer and improving patient lives. Watch now as our semifinalists share their innovative technology and how their companies can make a difference for those affected by cancer.
March Biosciences is a clinical stage cell therapy company that is developing a first-in-class treatment for patients with T-cell lymphoma, a disease with an extremely poor prognosis. And our lead asset, MB-105, is already in phase 1 studies and has a demonstrated safety and efficacy signal in these patients. Essentially, our therapy uses good T cells to kill bad T cells and has led to complete remissions even in patients who have failed all their forms of treatment. The Aim High Women's Venture Competition is unique in that it provides an opportunity for women leaders in the life sciences industry to showcase their innovative ideas, to receive mentorship from experienced professionals, and ultimately to gain access to capital investments. Winning the Aim High Women's Venture Competition would be a tremendous opportunity for March Biosciences. First and foremost, we are excited about the opportunities to engage with women industry leaders and to learn from their valuable experiences and mentorship. Ultimately, Aim High would increase our ability to succeed in bringing this first-in-class therapy to more patients.
I started APC-Mu with the goal of developing a new generation of revolutionary human immunotherapies to overcome current checkpoint inhibitor resistance. A fundamental philosophy that sets APC-Mu apart in this process is to discover impactful new drug targets by correlating gene expression with T-cell infiltration, using a proprietary T-cell signature, the machine learning and algorithms. Winning the Aim High Women's Venture Competition will allow us to rapidly continue drug development and move our drug first-in-class therapy into the clinic. It will enable APC-Mu to continue creating drugs that push the boundary of immune oncology with the hopes of developing lasting, life-changing medicines. It really is inspiring to have a platform that increases the visibility of female leaders in science, which will open up new opportunities and fully display the extraordinary capability of women scientists in the life science industry.
Superga is generating innovative solutions to treat rare cancers. Our team recognized proteins that cancer cells must have to stay alive and grow, but are hard to neutralize with current drugs. We make proprietary compounds to get rid of such proteins. Our goal is to bring our lead compound to the clinic as proof of concept that our approach works. Winning the Aim High Women's Venture Competition will mean endorsement by impartial experts. The value of the competition for women leaders in the life sciences industry is twofold. First, women leaders will learn about and learn from each other and make connections. Second, it brings to attention biases we face. Ideas and achievements of half the population stay untapped. An abysmally small fraction of venture funds go to women-led companies. This competition says, we know there's a problem and we're going to do something about it.
At Chile, we have created a technology that effectively isolates and analyzes circulating tumor cells, which will serve to detect cancer at the early stages and allow the personalization of cancer therapies. This will have a positive impact on the outcome of cancer patients, increasing their odds of defeating cancer. It is well known that startups led by women, especially in science, receive less funding than those led by men. I believe that the Aim High Women's Venture Competition is a great effort to level the scale, and with enough time, it will have a great impact on the startup ecosystem. It will be the world for us winning the Aim High Women's Venture Competitions, which will allow us to fulfill our mission of saving lives.
PTX Pharmaceuticals is developing next-generation cancer treatments based on our nanoparticle delivery platform that can directly target cancers while harnessing body immune system to fight cancer. I believe that the Aim High Women's Venture Competition holds immense value for women leaders in oncology. It is a great opportunity for women entrepreneurs to showcase their innovation, which may inspire and empower more women to pursue careers and entrepreneurships in oncology. Winning the Aim High Women's Venture Competition would be a huge milestone for me and our company. It would allow us to showcase our work and provides us the funding needed to advance our drug candidate to patients quickly to make positive impact to the lives of cancer patients.
Diagram's molecular glue technology is about opening up the undruggable target space to find treatment for new disease targets. Traditional small molecule drugs need to bind to a disease target protein to inhibit or activate its activity. They require a binding pocket on the target protein. Our technology doesn't require binding pockets. Rather, it degrades the target protein. So it can target the previously undruggable, which is 80% of the disease targets. And we can bring many new treatments to patients. Winning the Aim High Women's Venture Competition will be an endorsement of the innovative work we're doing at Diagram. By recognizing women leaders and entrepreneurs in the industry, the competition makes them more visible to
Great
other current
panelists
and future
and keynote speech. So hope everybody enjoy lunch. Maybe we can all do a quick stretch. Wake up after the. Okay, I guess nobody's following me. I can tell all kinds of jokes about how many scientists does it take to screw a light bulb or, all that. I won't go there. So my name is Rose Wang. I am the afternoon MC of this program. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a serial entrepreneur and a passionate patient advocate. I always ask questions on behalf of patients on meetings like this. But what we are doing this afternoon is going into the Entrepreneurship and Women's Program, which is near and dear to many of our hearts. Well, everybody's heart should be. First, I would like to invite Dr. Sujuan Ba back on stage to give us a few remarks on entrepreneurship in oncology and this year's Beacon Award on women's leadership in oncology. But Sujuan doesn't need an introduction, but I do want to tell a story about her. Back when Aim High first started in 2019, I remember having a conversation maybe over too many glasses of wine with Sujuan, talking about the number 2%. 2% of women entrepreneurs in biotech get venture funding. Sujuan said, I'm a woman scientist. I don't see difference between a woman scientist and a men scientist. I don't get it. That's very typical of Sujuan. That's how Aim High's Women's Venture Competition was born, over many glasses of wine, and now has expanded into the Women's Initiative from Aim High. So I'm very proud to introduce a fearless, visionary, entrepreneurial leader, Dr. Sujuan Ba.
Thank you, Rose. It's very kind of you to give me all those wonderful titles. I will take it all in and make it a good use for our communities. So I hope everyone is enjoying the Global Summit and the award ceremonies so far. What a great series of morning sessions. Lots of thoughts, provocative thoughts, a lot of new ideas, and you can tell the whole audience is inspired and challenged also, right? And we will take a lot of those questions and we'll put it into discussions, and I am 100% sure we will have some actions in place. And next year, when you come back, you will hear what we had done about it. May not be enough, but it's beginning. So I know with all the advisors in the room, all the board members in the room, I'm very confident we're gonna carry on and explore how to resolve some of the issues discussed. And I wanted to continue what Rose mentioned, that all the discoveries we have made, they are not enough, and they may be good to have publications and speeches, but they are just the beginning. And we needed to take those discoveries to the patient side. The discoveries we made, a lot of people who are here made, are just the beginning of the first step. And there is a long and hard, arduous, challenging journey in front of us. So those breakthroughs, we needed to figure out how to take them to the next level. And we wanted to make sure all those wonderful efforts, incredible discoveries made, we will take it to the next step. But we all know taking to the next step is very hard. Between the discoveries and patient side, there is a valley of death sitting between them. And we all heard and frustrated about this valley of death. And we need to figure out how to enable those discoveries to cross over valley of the death. And for some of you may not know what I'm talking about. Valley of the death is really lacking of funding for the young emerging entrepreneurs and early stage oncology companies that hard to find the funding for them to do preclinical studies so that they can show the proof of concept and proof of value going into the patient side pipelines. So one thing you heard from Rose that we talk about this constantly, have lots of advisors challenging us, especially Dr. Webb, Kavanagh, Dr. Raju Kuchulapati, Brian, Leland Jung, all of that say, we got to do something to change that. And so that is why Franklin Salisbury Jr. and Charlie Weatherspoon in 2019 and helped me to found the Aim High Accelerator Fund with the support of NFCR's the board. And the Aim High Accelerator's goal is to really provide the enabling seed funding for young entrepreneurs and early stage oncology companies, and also provide a platform, an ecosystem to coach, mentor, advise, and connect all the people who care about the drug development and patient cares. So our vision is that through those impact investment, through those ecosystem, we'll be able to create an evergreen model to support more cancer research program, continue to turbocharge the discoveries and translational of discoveries into patient side. And Aim High from day one has wanted to be the beacon for those struggling entrepreneurs and early stage companies that they are doing fantastic work, new horizon, but they are running into difficulties and challenges to get seed money. Everywhere they go, every VC they go to ask money for, and they were either told, you are too early, come back to us when you have more data, or the entrepreneurs, too young, too green, no track records. But all the seasoned entrepreneurs have to start somewhere, right? So we wanted to be here as a help center, as a community for all the young entrepreneurs. And we want to make sure collectively we coach, mentor, and support the young entrepreneurs, the young emerging companies get to the next step. So help is on the way. May not be enough, but we start somewhere. So over the past 4 years, with the support of more than 3 dozens of pro bono advisors coming from academic research arenas and business arena, VCs, and legal attorneys, everybody, we assembled more than 3 dozens of advisors helping us to evaluate and review and guide young companies. We have reviewed more than 300 young emerging oncology companies. Most of them, I'm proud to say, are women-led oncology companies. And we have recognized more than 2 dozens of those companies in different ways, amplifying their work and connecting them to with the community, and really salute their effort. And some of those companies go on and receive the seed investment from Aim High. And I wanted to share some of the comments I get or feedbacks I get from many people in this room who actually have the opportunities to work with NFCR. They all told me that the recognition they receive from Aim High, the investment they receive from Aim High really served as a catalyst and also endorsement for them to go on and receive other investment or grants as a good housekeeping seal. And I'm glad to see we can amplify this and with little money as we could. And that is what it needed at the beginning seed fund. And this afternoon, you will hear some of the portfolio companies that we have invested, and some of the co-investors in this room who believe in us, believe in our cause, also jointly invested. And they will share their mission and show you how their efforts are making cures possible and how they can potentially save patients' lives from their work. So we are all in at Aim High, dedicated to leaving no idea or no innovations, hopefully no entrepreneurs behind in the quest for cures. So if you aspire to set up new company from your discovery, you have a young company, come and talk to us. My doors, well, my phones are always on. And I'm incredibly grateful to have so many dedicated people helping us. And together, we are really playing an incredible role of bridging the gap and overcome the valley of death. And like I said, together, we can make a difference for cancer patients. While Aim High is accelerating the translational part of the innovations to patients, which is what I love about, we also have recognized some systematic challenges and many of us face. Women leaders and entrepreneurs are severely under-recognized, underfunded in life science. Like Rose said earlier, when she first brought this idea to me, or this phenomenon to me, I didn't believe it. I said, no, I am a woman scientist, so I didn't feel I was under whatever, right? I said, I don't believe that. I went and dig the data And lo and behold, it's true. It's less than 3%. And that is a weakening moment. And that is something I am a woman scientist, a woman leader, said, we got to do something. We got to change about this. In the way we can. We can't change everything, but the little way we can make a difference. So, so Aim High has started a women's initiative, amplifying, honoring, recognizing, and celebrating women leaders and entrepreneurs. So we launched the Beacon Award for Women Leaders in Oncology in 2022, recognizing the outstanding women who have significantly impact advancement, advocating cancer treatment, detection, diagnosis, prevention, as well as policy impact for patients worldwide. I wanted to make sure all those trailblazing women behind the scene are amplified and recognized in a wide scale as possible as we can. So today, I'm honored to introduce our 2023 Beacon Award winner, Dr. Monica Battagnoli. Monica is one of my superheroes. She's a cancer researcher, surgeon, a leader, a mother, a wife, a mentor, advisor, and many more. And she has been an excellent advisor for NFCR. Like I said, she was one of the pro bono advisors helping me launching women's venture competition and many other things, guiding us to achieve our best. She was selected as the director of the National Cancer Institute, the first woman in NCI's history of 86 years. And that's a big milestone. And she's soon to be confirmed as the head of NIH, overcoming unprecedented obstacles. And I salute her to do this. And I really am proud of you, Monica. So I can't wait for you to become the head of NIH. And you will do great things for the life sciences, biomedicals. Dr. Battagnoli embodies what the Beacon Award for Women Leaders in Oncology is all about. You're a bold and fearless leader and advocate for patient care. You have been a relentless supporter of cancer research and a passionate spokesperson for patients, especially in underserved communities. You have championed collaborative initiatives to transform clinical research data infrastructure, launch groundbreaking cancer prevention and early detection of efforts. We have heard this morning how important this effort is. And you have brought clinical trials to so many more Americans. You have fostered partnerships and facilitated knowledge exchange and has propelled progress in the field and united experts in a collective effort to treating cancer. With great delight, I present our superhero woman leader, Dr. Monica Battagnoli, and I welcome my co-chair of the Beacon Award Selection Committee, Dr. Webb Cavaney, to join me on the stage to present. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay.
Don't want to put it on your glasses.
Don't take mine. Need those. Oh my goodness. I can't tell you how incredible this is. Let me just start. It is just such an honor to be here and to receive this award. And I consider myself a doctor, a surgeon who deeply loves science. And I can't tell you how thrilling it was today to hear the presentations in this room from these giants in our field who have and continue to so dramatically transform the world through science. I think about the 35 so years that I practiced medicine in the clinic, and I think back over that time about how much is different today. And frankly, I think about the patients along the way that we lost, that if they were just here today, it would be so different, you know? And so taking the long view, it's just truly incredible how much has changed from the doctor in the clinic perspective, understanding that, yeah, we still have so much more to do, but this is what science is bringing to us. And it's just so thrilling to see some of the people who are making this happen. I would like to give a deep, heartfelt thank you to the selection committee, to Aim High, and to the National Foundation for Cancer Research for this award, but also for your incredible support of women's entrepreneurship in oncology. Having been on the selection committee myself, I know very well what your work and recognition have meant to women in science. I can't emphasize enough how important it is to support women as entrepreneurs and leaders in science. It is well documented that overall investment in women-led companies pales in comparison to those run by men. And achieving parity here is certainly important. To solve the challenge of cancer, we have to do this. This is still the second leading cause of death in the US and a terrible scourge around the world. And we need all people to take action. That will surely require great leadership from more women in science and beyond. So, President Biden has called on all of us to do what we can to end cancer as we know it and to reduce the death rate from cancer by at least 50% by 2047, and to make cancer treatable and livable for all who face it. To do this, it is clear that we need faster progress against the most common cancers. Our pace today is not good enough. And we need progress against cancers for which we have yet to make really any significant inroads. We've heard about some of those today. Today's lectures show that we are well on the way to do this, but any time in the clinic humbles all of us and reminds us that we have so much more to do. And also, as already been mentioned, we absolutely must eliminate inequities that contribute to worse outcomes for some populations. We have what we know works. It is an unacceptable tragedy if that doesn't get to everybody who needs it. We simply won't get where we need to be if we keep doing things the way we always have across society. And it is imperative that we find new, more innovative ways to meet the challenge of cancer. We know that diverse teams are more innovative, that effective leadership is key to getting the most out of teams, and this is a big reason why we must invest in women leaders and entrepreneurs. There are so many women with truly transformative ideas and untapped potential as leaders that for a variety of reasons have not had the same opportunities of men. I'll give you a concrete example. If you look at the NIH and the RPG grantees at the NIH, a third are women, 2/3 are men. Now, when women do apply, they are funded at an equal rate to the men. But so fewer women actually apply to the NIH for funding. Why? I think, frankly, this is a support and encouragement issue. And I think that's what it's going to take to overcome this. What we need to do for women is to have opportunity that matches their talent. And to achieve that match, we achieve that match when talented women have the resources and relationships. Those are really key that help them thrive. This is why the contributions of AIM High, the National Foundation for Cancer Research, and others like you who support this effort are such an important part of this equation. To me, a critical part of AIM High is it's the funding, yes, but more than that, it is the support and the recognition and the interactions and the welcome into the community of people who will succeed in this work. Earlier this year, the NCI released a national cancer plan to help us all see how our actions fit together and to provide a framework for collaboration across all of society. This plan rose out of a request from our president that our work to overcome cancer encompass all of government and all of society, not just the NCI or the NIH. We know that this is what is required. And I want to personally acknowledge the National Foundation for Cancer Research for being a powerful force for exactly this for 50 years. Congratulations. So very quickly, the National Cancer Plan details 8 goals that show a very clear future state in which we could honestly say we've ended cancer as we know it. While your support of women leaders will ultimately address all 8 of these goals, there are just 3 in particular I'd like to briefly highlight. Number 1, eliminate inequities. That would mean that we have eliminated inequities in cancer risk factors, incident, treatment side effects, and mortality. To achieve this, all populations must have equitable access to prevention, screening, treatment, and survivorship care. There is still much we need to understand about what approaches actually work for underserved communities and how to best reach them, no matter who they are or where they live. And we will only identify those approaches if all populations are well represented in research and in intervention design. And this has proven to be one of the most significant challenges we faced. For example, only a small percentage of people with cancer or at risk participate in clinical trials today. This greatly limits our capacity to evaluate new intervention and to speed progress. It's critical that all people who wish to participate can do so without barriers. That leads me to the second goal, which is the goal to engage every person. Literally everyone has something to offer the goal of overcoming cancer, from the successful entrepreneur to the amazing scientist moving an exciting new treatment to the clinic, to friends who encourage each other to go in for their cancer screening. Everyone can do something here. You know, we heard about precision medicine, a lot about precision medicine today. And what I think is the best that's ever come out of precision medicine, it is more than ever in the past has merged fundamental science, fundamental understanding of the deep nature of cancer and the process of tumorigenesis with the clinic and patients and what happens to people. And for me, that is really the incredible value of precision medicine, and that approach is what's going to, more and more of that is going to drive us forward. Another quick comment. Our country is seeing a really distressing lack of trust in science. One of the best ways to overcome this is to have researchers who reflect and engage people and reflect and understand the complexity of each of the populations that we serve. That will lead to trust. It's person to person. It's not some press release. And so everyone here, I ask, person to person, be an ambassador, earning our trust in science from all people. Now, we're at the third goal of the National Cancer Plan on Highlight, which is to optimize the workforce. I'm very glad that Dr. Jung brought this up. To produce the best science that benefits everyone who needs it, we must invest in a diverse workforce that reflects the many communities we serve and is backed by, like Aim High, the organizational culture and resources that allow that workforce to thrive. What better way than to help all leaders with the best potential to rise to the top and set their workforce on course, So when you tie these three goals together, eliminate inequities, engage every person, and optimize the workforce, you can see clearly how supporting women as leaders and entrepreneurs fits into the National Cancer Plan and will be powerful in accelerating our progress against cancer. No one achieves their full potential on their own. I am profoundly grateful to all of those who have encouraged me, mentored me, supported me, and continued to do so today. Many of you are in the room here, and I thank you so much. When scientists have the passion to succeed, they can accomplish transformative results, but they need access to the resources they need, have people who believe in them, provide them with guidance along their path to their whole career, and establish relationships that open doors of opportunity. So I dedicate this award to all those people who invested in me along the way, which I try to honor every chance I get by paying it forward to others on their paths. Finally, I would like to thank Aim High and the National Foundation for Cancer Research for this recognition today, and thank everyone out there who is making a huge difference by empowering the next generation of women who will help to shape the future in science and bring us so much closer to the day when all who face cancer live long and healthy lives, and those at risk never have to endure its tragedy. Thank you so much.
Wow. What an inspiration you are to all of us, Monica. So here at Aim High, we aim to elevate women role models like Monica to not only and help entrepreneurs to not only survive the valley of death, but thrive with the help of our wonderful global community and ecosystem. So now I switch to the women's venture competition portion of this program. With that, I would like to bring Dr. Pam Garzone and also Dr. Dimitra Georgianopoulos. Did I get your name right? Yay. I have had the pleasure of working with Dr. Garzone and Dr. Georgianopoulos, or Pam and Dimitra, from the beginning of women's venture competition. They're my mentors. They advise me, my venture, but they more so, they are drug developers themselves. They are scientists. They give time very, very generously to other women, to leaders, to entrepreneurs. They are investors themselves. They are entrepreneurs themselves. I'm just so grateful to both of you and for our community. So with that, I will give you Pam and Dimitra.
Thank you, Rose, for a wonderful introduction. And Monica, it's so hard to follow your terrific act, but I'll do my best, but thank you. So I feel privileged, and I am always humbled to collaborate with the esteemed scientists, the clinicians, and the investors on the Aim High Women's Competition Committee. My co-chair, Dr. Raju Kuchalapati, Dr. Webb Cavanagh, and Dr. Brian Leon Jones in particular. The competition, as you heard, is 4 years old. And since that inaugural event, This committee has reviewed 215 applications. These applications came in from over 20 different countries worldwide. We listened to 30 pitches, and each of those pitches were followed by a question and answer session. Some of the questions were more insightful than others, but nonetheless, we sat through it all. And we recognized 12 of the participants, either through an honorarium, through endorsement, or in the seed funding. Just this past year alone, we received 71 different applications from 6 countries. And they represented different areas. We had 33 applicants that dealt with therapeutics. We had 19 that were in the diagnostic field. We had 8 that were in digital health, and we had 11 that were in this category technology that included imaging and detection modalities, as well as drug delivery aspects. So very diverse group. And I think, and Sujan talked about this, but what I think is so unique with the Aim High organization and what Sujan has built is that the participants get advice, they get mentoring, they get coaching, and Sujan is fantastic at enabling connections across the board in different areas. And I applaud her and the team for enabling this effort. And it is really great to see this wonderful community of innovative, creative, passionate women entrepreneurs to avail them of these resources to allow them to succeed in what is sometimes a very highly competitive field. So thank you so much. It's been my privilege to work with you. And for now, I will turn it over to Dimitra to introduce our awardees.
Thanks, Pam and Rose and Sujuan and the whole committee. Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce you to the two finalists, first award and second award. The first one is Sarah Hine from March Biosciences. I have intersected with Sarah in 2023 at almost every investment event there's out there. I saw her multiple times throughout the year. She was at every fundraising investment event, and I was very impressed with her. She's one of those quiet powers that comes out of the flyover states, you know who they are. And she's been involved with multiple successful biotech companies, as well as a lot of incubators out of Texas. And she's going to be talking to us today about her company with March Biosciences on the late-stage clinical cell therapy technology. And then secondly, the second awardee is Lily Zhu, the CEO of Tegron Therapeutics. I also was very lucky to meet with Lily in a very conspicuous situation at Bio in Boston this year, but we were able to meet and catch up and talk about this event and her work with Tegron Therapeutics and her work in the highly innovative protein degradation and molecular glue space. So without further ado, I'll invite both Sarah and Lily to come to the stage. Thank you. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. So John, come and present her awardees. Thank you.
Congratulations. No, Lily, you can sit on the.
You can sit. Yeah, we're really good at science, but giving awards is new to us. So, oh. We will iterate and get better next year, I promise. This actually, Suzhan, you have anything else to remark? No, I think this kind of concludes our two. Let's give a big round of applause to our winners of. They do presentation. Okay, so would you like to start, Sarah? A short presentation. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all. As I think I'm better at building companies, hopefully, than at coordination, but that's okay. So thank you all, first of all, to the committee, to Suzhan, to Dimitra for having me here today and giving me an opportunity to talk about March Biosciences. It's been an incredible journey, and it's a privilege to be here in front of so many names that I recognize on paper and not in person. So thank you. My name is Sarah Hine. I'm the CEO, co-founder of March Biosciences. Next slide. Do I have a clicker? All right. So March Biosciences is a cell therapy company. We're unusual in that we're new, but we're starting on a clinical stage asset out of Baylor College of Medicine Cell and Gene Therapy Center. I'm going to spend the majority of the time talking about our lead asset, which is targeted to T-cell lymphoma and leukemia. And so, as many of you know here, we've made tremendous strides at treatment for the B-cell cancers, which have a number of targeted therapeutic options available to them today, including targeted therapies, immunotherapies, as well as the traditional chemotherapies, trying to get to those transplants, and the prognosis for those patients is quite good. Unfortunately, the treatment for T-cell cancers is still incredibly poor. And so these patients have a poor prognosis at the start, and unfortunately, once they enter the relapse and refractory state, they have an incredibly poor prognosis and survival of only 10 to 20% over about 3 years. And the reason for that is that the shared target space between your normal T cells and your cancer cells limits your ability to develop those targeted therapeutics that are so important for the treatment of other cancers. And so this is the same case, of course, for those for CAR T-cell therapies. And then you have the additional complexity with CAR T-cell therapies that if you're using T-cells to target T-cells, of course, you risk that you will not be able to make a product at all. That's slightly more overcomable through engineering advancements that we have today. However, the challenge is if you do those sort of molecular gene editing adaptations, what you're doing is you're adding a lot of regulatory complexity, you're adding a lot of CMC complexity, and ultimately, we think that there's a better way of doing this where we have a strategy through in-depth engineering where we do not have to do that additional gene editing at all. So the lead asset for this product, for this company, we're calling MB105. It's a CD5 targeted CAR T-cell therapy. CD5 is widely expressed on your normal T cells. About 95% of those T cells will express CD5. But you can leverage some natural biology of the CD5 receptor that's unique to that receptor. If you design the right CAR and express it in the right way, you can actually drive internalization of that receptor, allowing you to create a product, and it also protects your normal T cells, or at least some of them. But you still get exquisite efficacy against both the leukemic and the lymphatic cells that are expressing that CD5 receptor. This has been widely characterized, and I know I'm in a room full of scientists, but we're going to skip a lot of that wonderful mechanistic work so we can talk about the clinical data and the results coming out of the clinical study. So there's an ongoing investigator-initiated phase 1 trial in Houston, Texas right now through the Texas Children's Hospital and Houston Methodist, and it treats both lymphatic, lymphoma, and leukemic patients with the T-cell diseases. It's a standard dose escalation trial. What I would draw your attention to actually is that the patients here are very heavily pretreated, and I think somebody commented on that earlier, that it's just impossible to treat patients when they've had 5, 6, 7, up to 16 lines of prior therapy in this trial. And so the other thing I would draw your attention to is that actually this is a outpatient treatment first because of the excellent safety that we've been able to achieve. And so what I'm showing you right here are the initial responses in the lymphoma patients. And you can see the patient here on the scan came into the trial with incredibly heavy disease burden and was cleared of his disease just 4 weeks later. Out of the original cohort of lymphoma patients, what we see is 3 of those achieved a complete response and 1 partial remission. Very favorable safety profile, especially for cell therapy. Low to, if to non-existent cytokine release syndrome, low to non-existent neurotoxicities. So incredibly encouraging. It's not where it is for the B-cell malignancies, but you can see the signal here. And what's interesting is a lot of the patients actually were given product that was produced under what we're calling the shortened manufacturing protocol, where you shorten the expansion phase of the product production. This has been done in other CAR T-cell therapies, tends to be associated with a more favorable response because you're preserving the less differentiated cells. But what's interesting is the only patients responding here are from that protocol. And what we think is happening is that in this product in particular, what you see is that the continual re-expression of CD5 is driving, exacerbating the tonic signaling that you see in a lot of cell therapies. That's driving an excessive amount of differentiation above and beyond what you would typically see. And that's limiting your ability to have a potent product in many of those patients. And so not only can you shorten the manufacturing, you can actually induce inhibitors of that tonic signaling, which can further block it entirely and preserve your cell fitness. This was tested in a mouse model, looked very favorable, and so they put it into the GMP system. And what you're seeing here is that the shift in the preservation of those naive-like T cells from originally about 5 to 10% to upwards of 20-ish% of the product now is those naive-like T cells. And I don't think I have to overemphasize here that the responses that we've seen since then are remarkable. Originally, a lot of these patients, you'll notice, are actually leukemic patients instead of lymphoma patients. Originally, we were not seeing responses at all really in the leukemic patients. We are now sitting at about a 60 to 70% response rate across leukemia and lymphoma. And this is definitively tied to the increase in persistence of those CAR T cells. And so this is a phase 1 study. We're still relatively early in the exploration of this, but we do feel confident that we have a very favorable signal here. And we're looking to move this into a phase 2 trial. And one of the things that we're trying to do as we move into that phase 2 trial is really focus on the challenges that have plagued cell therapy for previous companies. And so right now, the majority of the work that we're undertaking is really focusing on the manufacturing of this product, streamlining it, making all of the major changes that we expect to make for the life of the product through our partnership with the CTMC, which is able to move very, very quickly. It's actually a spin out from MD Anderson after they had reinvented that facility from Bellicum. And that's going to give us a scalable product that then can move into that phase 2 trial and create a consolidating patient data set. The other thing you'll notice is that this trial is focusing on a T-cell lymphoma population very specifically. We do think that there's many advantages to focusing on that. The CD5 expression is the most robust of all the potential T-cell targets that you could have in that population specifically. And it is a significantly larger market and addressable disease for initial labeling of this product. So initially, as I said, we're going to focus on second line and above. That is quite supportable. The need for these patients, I just cannot overemphasize it. The last approval was almost 10 years ago for a specifically labeled product in this patient. There are additional trials. You can almost count them on your hands for how many trials are actually available to these patients today. Then you can expand into ALL, and there's actually a couple of B-cell malignancies that are characterized by their expression of CD5 as well. And these are malignancies that have tended to, over time, relapse after a CD19 CAR T-cell therapy. There is a pipeline in development. We don't have a ton of time to go into details here, but really our goal is not just to use this, to go after this phase 1 product, but also to expand into other indications, other targets. We tend to know what the right targets are for cancer, but there's a lot of challenges with on-tumor, off-target toxicity, off-tumor on-target toxicity. And we think that there's additional engineering that we can do by paying attention to science, paying attention to biology to unlock those targets. The team that we've been able to put together in just a very short time since our initial funding is frankly nothing short of remarkable. With the kinds of people that we've been able to find, all specialized in cell therapy, typically about 20 years of experience in the field. And I have to say, I wish I would suggest my experience as a leader, but it's really the strength of the day and the excitement around this project that's allowed us to form both this team as well as put together a truly stellar scientific advisory board as we've launched, as well as bring in some highly experienced independent board members as well. And so we're moving very, very quickly. What you'll see is that we actually took on our initial funding in January this year. Everything that we've been doing since then has been focused on CMC, regulatory work, and clinical development work, just trying to bring the company up to this maturity of the asset so we can stay ahead of the opportunity in front of us. We are on target for that Q2 2024 IND to go into a phase 2 study. We are fundraising to do that right now. We've made significant advancements towards those fundraising goals to support that study. But if you have some friends who are interested in a very unique opportunity in cell therapy, please do have them reach out to me. And with that, thank you.
Next is Dr. Zhou.
Good afternoon. I'm humbled and honored to be here, to be one of the winners of the venture competition. I want to thank Sujun and the committee and the Aim High Accelerator Fund for the support and inspiration for women scientists and entrepreneurs worldwide. I'm Lily Zhou, co-founder and CEO of Degron Therapeutics. Degron is a startup company focusing on the discovery and development of a drug called molecular glue degraders. We target the undruggable targets for diseases that have high unmet need. So just a quick overview. Oh, the title doesn't show here. What is a molecular glue degrader? So molecular glue degrader belongs to a new modality called targeted protein degradation drugs. It's a small molecule drug, but comparing to traditional small molecule inhibitors usually bind to an enzyme or a functional protein and inhibit the function of that protein. But targeted protein degradation drugs, whether it's a PROTAC or a molecular glue, they function through the degradation of that target protein. So this system, the drug hijacks the system, proteasome system. It brings the E3 ligase to the target protein and add ubiquitin to the target protein. So the proteasome system would recognize that protein as trash and will then degrade it. The difference between PROTAC and molecular glue, PROTAC people probably have heard a little more about because it's a little bit more established. PROTAC is linking two small molecules together with a linker. On the one end, it binds to E3 ligase. On the other, it binds to the target and then degrades. So it can be designed, but it's because it has two small molecules, it's usually challenging to have drug-like properties is relatively challenging. For molecular glue is a pure small molecule, so it overcomes the drug-like property issues. And also a more important advantage is that it can target proteins that are previously undruggable, that doesn't have a binding pocket for inhibitor or for PROTAC. So this is the promise of molecular glue. For Degron, we have established a discovery platform to discover novel targets and novel degraders for molecular glue, this modality. So we have established a very novel library of molecular glue degrader compounds of 10,000 compounds that are differentiated from other molecular glue degrader companies. We have 3 complementary screening strategies, and we have also established a very robust pipeline of first-in-class drugs. So Degron is Oh, you can see this here. Sorry, I can see it over there. So Dagrun has labs in San Diego and Shanghai, and we are a member of J&J J Labs, J Labs, the incubator, and we recently are also a Roche Accelerator member. We have raised 2 rounds of 35 million, and I'm in the middle of raising an A+ round of around 30 to 50 million. So we would be interested to talk to potential investors. So just a quick summary of our technology background, technology platform. So first, we have a very differentiated de novo designed and synthesized molecular glue library. This is based on our scientific founders' initial hypothesis that molecular glues bind to E3 ligase. Different structure of molecular glues create different new surfaces, and this will drive this to recruit different molecular glue targets. So we have created a glue library that has a different scaffold from other companies. All the molecular glue degraders initially were discovered by Celgene, and it was based on a lenalidomide core structure. And the glue companies we know so far, the published patents, they all use the lenalidomide core. We use a different core that was discovered in our founders lab initially, and we found a company based on that. Now we expanded to 60 different cores and 10,000 compounds that can be used for novel glue. So this just shows we have very good diversity, our library, and also very good drug-like property that meets the Lipinski rule of 5. And with this library, we use 3 complementary screening strategies because, as I said, molecular glues cannot be designed, so we have to have a library and to screen for novel targets. And we're the first company to use phenotypic screening and proteomic screening to discover targets in a target agnostic way. So we've discover targets that people didn't know can be degraded by molecular glues. We also use, the third method we use is similar to what other companies use. We use an AI method to predict what proteins can be molecular glue substrates and do a reporter to do the screening. This shows how we developed our glue AI algorithm to predict which proteins can be degraded by molecular glues. On the left-hand side shows that there are 6 known molecular glue targets in the public space. And we have independently discovered and validated 7 novel molecular glue targets. So with the structures of these 13 novel protein molecular glue targets, we have developed an algorithm to predict what features are needed on a protein that can be degraded. So we predict about 3,800 proteins can be molecular glue degraders, and we can make reporter systems to screen our library. And we also have built our library, and we have done the 2D and 3D fingerprinting and AI analysis to quickly go from hit to lead to PCC to optimize our compound. And with that platform, we have generated a pipeline of programs in oncology, inflammation, and rare diseases. Our lead program is a RNA binding protein, which is previously an undruggable target. So we have taken this to preclinical development and plan to file IND in the 3rd quarter of next year. So there are companies who are doing glues, but we are different in that we can identify novel targets for the glues. So if you look at all the companies now, most companies are still doing molecular glues targeting IKZF1/3, which is the target of lenalidomide and pomalidomide. So they're making a different version of that degrader. We have only 4 companies have independently discovered and validated novel glue targets, and we're one of the 4. And the targets, because we are in a different chemical space, we can discover targets that are not discovered by the other 3 companies. So this is why we can discover novel degraders. I just want to give a couple of slides on our lead program to show how we do this. So our lead program, we haven't disclosed the target name because our patent is still being finalized. So we call it protein A for now. It's an RNA binding protein. It binds to the 3' UTR of pro-cancer survival, all the multiple pro-cancer survival RNAs and stabilize these proteins and stabilize these RNAs and as a result, increased expression of these proteins. We first validate what we found is a molecular glue by doing a few things, and we do this for all of our programs. In A, we show in the in vitro system that our molecule can trigger the polyubiquitination to show that it's a direct substrate of molecular glue, because a lot of companies say discover something, but it turns out to be a downstream protein that's regulated by something else. So this is something, it's very important for us to show the direct substrate. In B, we show dose-dependent degradation of the protein. C, we show the ternary structure formation of a glue that is bringing together the target and the CRBN. In D, we show if we mutate the target protein A into a non-degradable protein, then the cell killing, we can abolish cell killing. And we're pursuing multiple indications of this very exciting target. And the lead indication is a BRAF mutant CRC with a high unmet need. We're also working on liver cancer, glioblastoma, and a rare disease called MPNST. So this just quickly to show our xenografts data. On the left-hand side, we show that the protein by itself can shrink tumor in a dose-dependent way in cell-based xenograft model on the top and in patient-derived xenograft model in the bottom. And on the right-hand side, we show the synergistic effect of this protein together with BRAF inhibitors. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Great job. So now, before you close out this part of the program, take out your phone. Everybody has a cell phone, mobile phone. What I challenge everyone to do is to raise the profile of these wonderful entrepreneurs, awardees, and speakers. Please, you all have some platform, whether it's Twitter, maybe X, LinkedIn, Doximity, Instagram, did I say TikTok, or just text to your students, colleagues, raise the profile, help these awardees and speakers to become the rock star. They are the rock stars, but to be recognized as the rock stars in science. Thank you all. And I think we take a 15-minute break and we'll go to the next panel.
back in.
Okay, give folks one more minute.
Where did everybody go? No. That we need up here.
All right, so in the interest of time, because we have 5 excellent speakers that are each going to talk to us about their companies, why don't we get started? Some of you know I'm Matt Tremblay. I've been on the board of Aim High for 4 years. Just took over the role of chair and very happy to contribute there. We had our first board meeting, inaugural board meeting 2019 at Scripps Research Institute, and it's been a really exciting journey since then with Sujan and Charlie and Franklin and others that were mentioned. Sujan did a great job overviewing what Aim High's mission is, so I'll just say that really the crux of what we're doing is what you're going to hear from this panel today, highlighting companies that are really at the interface of innovative cancer research and the industry that's charged with bringing forward new therapeutics, preventives, diagnostics for helping cancer patients. Aim High is something that I got interested in personally because I'm interested in alternative business models and funding models to help catalyze that process. We did this at Scripps Research Institute where I was for 10 years. And another story for another day, but I'd love to talk to folks. We've just moved a few of us here to Baltimore to work on a similar model in partnership with Johns Hopkins and others called Blackbird Labs. So with that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Ignacio Acial. He's coming to us from Singapore, where he's the CEO of .bio.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. It's a great pleasure to present to you .bio. So let me get back a bit. Yeah, so this is .bio. So it's a company that we launched in 2018, and we focus on multifunctional antibodies and intracellular antibodies. So obviously these are very tough modalities. And we do this with a modular design approach, which is very unique to us. I'll walk you through what that means. So through that time, we've been able to put together a quite knowledgeable team of scientists first. We came from an academic endeavor first. And then over time, we brought in a number of biotech executives into our board. I'm also very glad that Sujan Bhatt has joined us also as a strategic advisor. And we get great help from that front as well. Yeah, so the company was spun out from the Karolinska Institute in Sweden and also from Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. It was part of my PhD work, actually, that we then eventually put into commercialization efforts. We have reached clinical stage with the company mainly through an out-licensing deal that we did of one of our molecules that was approved for clinical trials last month, actually. And it's a platform company. We generate a lot of assets, and some of those assets we develop internally, and some we partner. And through those partnerships, we already generated 200 million worth of deals to date. We just closed our pre-Series A round, and that's going to allow us to start pushing some of the internal molecules through efficacy studies in animals and also cell line development. So yeah, just to summarize what we do and what we don't do. So on the left side, if I can do this. Yeah, sorry, here. On the left side, you have the traditional antibodies. So the monotherapies, they target one thing. We all know what that is. We are focusing on the more complex antibodies that target perhaps 2 targets in the cancer space or 3 targets to try to avoid resistance and block resistance early on. And we're also looking at how we can make ADCs better by making them more specific with dual specificity. And finally, some area that's quite unique to us, which is intracellular antibodies. So as you guys know, so far, any intracellular target is the realm of small molecules. We're aiming to bring antibodies into that space. So I want to start with these numbers here. You probably know them. It takes about $2 billion to get one successful therapy through all the clinical trials and get an approval. But if we break that down, that's a very huge number, right? If we break it down in terms of how much it costs to bring any molecule through clinical trials, it's a much smaller number, we're looking at only 100 million if you just do the math of how much one molecule costs. So where is the difference? The difference is mainly on the failure rate we have in general to bring therapies. So because we fail so much, 85% of the time, we end up generating so much cost and obviously delays on getting new therapies to patients that need them. So if we look more specifically now at the oncology space and within that space at bispecifics, where we have more data, you can see the historical trends here on the left side of the number of trials that involve bispecific antibody. And that's growing exponentially over the years. We are now at more than 100 trials per year. So it's a very huge number for this space. That is a relatively new space. But if we look at the number of approvals, it's still very limited. You can see we have a first approval in 2014, one molecule, then nothing for many years, and now a handful of approvals. So still, the success rate is even worse than the rest of the industry. We are looking at more than 95% of molecules that fail in clinical development. And this is still skipping all the preclinical work where we have even more failure. So the vision behind .bio is to be able to predict the molecules that will be successful in the clinic, so the multifunctional antibodies that will be successful in the clinic, by generating a lot of preclinical data that we can rely on. So let me unpack this a bit more. So if we think of how we develop these complex therapies right now, we typically gather a team of experts that think very carefully about biology and then decide on 2 or 3 targets to explore at one go and then combine them. And after that, we push those molecules through all the preclinical work and clinical work to realize at the end that they typically fail. So what we're proposing here is a different approach, which involves the ability to generate hundreds of bispecifics and trispecifics in parallel against different targets, still looking at the molecular biology and our understanding, but exploring a bit more broadly on what combinations we can make into those bispecifics. And after generating all those molecules, then have side-by-side testings of those molecules so we can make informed decisions of which one we should pursue into the clinic. And by doing so, then lower the risk of clinical failure. So this is the process that we have set up. It involves a lot more that I cannot go into details at this point. But it starts by generating a very large library of bispecific antibodies. So looking at a combination of 2 targets, let's call them target A, B, and then A plus C or C plus D, right? All the combinations we could think of. And then, of course, looking at the molecular biology to make sure that the orientation of these molecules also makes sense, right? Because there is a geometry that is required for these molecules. Then we have set up high-throughput phenotypic screens that involve different cancer cell types, different immune cell types, different donors, materials. And then after that screen, then basically we can decide which molecules have the most potency and then eliminate the rest and focus on those. And then convert them further into either trispecifics by adding a new set of specificities in addition to the previous 2 we found, or looking at then bispecific ADCs by looking then at different payloads we could use, the different drug to antibody ratios, and so on. Again, eliminate the majority of molecules that are weaker and focus then on the best ones to push into animals, and then the best ones of those to go into human. So instead of focusing on just a handful of molecules that we try to push to the end as fast as possible, we start with a large repertoire early on that we test all side by side. We compare with FDA-approved drugs as well, and then we pick the very best through that process to bring into the clinic. And we believe this should reduce the failure risk in the clinic. This is an example of the kind of data we generate. So here we're looking at 58 bispecific antibodies compared with the monospecific building blocks. In this case, it's a colorectal cancer model. And we're looking at the level of cell killing that those molecules induce in the presence of immune cells. And you can clearly see that some bispecifics here on the left are much more potent than the ones here on the right. And the majority are better than the monospecific building blocks. And as a reminder, we designed all these molecules thinking that they should work. We looked at biology and thought these 2 targets should work together and have synergistic effects. But clearly, they are not made equal. So the idea behind the company is then let's focus on the best ones. I'm kind of taking some shortcuts here. Obviously, we do different models. We look at different cancer types. We look at different immune cells donors and so on. And then we decide on those that have consistently showed better results and then focus on those to then convert them into either trispecifics or bispecific ADCs. So again, to summarize, this is a very large market, obviously. It's a growing market. You probably heard of bispecifics, trispecific, and antibody-drug conjugates. But there is very high failure rate, so there is clear need to improve our process here. And the idea here is to generate a large amount of preclinical data to validate which target combinations, which molecules should be pursued into the clinic. We have closed three partnerships to date. One of those, as I mentioned, has reached IND approval last month. And we are based in Singapore. So now what we're looking for is for partners that will allow us or help us come to the US and have an expansion here, where, of course, a lot of the biotech activity is happening. So if you are one of those that can help us bridge and come to the US, please approach me, and I hope we can make that happen. I won't have the time to talk about this, but we have made some big developments in the intracellular antibody space. I would just want to highlight our paper from last year in Nature Communications, highlighting then an antibody we developed for an intracellular target that is able to inhibit cancer cell growth in that space. Please look it up. Hopefully in the future, as we have more data, I'll start talking more and more about this as well. And with this, I'd like to thank you all. This is a summary of our partners. Of course, we have Aim High and the Asian Fund for Cancer Research that have helped us along the way since the beginning. So I thank you all for that effort, especially Sujuan. I want to mention also Ella, and then a number of the advisors that we have within this group. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thanks, Ignacio. We're going to hold questions until the end. We have about 5 or 10 minutes at the end. So the next speaker is Dr. Stacy Blaine, who is the co-founder, CSO, and acting CEO of Concarlo Therapeutics.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Sujan, for inviting me here today. Very proud to represent Concarlo. Let's see what we got going here. Okay. So we are inhibiting the protein P27, and essentially we're doing this to generate what we think it will be the first inhibitor of CDK2/4/6. And we're all in on this target P27. So our entire pipeline is really based around this target. So hopefully you can see all this, but what CDK4/6 and 2 sit at the bottom of what I call the oncogenic funnel. So all of the signals that drive a cell to proliferate, that run from the cell surface, the receptors, they run through the cytoplasm, interacting with the RAS and the RAFs, the PI3 kinase, they all feed down to this hub that sits at the bottom that is really the restriction point that tells a cell whether it should divide or alternatively not divide. And most of the targeted therapies that we have in the era of precision oncology that recognize either the receptors that sit at the cell surface or the small molecule kinase inhibitors that bind to the RAFs and the MECs and the proteins that sit in the cytoplasm, when they work, they block that signaling and they block the activity of CDK4/6 and CDK2. But I ask you to think about CDK4 and CDK6 as a hub, because that's really the way they think of, the way they work. And whatever we do to CDK4 is actually felt by CDK2. And conversely, whatever we do to CDK2 is felt by CDK4. And so in the era of precision oncology, we've created a lot of monoclonal antibodies to bind to those receptors, the small molecule kinase inhibitors, and they work well. But we now, it was mentioned earlier today, the resistance problem. In the US alone, there are roughly 600,000 patients annually that will die of drug-resistant cancers, cancers that have no longer responsive to our current standard of care. And a lot of time that's because while we might target something at the cell surface, there's just too much room for that cancer cell to acquire mutations downstream of the blockade that we put on the cancer cell. For example, we might use a drug like Tarceva to inhibit EGFR, but that same cell could acquire mutations in RAS or RAF or MEK and push that cell out of a remission state into the resistant state. So that has sort of renewed our interest as a field to drug at the bottom of the oncogenic funnel, because the same way it's easier to block the flow of water by pinching off the narrow bottom of the funnel, it's going to be easier to block that flow by hitting CDK4/6 and CDK2. But I'm arguing that you have to hit them together. And the best evidence of that comes from our use of drugs like Ibrance, Verzenio, or Kisqali, the CDK4 inhibitors, which came to market in 2017 in the metastatic breast cancer space. Those are great drugs. They extend the progression-free window for our patients, but we know that the overall survival of those patients really hasn't changed as dramatically as we wanted to do. And essentially, almost 100% of those metastatic breast cancer patients will become resistant with time. And so the CDK4/6 inhibitors inhibit one half of the seesaw. They only block CDK4 and 6, but with time, CDK2 turns on and compensates. Again, reinforcing, if you really want to stop this pathway, you have to hit CDK4/6 and CDK2. Now, people have been trying to do that for over 40 years, but the problem is the CDKs are part of a very large kinome. There's 20 different CDKs. They look like all other serine threonine kinases. And so most of our attempts to drug with specificity have hit lots of other off-target other targets. And so at Concarla, we said, we're going to take a very different approach. We're going to stay away from the conserved CDKs, and we're going to target this other protein that is present in this hub, this protein P27. And we're going to get P27 to do its job. P27 is the natural master regulator of CDK4 and CDK6 and CDK2. Now, P27 was actually discovered by Nelly Polyak, Joan Massaguet, Jim Roberts, and Andy Koff. And Nelly, I actually joined Joan Massaguet's lab now 25 years ago, dating us, Nelly, the week she was leaving to go on to do her postdoc. And so I've continued to work on P27 for the last 25 years with the goal of creating therapies to get P27 to act as an inhibitor. Now, how can we do that? So think about P27 as this door, and sometimes doors are open and sometimes doors are shut, but they're always present, and that's what P27 does. And so when P27 gets modified, when the key is present to the door swings open and the CDK active sites are on. But when the key is missing, when P27 is not phosphorylated, the door slams shut. And in fact, P27 forms interactions into the active site of the CDKs, shutting down CDK2, 4, and 6. We achieve our specificity by targeting P27 because P27 does that for us. It really only binds to CDK2, 4, 6, and leaves all the other CDKs alone. So at Concarla, we are creating classes of P27 inhibitors to bind to P27, block the key, slam the door shut, and turn CDK2, 4, 6 off to deal with that resistant state. And we do this by a variety of different ways. We have both large molecule drugs, so we have peptides that are packaged in liposomes. This is our lead asset, which is actually, we just finished manufacturing of that complex API, and we're about 18 months from our, I wish 18 minutes, right? From our first clinical trial. But we also, because we believe in the value of this target, we have small molecules against the same target, and we're starting to think about developing therapeutic RNA as well against this target. And so just to show you an example of what we can achieve with P27 targeting. This is a palbociclib-resistant breast cancer mouse model. So think of a woman, she has metastatic breast cancer, she was treated with 1 or 2 prior rounds of Ibrance, she fails off, her tumor starts growing. That's the model that the mouse that we have modeled here. They have very large tumors, about 700 millimeters cubed. If you treat these animals with palbociclib, we're plotting tumor volumes in the top. The tumor, you can see, just keeps growing, fully resistant. But if you treat with Concarla's drug IPY, the tumor stops growing, flattens out. And if you treat with a combination of IPY plus Ibrance, palbociclib, you get massive tumor regression almost instantly. We drive the tumor to 0. It stays down for well over 40 days, even though we stopped treating these animals. This is some rebound due to tumor we didn't eradicate because we stopped treating them. And this then translates into what we need for this patient class, increases in overall survival. The big problem with drugging CDK2, 4, 6 is the tox issue, right? They're involved in many different cells. And in fact, that is the major, toxicity is the major dose-limiting problem with Ibrance. Patients are only on drugs for 3 weeks because they have massive neutropenia. Neutrophils are cells that we need to have. We don't let patients walk around without them. But we don't see that when you target P27. And so if you look here at untreated animals, and we're measuring neutrophil levels in gray, as soon as you start treating with palbociclib, the neutrophils crash to the bottom. But in green, Concarlos IPY, tons of neutrophils. And in the combination therapy, where we were getting that regression, plenty of neutrophils. So we think, we'll enter the market with a very differentiated product, one that is hitting CDK2/4/6, has lower toxicity, has a different mechanism of action. We're actually causing tumor cell killing, and we think that this will provide an advantage to our patients. We want to initially go after those Ibrance-resistant breast cancer patients, but we're also looking at ovarian, very clear data that that is driven by CDK2. And we have very good data in other tumor types like pancreatic and non-small cell lung cancer in those resistant states, that they are also driven by CDK2/4/6, and our inhibitors will be appropriate there. So we do intend to expand into those different classes. And so where are we today? As I said, we've just finished our manufacturing of our lead product, which is very exciting. And we're ready to move into our IND-enabling studies, secure the IND, and then actually run our first phase 1A trial to demonstrate both tolerability as well as look for markers of efficacy in these patient populations. And so we are the P27 company. We envision that we will push IPY to the clinic for use in the tumors that are very clearly driven by CDK2 and CDK4/6. But then we also want to go after these tumor types where the CDK4/6 inhibitors are not currently used, such as pancreatic or glioblastoma. And then really thinking about the expansion potential in terms of combination therapy, that since these drugs will work downstream of all of these other precision oncology drugs, how can we put those drugs together to really increase responses? And so I have been studying this protein, as I said, for 25 years, and at first as a tenured faculty member, and then just this month I have actually retired, and I am now the full-time CEO of Concarlo. And so while I am not young, this is a young company, I guess I could say. And so I just want to end here, which was I was in the women's AIM High competition. In one of the first years, I was one of the winners of the competition, so I've appreciated all the support. And put the picture up here of my all-women's research team. And so I think it's really important to recognize organizations like AIM High, because as we've alluded to, it is only 2% of all women-run companies get venture funding. So hopefully with the help of this organization, we can change that. And so if anyone is interested in learning more about the exciting work we do at Concarlo, please find me. I'll be around later today. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Blaine. Our next speaker is Dr. Jeremiah Johnson. He is the co-founder, chair of the SAB, and a board director at Window Therapeutics, which is based on research in his lab at MIT.
Thanks, Matt. Well, it's such a great honor to be at this event again and to learn so much. It's just such an incredible experience. I'm an organic chemist, so I'm a fish out of the water, but I just feel so honored, and thank you, Sujuan, for allowing me to be here. And this time, I'm very excited to tell you about Window Therapeutics. Window Therapeutics, figure out how to use this advancer. Window Therapeutics takes its name from the concept of the therapeutic window, which, as all of you will know, is the idea in drug development known as the therapeutic window, which defines the difference between the dose of a drug that is required to achieve a therapeutic effect and the dose that induces undesirable toxicities. And I think it's safe to say that regardless of the modality or the drug that you're trying to develop or the disease context, everyone wants to develop drugs with wider therapeutic windows. And in fact, as was mentioned, a lot of drugs, the vast majority that move to the clinic fail. And in most of those cases, that can be linked back to an insufficiently wide therapeutic window. And at Window Therapeutics, we hope to change that paradigm. And before I tell you how we are trying to do that, I want to first remind you of two of the different ways that scientists have previously developed drugs with wider therapeutic windows. And you've heard so many beautiful examples of these today. In fact, you just heard of one, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time covering these, but the first area is known as molecularly targeted therapeutics, wherein chemists, organic chemists, make molecular modifications to small molecules to develop drugs that are more selective toward binding a specific biomolecule, often a protein associated with cancer cell survival, but not healthy cell survival. All right. Now, while these have been very successful and have certainly led to many new and promising therapeutics that are much better than the conventional chemotherapies that came before, they still often suffer from narrow therapeutic windows because it's just so rare that a pathway in cancer is 100% existent in the cancer cell and nowhere else in the body. Now, another common way to develop drugs with broader therapeutic windows is to use antibody-drug conjugates, which you've also all heard many nice examples of today, at least in their use in different contexts. ADCs follow a general formula wherein highly potent payloads are conjugated onto monoclonal antibodies. And here, scientists are leveraging nature's evolutionarily optimized targeting machine, the antibody, to bind to its target cell and bring these highly potent payloads into the cell. But one of the challenges with ADCs is that because of the fact that the number of drugs that can be conjugated is fairly limited, usually anywhere between 2 or up to 8, as shown in this cartoon, it necessitates the use of extremely potent compounds. And in fact, in all the ADC world today, you can count on maybe 2 hands the different classes of mechanisms of action that are used. They tend to be generally highly cytotoxic compounds, and we rely on targeting of specific cells to bring those drugs to those cells. But it turns out that even with ADCs, it's been shown that about 99% of injected dose doesn't actually reach the target cell. And thus there is always systemic exposure to these highly potent compounds, which leads to a narrower therapeutic window than could be envisioned. So at Window Therapeutics, we're imagining, well, why not combine the beneficial features of molecularly targeted therapeutics, wherein the molecular structure defines an improved therapeutic window, with those of ADCs, where a monoclonal antibody achieves an additional improvement in cell-specific targeting to make a new class of antibody-drug conjugates. And that is indeed what we have done. The Window Therapeutics has developed what we call the Antibody Bottle Brush Analog Macromolecule Conjugate, ABC, very simple. This is a platform that brings molecularly targeted payloads to their target cells. And this, we think, can be a new paradigm for cancer therapies. But first, I want to show you how we can do this. And I have to touch on the fact that this is really a chemistry problem, which again is what I like to think about. The reason we're limited to 2 to 8 drugs per antibody, again, is because that high potency requirement. Well, most molecularly targeted drugs aren't that potent. In fact, they tend to be a factor of 10 or 100 less potent than the drugs used in ADCs today. So on a per antibody basis, you would need 10 to 100 times more drugs per antibody to achieve a similar effect. And you can't just go and attach 10 times more drug to an antibody, because as you may imagine, that would disrupt antibody function. And indeed, the canonical paradigm is really, it used to be you can't go beyond 4. Now people say, well, you can't go beyond 8. And that is simply because when people try to attach more drugs, you start to erode the antibody function. Moreover, most molecularly targeted therapeutics and drugs like them tend to be rather hydrophobic, so they can cross cell membranes, but that hydrophobicity causes structures like this to also lose stability and aggregate and lead to other challenges. So over the last decade in my lab in the Department of Chemistry at MIT, we've been developing various synthetic platforms to produce rigid chain molecules where on each repeat unit of those molecules, we can covalently conjugate molecularly targeted payloads and other classes of drugs through linkers that are selectively cleaved in disease microenvironments. But there's a problem with this approach too, and this has been attempted before, but the same problem arises, and that is that when we attach, let's say, 50 or 100 of a hydrophobic drug onto a linear chain, even though we overcome the problem of having to attach to many points on the antibody, we still face the problem that this would be very hydrophobic, unlikely to be soluble in water, and not useful as a medicine. And that is where we developed the synthetic technology that allows us, such that for every repeat unit of this polymer backbone, we have these blue side chains that extend into solution, and these are hydrophilic, water-loving side chains. And they are there to balance the hydrophobicity of these linkers and payloads. And the result is a platform that allows for unprecedented payload and target and linker modularity, because all of the features of the linkers and payloads are now expressed in the backbone of this bottle brush-like molecule. In fact, at the at the nano scale. These are literally like very small bottle brushes. And this allows us to swap things at will. And over the years, we've used over 40 different payload classes, including more traditional chemotherapies, molecularly targeted therapeutics, even molecular glues and PROTACs. We've used immune stimulants and many other kinds of drugs. Okay, now with this kind of payload versatility, the question a company is faced with, what do you use as your lead program? What's your first drug? And we were really drawn to the class of molecularly targeted therapeutics known as proteasome inhibitors. Many of you have heard of these compounds. They've been around for quite some time, most famously used as frontline therapies for multiple myeloma. But it turns out that since the 90s, it's been well appreciated that proteasome inhibition is a mechanism of action that's potent in a wide range of human cancers. And in fact, one of the reasons why it hasn't been used more broadly is because of its narrow therapeutic window. And that is best highlighted by this fact. It turns out that red blood cells have rather high proteasome concentrations, which are the targets of proteasome inhibitors. And so, especially for the classic drugs like bortezomib, which many of you have heard of, or Velcade, after injection, about 9 out of 10 molecules go into red blood cells, bind, and don't come back out. And as a result of that, that severely limits their bioavailability, which limits efficacy, and also leads to off-site toxicity and an overall net reduction in the therapeutic window. Right? Nevertheless, the idea that proteasome inhibition can be used in the context of an ADC is very exciting because it would bring a brand new mechanism of action to this field, and a mechanism of action that's orthogonal to most of the cytotoxic payloads used in ADCs today. For example, resistances that arise to topoisomerase I inhibitors would be overcome by proteasome inhibition. Now, at Window, we've developed linker technology that allows for the first stable prodrugs, so covalently linked proteasome inhibitors along the backbone of our bottle brush macromolecules. And we've produced these with lengths of 60, meaning there are 60 drug molecules per chain, which we then can conjugate to an antibody of choice to target that antibody specifically to a cell to unleash proteasome inhibition as a mechanism of action. And just to show you, this is some blood pharmacokinetics data, just to show you that our constructs, even with a DAR of up to 60, have half-lives that are right on par with what we expect for traditional ADCs, half-lives of a couple of weeks. And here as a dashed line just shows you where bortezomib, classic proteasome inhibitor, would be after just 2 days. So these are, this drug after going into red blood cells is cleared very rapidly. And with this construct in hand, we're able to generate data as shown on this slide, where first we developed, we conjugated under our construct trastuzumab, which targets HER2, which you've also heard about in the presentations this morning. And with our ABC construct, compared to a range of controls that I won't have time to go into a lot of detail on, we get 100% survival with complete tumor regression in these BT474 HER2 positive breast cancer cell lines in mice. Now, this is very exciting that we are able to do this, but one thing that we've thought from the beginning is that this ability to have a drug to antibody ratio at least 10 times greater than the state of the art may have another benefit. And that is that for cells that don't have high antigen expression, which may exist in the heterogeneous tumor microenvironment, it could be beneficial to have a higher drug to antibody ratio such that for every antibody binding event, we bring more payload into that cell, therefore inducing a greater therapeutic response. And so we've tested our constructs in a different cell line, the HCC70 cell line, another breast cancer cell line that has very low HER2 expression. And what we find is there's a nice dose response here in light blue, dark blue, and in green, and the highest dose, which is safely tolerated by these mice. And we see a very nice therapeutic effect, reduction in the tumor volume. And what's notable here is we compared directly to TDXD, which was actually mentioned in one of the talks this morning. This is one of the clinically leading HER2-targeted ADCs. And you can see that even at a dose of 10 times less, we perform similarly, but because of safety, we can go higher and clear these tumors. And then I want to show that this really is a drug-to-antibody ratio effect. We are able to synthesize ABCs with 10, 30, and 60 drugs per antibody. And even at the same drug dosing, so we normalize such that each animal gets the same amount of payload, the DAR 60 significantly outperforms the others, confirming our hypothesis or supporting our hypothesis that a higher DAR can be beneficial in these low antigen expressing cell lines. So I'm out of time. I'm just going to leave with the last picture of the slide. Many of the folks are here in the room today, and we have a wonderful team of scientists. And again, Sujuan, where are you? Sujuan, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you all.
Excellent. Thanks a lot. Now we'll welcome to the podium Dr. John Luck from Arbel Bio.
you, Matt, for the brief intro, and also I'm very honored to be here, invited by Suzanne and AFCL to showcase our company. Okay, next. How to? Oh, this one. Okay. Okay. In front of so many distinguished scientists, I prefer to give a very low dose of scientific information in this talk. So I'd like to share my journey as an entrepreneur, starting the company in 2016. So RBL is a spin-off company from University of Hong Kong, where I graduated, and then later I went back to be a faculty at the Department of Surgery for 12 years before I started the company. So what I learned from the university, from the academia, is we learned the problem from our clinical practice. No matter how meticulous we practice, we operate, we remove the tumors, the patient still relapse, right, from the tumors. So we find the problems from the clinical practice. And on the other hand, so we discover opportunities, how to treat the patients. And we discovered the finding the opportunities from the clinical specimen. We interrogate the clinical specimen. In fact, almost 2 decades ago, I started the biobank at the Queen Mary Hospital, collecting surgical specimen, not only from a tumor, but also from the adjacent peritumor specimen. And then we start looking at the specimen at the molecular level, from gene expression profile, genotyping, whole genome sequences, and then proteomics. And then we understand the disease biology, and then we also study the biomarker for better prognosis and diagnosis. And very strikingly, we find that actually the tumor stromal, the peritumor, actually has a much higher prognostic value versus the tumor. Actually, when I look at the data, I don't believe that. That means the tumor stroma play more important role for the patient's survival. And then last but not least, I think it's very important to identify the target. We had there are so many undruggable targets. So we need to find a good target for us to develop new drugs, new medicine to treat the patients. So our company started in mid 2016. So we landed at the Hong Kong Science and Technology Park. That's an aerial view, and you see the golden goose egg, and our company actually behind the golden egg. So one day we will take off. It's like a rocket going to take off to the sky. So over the past 5 years, we become from a preclinical to a clinical stage company. We started the first patient dosed in Australia in 2022. And then we already expanded the trial to 2 sites in Australia and 1 site in Hong Kong, Queen Mary Hospital, where I was a faculty. And now we plan to advance to the phase 2 next year in the US and also in China and Japan. We try to file the fast track designations for these drugs. So what the problem we find is there's a huge unmet medical need for GI cancers. As you can see, colorectal cancer remains the top the cancer mortality. And because of the aging population, the incidence will continue to raise, right? Not only in the United States, but also all over the world, colorectal cancer remains the leading cause of GI cancer, and also second to the lung cancer. But however, when you combine all the GI cancer subtypes, actually the incidence and mortality is higher than lung cancers. So if we can identify a target or drug that can cure 10 or 50% of the GI cancer, actually present a huge commercial potentials. So what we find, or our finding is we find Cadherin-17 or CA17 is a very attractive cancer target because it's highly expressed in the tumor, but not in the normal tissues. There's a plethora of journal and article published not only from my lab and also outside our lab has been shown Cadherin-17 is a very promising target for GI cancer, and actually that was reviewed in the Nature Cancer Review article years ago. And Cadherin-17 is a superior target because when you look at this profile, Cadherin-17 is express over 95% in all GI colorectal cancer. In fact, in our phase 1 clinical trial, we find all the colorectal cancer has been shown positive for CA17. And versus the other like gastric cancer, pancreatic cancer, also about 50 to 60% positive. Compared to like the Claudin 18.2, I think we talk about these drugs and also the other markers. So we strongly believe, and we have from our experience, Claudin 17 will be a superior target for treating GI cancers. And our company focus on 2 areas. One is generating cancer immunotherapeutics. And on the other hand, I think we need to provide and offer a personalized healthcare. So at the same time, we're also providing a kind of a screening test and also a companion diagnostic to guide the physician whether this patient are selected or suitable for being treated. So our company has developed 3 technology platform. One is a multi-specific platform, and the second one is an advanced cell therapeutic platform, and the third is the diagnostic personalized healthcare platform. So as a biotech company, it's very important the patent is our asset. So we have submitted 10 or published 10 PCT, and we have a number of granted and also under the pending approval. So our patent cover not only the target and also the therapeutic molecules, the diagnostic, and also the platform technologies. So back then, I think we are very fortunate we are able to file patent on the target. Nowadays, almost impossible can file any targeted patent. So this is our pipeline showing our current leading asset is ARV-202. And we also get a drug link from WHO already, but I think we're going to announce later this year. So we are already in phase 1A. I think the data have been very promising. So we are going to advance to phase 2 next year. And so this is a clinical trial roadmap. So as I mentioned, we started with dosed the patient in Australia last year, and now we just got the DMC approval. The clinical trial have been safe, and we can advance further to the next stage. So I think when we were very down, when we are running out of resources and money, sometimes we receive a letter from the patients. So this patient really give us a very momentum to keep doing and keep working. So some work didn't say, actually a patient admire me like an idol, one of her idol is removed from here. But I think it's very important for us to really discover and make a new drugs to treat the patient. This patient actually is a Swedish family went to Australia to receive the trial. So she has stage 4 gastric cancers. So and also, I think commercially, I think we need to position where our drug will be once approved. So this is from the data monitor health modeling, showing that if given ARV-202 approved, so our drug will be very promising. So this is the highlight about our company. So if you heard from the ESMO, so yesterday, actually the DLL3, CD3 bispecific T-cell engagers make a very big news because they show that about 40% ORR in phase 2 with very low dose 10 mg in the patients. So I think time's running out. I like to share when I was a faculty in the university, so I usually stand in the front, in the center. But now as a company CEO, I try to stand at the back to push, to propel the young generation to be the frontier. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Luck. Now we'll welcome our final speaker before we turn it over for discussion. Dr. Andrea Vanelsis is the CSO of Manatee Bio.
I'll keep it short so we have a lot of discussion. Manatee Bio. So Andrea Vanelsis, I'm the interim CSO for this company. It was founded about 3 years ago based on technology that came out of Hopkins, and I'll refer to that later. I'm also a partner at Third Rock Ventures. We built about 2.5 years on this company, and it's just did its first Series A close for a significant amount of money. I'll come back to that. So essentially, since the introduction of checkpoint inhibitors into clinical development, we're starting to segment solid tumors, at least, into two categories. You have the hot tumors and the cold tumors, and hot tumors clearly respond to checkpoint inhibitors, at least to a certain extent. Cold tumors do not. And these, the category of cold tumors consists of large indications that currently do not receive any benefit from immunotherapy by and large. But these tumors are cold not because there are no T cells. In fact, if you look carefully, there are T cells. And these T cells simply do not see tumor antigens or not enough tumor antigens to go after. So what if you could redirect all these T cells? These T cells are influenza specific, they see COVID, they see EBV, etc. They're ready to go, they're memory cells and not exhausted. And this obviously is the realm of T cell engagers. Now, T cell engagers have been tried and tested for a long time in solid tumors, have not really met their potential yet. And the reason we believe is because they've not gone after truly tumor-specific targets. So there have been some really encouraging data. Actually, you just reflected on this a while ago. DLL3 and a few other targets have shown clinical promise. But however, most of these trials suffer from cytokine release syndrome, usually related to on-target off-tumor toxicity. So the founders of Manatee started working on this a long time ago, and you'll recognize the names. Drew Pardol's in the room here, Bert Vogelstein and their colleagues started working on this probably about a decade ago, this idea of, are we able to specifically target tumor cells by making use of oncogenic driver mutations as presented in HLA class 1. That's a tall order. These are low density targets. But we knew these are immunogenic and antigenic because patients actually have been known to contain, that their tumors have been known to contain T cells that see these mutations. So we know that these mutations are there, they're productively presented, and can be effectively targeted. So how do we do this? And so what are some of the numbers associated with it? So microsatellite stable colorectal cancer has been mentioned a couple of times. Steve Rosenberg referred to some of these mutations. These are actually the shared mutated neoantigens that can be found in these tumors that we could develop drugs to if we do it right. Importantly, these are also oncogenic drivers. So it's difficult, maybe not impossible, it's very difficult for the tumor to get out of this by shutting down protein expression. And they're found frequently in a variety of cancers. So our first targets are mentioned here. The p53R175H mutation is a fairly common mutation in p53, found in 6.5 to 7% of microsatellite stable colorectal cancer patients, newly diagnosed. On an annual basis, we find a couple of thousand of patients if you take this beyond microsatellite stable colorectal cancer, which is the promise of these drugs. You could look for tumor agnostic approvals. You're thinking about 10,000 patients, by and large, newly diagnosed in the US only. And that doesn't take into account prevalence or ex-US patient populations. So how do we do this? We use a platform or a protein actually that was developed by our founders. It's initially when they came to us about 2.5 years ago, they had very cool killing data, cytotoxicity data in vitro and in vivo, specific, highly specific to the mutated peptides as presented in HLA class 1. And these were, the cytotoxicity was induced by a protein called, that was referred to as a single chain diabody, a very small, rigid protein structure that is very well capable of detecting low density targets. You should think about less than 100 targets per cell, maybe even less than 10 targets per cell. T cells can do this, and the only other modality that I know of that can do this was the single chain diabody that was developed by the Hopkins founders. I was not very comfortable developing a single chain diabody, so we set out to seed this company together with the other founding investment firm called Catalio Capital. Together we seeded the company and started to build on this basic structure. Can we build this into something that looks more like a drug? We ended up with an asymmetric antibody structure that maintains all the specificity we had. It was absolutely specific only for that mutation. It did not see
wild-type p53, for instance, as presented in the same HLA class 1 molecule. It also maintained the same sensitivity. We can still kill cells that contain less than 10 targets per cell. And we now have the added features that we can dose these once every 2 or 3 weeks. So we turned this into a half-life extended molecule that looks like an asymmetric IgG. It has all the features and capabilities and capacity that an antibody would have. It produces like an antibody. It purifies and is stable like an antibody, but it has this very peculiar low-density, ultra-specific targeting capability to redirect all T cells we find in a tumor to these oncogenic driving mutations as presented in HLA class 1. Our first molecule is called MNT1025. It targets this p53 mutation in HLA 2.1. Also sees, by the way, this mutation in other HLA2 suballeles. It engages all available T cells to start killing this tumor. And the added feature to this principle is now we can select our responders based on molecular genetics. This is actually the molecular genetics a lot of our patients are now being subjected to when they are first diagnosed. That allows us to do very targeted clinical studies. I mentioned this, the only other way to target these mutations probably is by using T cells. But that requires a lot of extensive culturing and technology. And we've sort of dumbed it down to an off-the-shelf protein therapeutic that we now know we can exchange. The blue domains shown in the structure are actually the peptide MHC targeting domains. If we take out the p53 targeting domain, put in a KRAS G12V targeting domain that sees this mutation in HLA-A3, we end up with something that looks like a drug. So it's a nanomolar potency, long half-life antibody drug that, so what we think this platform is actually a really nice plug-and-play platform that we can extend. So we've just closed our first Series A. We don't need more money, but we need really a lot of talent to build out this company the right way. We need the right scientists and translational immunology and translational medicine people. So if you know of somebody who's interested in joining the company in Boston, let me know.
Great. Thank you, Andrea. So you finished? So we have a few minutes for discussion. Love to get some audience questions. I'm going to open it up with a question that I have for each of the panelists. We didn't plan this, so see how you guys react. Although, Andrea, you just answered the question already for yourself. We have a room full of incredible thought leaders and a community of fellow entrepreneurs. Many of us are staying for another 6 hours, so you have a captive audience. Under 1 minute each, can you tell us a current challenge that your company is facing that you think someone in the room could help you with? And then I'd encourage everyone, come up and find these folks after in the next few hours and help them. One rule, only one person at most can talk about needing funding. You already said you don't need funding. Who wants to go first?
Funding.
Okay, Dr. Johnson, you've elected to go first.
I don't need to go first. I was joking.
I can go. For us at .bio, as I mentioned, we are based in Singapore. Obviously, Singapore is a very small market. We're aiming to reach elsewhere globally, and obviously the US would be great. We're looking for people that can help us accelerate that through connections, through expertise, through access to clinical development or clinical ideas. So I think there is a lot of people here in this room that could help us in many ways. So we hope that some of you would come and help us achieve the potential for the company. Thank you.
And your model is fundamentally based on partnering, as far as I understand.
We do. So we accelerate a lot of development through partnering, but eventually we want to also push our internal pipeline. Obviously funding comes to play, but also the potential for the technology is quite broad. So we want to be able to de-risk some of the molecules through partnering, and then that gives us the confidence to push some internally as well. Yeah,
that's great. Stacy, thoughts?
So I will sort of roundabout get to funding, which is, we're drugging a first-in-class target in probably the most well-validated pathway in oncology, but we still get a lot of pushback. It's never been drugged before, so I want to see clinical data. So I guess if I can't ask for funding, I would say I want other leaders in the field who recognize why we need to drug CDK2/4/6 simultaneously, which I think we all agree on, and recognize that it's been difficult to drug it with small molecule ATP inhibitors, although people keep trying to do that, and we probably will end up with the same results that we've had for the last 40 years. So if you acknowledge those two things, then you've got to be innovative, and drugging P27 is the innovative way to do it. So KOLs that will continue to support this, to talk to the VC funds and say, yeah, this is the way to finally crack this resistant problem. So that's
great. We've got all night to help assemble your next panel.
Yeah, there we go.
Jeremiah, thoughts?
All right. Well, I think from the perspective of what we have as a lead candidate, we're pretty well set, at least to get to the IND ready stage. We're going to need some money at some point to get to the clinic and the manufacturing, but I'm not supposed to talk about that. But what we're really poised to do right now, I think, is to show off the versatility of our platform. And even just today, I wrote down probably half a dozen ideas based on the talks that I saw, and I will come find you, where I think our platform, when coupled with either a payload you're developing or an antibody that you're working on, I think could really offer synergistic benefits. So right now, I think that's what we'd like to do is work with others to just show how many iterations of this platform we can develop. And I say this, it sounds maybe, if this doesn't work out this way, I apologize in advance, but if you come to me and you have an antibody that you would like to develop it into an ADC or a new drug, I would say we could get you a construct to test in about 2 weeks or so. So, it's fairly streamlined now, the manufacturing of this platform.
That's great. Oh, that's excellent. John, as another one of our international partners.
Yes. First of all, I think I thank Suzhang and AFCL give us the funding to breed us to be successful, and now we need a harvest. So I think the problem I need now is a lawyer and CFO. Okay, lawyer, because we have a deal. We are going to negotiate with Big Pharma. We are always become disadvantageous because we don't have the expertise to negotiate with a Big Pharma. And also we need a CFO, won't charge us high tickets, but I can guarantee he or she will get stock options when we are IPO in 2 years.
John, you're going to be very popular at the dinner tonight. Andrea, do you want to, you spoke to, I think, a very sincere need that we all feel in this region and everywhere for talent. Do you want to put a finer point on that in terms of you guys are building pretty fast? And
yeah, I think maybe I'd like to expand it beyond Manatee, because I'm in venture, I build a lot of companies. But I go back to my own experience. I was actually trained and mentored by the best of the best. In hindsight, I didn't know that at the time, but I was. I worked with Jim for about 18 months in Berkeley while he was doing all this wonderful work. I didn't realize how important it was, but it did inspire me to go into pharma and to learn how to develop drugs. I learned everything I know today from working in pharma. And then I decided, pharma is good for some things, but not for other things. I decided if you want to do early discovery and translation, it would be better done in biotech. So then you have to work with people that tell you, that explain to you how you build a company, how you raise money, how you do it wisely, how you keep focused, et cetera, et cetera. So I learned a ton from a lot of different people. Drew was in the room, is in the room. I worked with him for 25 years in different occasions. I think it's really important that all these great minds here train people and train them the right way. It's very important because I can tell you, I meet so many people that go out and have a bit of training, but not enough. And biotech is not a great place to learn everything. I think we should all recognize that pharma has a purpose, and pharma is a great place to learn how to best develop drugs and put them on the market. But we're scientists, so we like to be in the beginning. So there's a purpose for pharma, there's a purpose for biotech, there's a purpose for academia. But please train your people. Please train them.
Beautifully said. Very, very nicely said. Do we have, and I apologize, each one of these talks really could justify 5 or 10 minutes of deep technical questions. So we don't have time for that today, but do we have some questions from the audience? I can't see that well. We don't. Demetra. All right. I can recognize your voice. I can't see you, Demetra.
Yeah, I have a question maybe for all of you. As you guys know, we're going through what is considered like a winter for VC investments. So what advice do you guys have for sustaining and like managing through this situation?
Andrea.
So first of all, this is the best time to build great companies. It may be hard to get money, but it forces you to really think about, what am I trying to do? What am I trying to establish? How do I explain to other people that it's important that they put their money in? It's also the best time to find great talent, because a lot of companies are folding. They were folding for many reasons, sometimes not because they weren't started the right way, or some of the drugs don't work out. We know that most of our drugs don't actually deliver what we expect them to deliver. So I think this is the best time to build a company, but it also forces you to be very specific as to why you're building it and what you're actually building, who's benefiting from it, what patient is waiting for my drug, what patient is waiting for this solution. And I think in times of plenty, I think we're building and financing a lot of companies, and you'll look back and see that not many of these companies actually turn out to be successes. Even from a financial perspective, they're not always successes for the original investors. The companies you build in times of frugality and when it's difficult to find money, those tend to have a slightly better chance, in my opinion. And I think I'm telling you this after 7 months of talking until I was blue in the face to try to raise my 130 million, which is crazy. This would never have happened 3 years ago. We would have done it in 2 months. But that's the reality. You have to have a really good story, and you have to think about, what am I going to do with an investment? Who is being served, and is that actually a worthy cause? And then you can find money, because there's so many people that made so much money in biotech and life sciences over the past 2 decades. They're still intrigued and eager to invest. Maybe not automatically, but they need some convincing.
Wonderful. Maybe we'll end on that and thank our panelists once again for their great talks. And I believe, Sujan, is someone else doing logistics? Should I announce that we are breaking? And okay. So thanks again, everyone, for spending your Saturday with us. And thanks to your loved ones and other things you might have otherwise done today. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you also for waking up every morning and continuing to work on these hard problems. Other things you could do with your energy and your talents. We know that, and we're grateful for it. And thank you, Sujan and team, for hosting us here today and building a great platform to have these discussions. We will be reconvening at 6 o'clock here for dinner. Oh, next door. Reception starts at 6. Great. Looking forward to it. Thanks, everyone. Let's thank everyone again.